it's interesting to talk about it too because what happened was about a Molly issue, a bug in
Mhm.
the game, which was found out to be abused, and because of that, they had to reduce or deduct the 2 points that they needed to make it to the playoffs here. Sadly enough, they were not able to secure much up against EFP yesterday in terms of the gameplay that they had. EFP played their hearts out to be able to qualify here. Actually, it was so difficult for them going to map one and map two. But you know, if you have the heart and you have the morale of the team, and you guys know you've got it in the bag, anything is possible.
Mm.
Yeah, and we mentioned this yesterday before the match of EFP is that they need to win. A
Yes.
3-0. I mean, they did win. They did do their best, and sometimes you get rewarded for that.
Yeah.
And they did. And now they're in the semifinal. They're up against a very hard opponent, but I think they have it. They have what it takes, and we've seen how the crowd reacts to them in
Yeah.
specific. So this is going to be a tough one for the teams placing second, but as we mentioned, everything is possible.
Yeah, everything is possible, and also we have to highlight in Group B because we talked a little bit too much about Group A and what happened in the first few days. But now we have to also highlight in Group B that Donsu, they were dominating for the whole 3 days. They did a lot of good job. But also have MH Ming's House that were with us from Group B, two teams that they did really good job. And as we see the pointing system in front of us with the little changes that's, let's say, where that happened.
Yeah, in Group B, I would say Donsu never really had any contestation in both the physical and the digital. They were just destroying everybody. It was the most one-sided game whenever anyone is playing up against them. Meanwhile, Mink's House, the only potential team that defeated them was only Donstu.
Mhm.
And again, they're going to be facing up against a juggernaut of a team. You know, they are the defending champions, which is ex-GOAT, which
Exactly.
leads into a bigger story if Mink's House has enough power to get through it.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for for Mint's House. They are up against a team that didn't lose anything, and and yeah, I mean, all of these teams have come prepared. All of them, obviously, we've seen the interviews, we've heard what they had to say. Even if they didn't prepare much for CS, they did prepare for laser tag, and I think we're gonna see lots of 1-1 being decided in the laser tag. So whoever comes prepared for the laser tag, I think, has an upper hand in this face-off.
Exactly, and let's highlight the fact that our first game is gonna be between X-Goat and Minsk House. As we see, the player are getting pretty. And now let's also highlight the top fraggers overall in this tournament. We had a lot of good like kills, plays, knives, whatever. We saw them all, but we have some of the players that kind of were the best of the best, let's say. So I'm just wanna see from your side, guys. Who do you think is, or never
Nosek,
mind?
maybe.
Oh, let's see. Actually, Zinix, of course, is there. Tiger is there. Mizu for sure, and Vegas for
I'm
X-Goat.
actually surprised from Vegas to
Interesting.
be like top one. Guy.
This is interesting to see. You know, like every team members who did pop off have been phenomenal, but the biggest KD is Vegas. Oh
Yeah, I
no, it's
mean,
actually not Vegas. It's
yeah, it
Kixer.
is.
Yeah.
I mean, KD is one thing, but kills, like overall kills, that's a lot. I mean, you look at Mizu, that's 129 kills in 3 days. The guy has been he's been killing everyone.
So in 6 games in total, I have 129.
Yeah, that's a lot of kills for Mizu. I mean, he popped off. I mean, he had amazing games, and he's gonna help obviously his team alongside the legends of Dosia and Mo. And at
Mhm.
the same time, when we look at the second team, it's gonna be Minsk House. I mean, Zenix had amazing game as well. We've talked about his impact with Minsk House. Tiger, maybe we didn't mention the name much, but he's always been a valuable player as well to the team. And some of these stats might not reflect the impact that other players had in game as well. You could have players with less amount of kills, maybe half of those, but they could be IGLs, they could be anchors, they could be tactical players that help put this
Yes.
piece of puzzle together. So yeah, obviously we always look at the flashy numbers, what we forget about the tactical players. And I'm one of those. I was never a fragging machine, but I was more of a tactical player. And it was thanks to my smokes and flashes that we always lost.
And other jokes that you can tell yourself.
I mean, I joked on myself before you do. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
But overall, we saw, as you said, ladies, like it doesn't reflect all of the players, but this is a team play game. And also, we didn't calculate the players that were on physical games, because it makes a huge difference also that there is different players that go in there and do actually get you that point that maybe helps you qualify. But also, as we talk about the physical game, let's remind people that today in the playoffs is going to be a little bit different. We're not going to play the three games, but the physical game is going to be the decider. So if a team they're not sure about themselves, how are they going to perform in Counter Strike and actually the physical game, they need to win the the digital
Digital,
game, which is
yes.
Counter Strike. So he has to win 2-0, and I think this is what Xcode should do, because Minsk House, as we know them, they're so good in the physical games.
Yes, that's 100% true. Mink's house needs to at least get one map. I would say one map, if they're able to find that and leave it to the laser tag, things could look good for them. In terms of map pool, though, Mink's house, I guess they have performed
Ancient.
here and there with Ancient, Dust to Nuke, and Train, but in Overpass, they don't perform necessarily well.
I think a potential three map prediction, in my opinion, is gonna include Ancient, Mirage, and Nuke. I think Mirage has been one of the best maps for Xgod, but on the Minsk House, I mean, they did lose Overpass and Dust 2, but they win convincingly in Ancient and Nuke.
Yes.
And they lost Dust 2, but they still also won
One,
Dust 2.
yeah.
So I think it's a very tricky pick. They might have Inferno or other maps hidden as well, but from the Xcode side, I think Mirage would be their safest pick and their strongest map. But they also have multiple options. The Ancient, they won 13-1 against EFB, which is another team in the semifinals. So I think Xgoat has a stronger map pool when it comes to this competition. But overall, we're gonna find out which maps are gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be very different from the maps we've seen in group stages. So yeah, I predict Mirage, Ancient, and it could be a third map of
Yes.
New. I mean, it's not gonna be a third map, but New could be there.
Possibilities, yes, it's there.
So I think the maps are already ready. I didn't want to cut you. I didn't want to cut your predictions and what's prepared for you guys. But as you said, it's gonna be the first map, Das 2, which is the choice of Minsk House. The second map is gonna be Train, which is from X Goats. We have two maps that we already saw, especially Train. We saw it a lot of times. We talked about it a lot and a lot. But I think this is one of the best, let's say, decision that X Goat they can do.
I think Xgoat hasn't played Train, so
No,
it
they
was
haven't. Yeah,
interesting
they
that they
haven't at
went
all.
for Train, and especially that Minsk have actually played Train.
Yes, they did.
Does too make sense. I think maybe makes sense for Minsk House. Maybe they are a team that prefer this map. They did win and lose on this map.
Yes, correct.
Xgoat, I mean, they will have the Opper. They have Mo. He's a good Opper. I think it's gonna be lots of contesting. Duke is also one of the best players. We've talked about this player, but yeah, we have some amazing players on both teams. I think Dust 2 will be very close. Train is gonna be one-sided in my opinion, but Dust 2 I think is gonna be very close.
It really depends on how well Xcode as well. Sometimes they do have a slow start here and there, but yesterday it was more different with Doja getting a 4K and then another 4K in the following round. So if they are starting well and ahead, then it could look bad for Mink's House because they do struggle up against stronger teams in Dust 2. Now it's a matter of how prepared they are to be able to micro adjust the mistakes that they played last time in Dust 2 up against Honest.
Yeah, that's true. Especially as we said, they played Dust 2 and Train, but not Xgoat. So maybe Xgoat, they have prepared something and they already watched the games and know what they're having. We can't know what's going on. But first of all, we know who's the players and we want to welcome them to the stage with as beautiful as we used to for the walkout. So let's say welcome to them and let's go to the stage.
Mascot Falca, and so much more. So we are almost ready to bring in the teams now. The first semi-final match of the day. Two semi-final matches today. One this morning, one this afternoon. Let me bring in the teams now. So, first team, we got Team X Goat. First, Now it's time to bring in the teams. I got a little too excited earlier. So first up, returning back to the stage, please give them a nice Abu Dhabi warm welcome. It's Team X GOAT! Join into the stage, we have Dosia, Duke, Ivo, Kay, Misu, Mao, and Vegas. Please give a nice warm round of applause. Team X GOAT, they are ready, they are looking confident. And now their opponents, please go wild, go crazy for Minx House. Joining Minx House to the stage, we have Lollipop 21K, MDS, Mendel, Sphinx, ZenXXX. Please go crazy one more time. Minx House, welcome. And the game is over to you, gentlemen. Best of luck. We'll see you very shortly.
The first semi-final, one of the most wanted games in this series. Honestly, I am so excited to see X-Ghost versus Minsk House, as we didn't see them play against each other at all, but we saw Minsk House playing Dust 2 for so many times. Once they won, once they lost. I'll give you the words. So we talk a little bit about this map that we're gonna see first.
Well, to be fair, it's not much of a big data that we have out there, right? Because they played up against Mexico. We saw how that went yesterday. It was brutal. It was very brutal. 13-3 or something of the sorts there in those two, and it didn't really look good for Mexico at all. So they had to go home as they did not qualify for the playoffs. While X GOAT, we have seen mixed performance on the way they play in here in Dust 2 in particular. It didn't really show much dominance, I would say. It's not like how we saw Dons to play. It was rather close. So going into this and knowing that in the match that Minx House lost against Dons in Dust 2 was actually close, I think we would have definitely a map right here.
I think this veto, I'm not, as you said, we don't have too many information about both teams, but I think with the current format and the current competition, this veto slightly favors Minsk House, just for the fact that we haven't seen X-Goat on train, but I know Minsk House, I mean, they did play train, they won on train, and that's who you just said, they barely lost like 13-10. So I think knife is very important. CT side, obviously, is something they would want to pick, and by the looks of it, it's
a
going to be
landslide.
X-Goat. I think it's X-Goat, and yeah, they went for stay. So they're going to start on the CT side, and that's an amazing start for X-Goat on this first map.
Yeah, as always, we say the team that wins the knife round, they always go for the city side. Or most of the time, let's say
Yes.
that's what we saw for almost the whole tournament. And X GOAT, now they kind of have the upper hand in the map that they didn't choose.
Yeah, definitely. But it's not a map that's unfamiliar to them, right? They have been playing and competing in multiple different tournaments, so it's almost like second nature on executing. But the question is if they're going to be able to play the game that you want to play here. As Minx House, I feel like the pressure would be more onto them to do well on the T side, as it could set the pacing for the team in this entire map on how things will go during that first half. It's rather crucial, I would say.
And this is one of the maps where I think that there's not much anchoring in it, but it's more about the oppers and how
Yes.
strong and impactful they are, especially in the mid area.
So, any last word? Who's the team that's gonna win this first map?
I'm going with Minsk House.
I'm also going for Minx House.
I'll go with X GOAT, as they are the goats. Maybe yes, maybe no. We don't know, but let's watch the game to decide who's the team that's gonna win the first map of the semi-final. Enjoy the match.
We finally get to witness the Titans colliding on the final day of the Phygital shooters at Games of the Future. Minsk House, they came into this very confident that they could clean house, but when they went up against the likes of Dongsu, they did suffer a deadly fate. On the other hand, X-Goat, they didn't have to move a muscle. Josh, we're about to get started right here on Dust 2. X-Goat getting the benefit of playing the CT side on Minsk House's map pick.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. We're sort of talking about how we might not see as many laser tag matches today because if you can get it done 2-0 in the Counter-Strike server, then the game is yours and you advance through the bracket. But
yeah,
this is where we get into the meat of things. This is where we get the top teams that we've seen competing this weekend. I think there's a pretty decent chance that we'll see some high-level Counter-Strike and we will see maps trade and need that arena to settle the score. It's Chaos barreling out along. It's Mo here in the pit. It's a lovely little angle. Nasty to catch off the first head of Sphinx. To shoot for sure. Now sets up the crossfire. Rattles off 3 of his own. It's so tidy. And Lollipop just doesn't know what's hit his teammates. That is so crisp out of Duke for sure. And he's been on fire these past couple of days. And that fire hasn't been extinguished yet. That's 4 for him.
Yeah, unbelievable shooting, and I'm really glad that we're finally seeing these two teams go up against each other. I think Dongsu, they had a great game against Minsk House, but I feel like X-Goat have been narrowly able to avoid some of the bigger competition, right? So, taking a chance to see this now. Let's watch X-Goat's metal being properly tested. And when you boil it down to the individuals, like there's so much talent, right? If you look at the right side of your screen, it's as ZNX and Lollipop are looking so good. We had insane rounds from Sphinx. On the left side, I feel like everyone's had their little moment. Everyone's had their balls to the wall performance where they look unplayable. I feel like Minsk House did have a rougher run to get here, though. The hardest opponent that they had to play was Dons2. On the other hand, X-Goat, they went through LPT, EFP, and Interstellar, so they haven't played against any of the top dogs yet.
Yeah, other than that match against Dons2, they've had a couple of easy ones, I guess. The other thing that they had to worry about was it sort of hanging in the balance of neither of the other teams in the group performing well against X-Goat, and that was a big fear when they then lost 2-0 in the Counter-Strike server to them. And I think they actually lost the laser tag map there as well, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, against Dons2. So yeah, it sort of hung in the balance of even if they perform well against the other two teams in the group, if one of them happened to sort of snatch a map away from the Dons2 guys, then maybe that could add complications to the overall bracket. But they managed to get away with it. Are they going to get away with anything here, though? Backing themselves a spot in the grand finals later on. So far, X-Goat making this really, really tough. Even on the Minsk House map pick, it's 2-0. A 4v2 here in the first buy round, even with the bonus weapons in play. Kado is coming in from behind. It's an MP9 at range, so it's a little bit tricky, but still lands the head of MDS. It's Mendel lost alive. 1v4. It's not going to make it happen. Mizu shuts him down. X-Goat onto 3. And they'll upgrade those weaker rifles for the AKs. That is a big result.
I'm going to point out that for the teams that have actually made it in as the top seeds, both X-Goat and Dons2, they have looked as flawless as is feasibly possible, right? X-Goat, in their opening matchup, the only thing they lost was, I believe they lost their laser tag match against LPT. And then beyond that point, it was completely flawless. Instead, when they were going up against Interstellars for their qualification matchup, they even tagged in Dosha, who doesn't even want to play laser tag. They brought in pros along for that sake, right? But they let Dosha have some fun in the laser tag department, and they still ended up winning.
There's nothing to say he doesn't want to play laser tag. Maybe he's been
for the sake of the team.
To play. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe he's been itching to play at laser tag.
Yeah,
all
that's
weekend.
true. He was actually kind of decent on laser tag, though. You know, they kind of just plopped him down on base, and he's holding the extremities. I think that was cool. He was anchoring.
He really was. Well, massive cleanup here. Considering you got players invested into pistols and armor, that was really just a complete flop. It's not going to matter. They'll have enough money to go for a proper buy in this one anyway. But yeah, just nothing to come there. Look at this start. Duke for sure is at 12-1. We've seen performances like this out of him over the weekend, but generally against the weaker opposition, the teams that they're supposed to just absolutely steamroll. This, at least on paper, isn't supposed to be the case, but ooh, that's a nice start from Lollipop. Finally, the tide's shifting a little bit, but only momentarily. Mo will trade it back.
Molly's gonna keep him back. Huddled up inside short. Minskows don't want to go for anything too complicated. They've got the crossing smoke readied up. Won't be giving much time for XGO to be able to react by the looks of things. Just trying to scale up. This Molly is going to impede their progression, though. There's a secondary smoke that offers them a little bit more mobility. So, holding the angle, Mizu tucked into Goose. Gonna have to pull up a big game if he wants to do anything to stop them. That's one down. Keeps giving them haircuts as they move in. Clothesline them with the M4, and he doesn't even need the offer to step in. MVS tasked with a 1v3, but he will quickly be put down. I cannot believe XGOAT are shutting down Min's house like this. Too one-sided already, God.
It really has felt that way, hasn't it? It's not even looking particularly competitive, which is just quite surprising, even with the entry finally going the way of Minsk House this round. That's something that we haven't really seen so far. What could have been an untraded man advantage, Lollipop decided to sort of force the issue. I think he was right to be honest. You find a kill through the smoke on the long corner, and yeah, you do want to try and capitalize upon that and take that room. Just wasn't expecting Mo to be a second piece there with the AWP ready and waiting, but nonetheless, another half bite. Most of them will have money to buy into the next. Lollipop doesn't really apply to him. He'll go for the hero AK. But they could try and make this work. Posted to top mid, little jiggle, sees the man, pulls the trigger a little too soon. His timing's just a little bit off. So missed the smoke cross as well.
It's so crazy how well-rounded of a team XGOAT is. Like, yes, they have like actual professionals like for CS, sure, but then one of the stat lines that they pulled up with like JT Talks and Unsee on the desk is that Vegas was one of the highest KDs. He had throughout the tournament, he had a KD of 2, right? Which means he's like, considering he's not playing CS, he's dominating at laser tag.
Yeah, he really is. It's something that we don't really get to see, the laser tag stats or scoreboard at the end of the game, but yeah, they are keeping track.
What's more impressive is that Vegas maintained a KD of 2 despite Xcode actually losing one of their laser tag games. So it's not like Dawn's 2 where, if you're getting like super like clean wipes, you're just it's likely that your players are just staying alive and they get an inflated KD. No, like Vegas was actually being eliminated because they did end up losing a whole damn game.
Yeah, actually, I forgot about that. Well, they're set to lose a whole lot more here. They really do have to focus up because they are 6-0 down, trailing heavy as we go into round number 7. Looking to turn this ship's course onto something a little bit better. There is a third place decider game, so they wouldn't be completely out for the day if they do lose this, but they're not going to be focusing on that just yet. This game, this series still feels very winnable. Just got to warm into this game, and it feels like a couple of pieces really haven't. Swing to Mendel yet to actually put a kill on the board. Top goes for a pot shot, smokes the doors. And just routine. Ooh, that was close.
Nothing yet from Minsk House. I cannot believe we still have 2 players who have yet to find their first skill. So far, it's been a very anticlimactic semifinal. The most important part here is there are no winners at this particular carnival. There's no consolation prize. You don't even get to put on the laser tag uniform if you straight up just get knocked out in the Counter-Strike department. And that's why teams cannot forget that as fun as laser tag is, as important as the physical part is, you do need to qualify for it by being good at Counter-Strike. Easy to put down Lollipop. Come into B. This is the one time Min Scouts will finally be able to break through. Nice little 2-prong push. Mid to cut off rotations. As they break into B, this should be a comfortable plan. And I like the fact that Doja and Mo aren't contesting it. They know the importance of keeping these weapons alive. It's been a pretty solid accumulation in the bank account. So whatever you can keep adding to it, make that CT side easier, it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, finally a round win here for Minsk House. And you're right, even with the 6-0 start, the fairly clean start as well, everybody only really dying an average of twice. That CT economy can be a tricky one to manage at times. There isn't heaps of cash. There's still quite a few rounds left to play with. So absolutely no need to be throwing yourself into a really, really disadvantageous retake. But better stuff there from Minsk House. A couple of good entries, and you can see me. So it's always him on the reaction cam, right? Everybody else is ice cold, so we just don't get anything out of them when they do well, when they do bad, when they lose rounds, when they win rounds. But yeah, we do get a little bit of emotion out of Mizu. Entries out onto long again. Minsk House have managed to find a bit of space. What can they do with it?
Look at how Min Scouts are getting most of their space. Like the one round that's worked out for them, they went for a 2-prong push into B and middle, but this time, considering they've completely abandoned any prospects outside of the initial presence they have on long, this is going to allow Xcode to clear out tunnels, and it's such a comfortable clearance that this is where you can just start to buckle down on A. You don't need to commit to B anymore. The only missing piece of information for Xcode will be the fact that they haven't gone all the way through to T-spawn, so there's like this 5% chance that they're all huddling around there. But now, as the utility starts to come in, it becomes obvious that they don't need to be confused anymore. All the pieces on A. Swing out from Lollipop. Is going to find a double. Mizu and Dosha both spotted. Despite having the pieces in the right order, it's still a difficult round. He's sneaking through the smoke. They're not ready for it. And the person supposed to protect them has an AWP. Zinx found by Mo. And that is a messy round after it looked like such a Minsk House breakthrough.
It largely boils down to just this sort of weird long smoke. Obviously, you have the one on the cross is fairly routine, but playing through that one there, the fact that it's still established just means that, yeah, there's no instant trade potential when we do see that smoke push out of Kado. And Mo having the Tech 9 as the secondary as well does him a lot of favors, means that when he's in the duel against the rifle, he's not spamming with a USP. He actually has a weapon that packs a bit of a punch. Doesn't have to take the gamble with the one bullet out of the sniper. Great round, a great recovery, despite being 2 men down. But we are seeing signs of life out of Minsk House, even though that's a super frustrating round to lose. We've gone from them getting smoked round after round to actually having some equity. Having a horse in this race. Lollipop relentlessly chasing down Dosia. Let's get the prize eventually. Down to Mo again. He's got a lot on his shoulders.
Wow. Oh my god, Duke for sure has no idea what to do in that position. Just gets caught out. Instant connections. And Mizu left hanging out to dry. And that's a really good round for Minsk House. The speed, the pacing, the firepower. Obviously, if you look at the individuals of Minsk House, they are good enough to go toe-in-toe with them, right? You've got the likes of ZNX, who's been looking crispy as hell. Lollipop has been flirting with maybe not the top echelons of CS, but slightly below it. But unfortunately, they haven't left themselves a huge margin. In a world where they can get 5 rounds queued up, I think they should be fine. Like, they'll be pretty happy going into the CT, but anything less than that starts to get a little bit worrisome. We get to zoom out for a second and see who's performing well. Got Mizu on 10, Duke Fishura on 14. Xgoat's been relentless on the individual firepower. That's not the only players that can even pop off, right? Everyone has their own potential.
You just see how well Lollipop dismantles things towards long. We've actually seen him do this a couple of times now as well. Just that sort of clarity of mind. Bounce the molly off of the wall, clear out the back of the doors, but still create a little gap for him to entry out of. I think a lot of players will throw the molly close, and it sort of blocks them from pressing.
Hello, Cade.
What is going on here? Oh my! He seems to be aware that someone slipped through. That's why he's played through the smoke himself. It's so smart. He relays the information to Duke for sure. He's laughing that off, saying, "Yeah, oops, that's okay."
He let the first one cross, and it gets so confusing because as they're throwing flashes to now start to come out of tunnels, it ends up flashing the player that's already made it through, so he can't even turn back to help them. Look at that. Cade gets support from the flashes, and it ends up being so messy that they just cannot deal with him. Not till the bitter end. There's 4 players in his face. He just pushes through, just like that.
The fact that he insta-realizes it, though, and goes, "Oh no, I'm in trouble," pushes through the actual tunnel smoke. That was all about survival, but actually ended up meriting him an extra kill.
Yeah, it went from having to survive to being a game-breaking, round-winning execution there from Cade.
That's fantastic. Levels above. Punishing Minsk House for switching it up, trying their luck over towards B, because they've had absolutely none of it. 2 rounds they've won have been on that A site and largely been off of the courtesy of entries towards long. Mo this time is the one to draw first blood. Another big shot out of the AWP. We've seen quality with those AWP shots really over quantity. consistently been able to connect when he's needed to, and that's what's important. Giving up control of these mid doors. Even with the man advantage, they're not too keen on contesting it. Instead, they'll just have Mizu holding for the window. They know that the B site is now under siege from a crunch, but Kato does not care. He is not phased at all. As he picks up 2, his teammates will clean up the rest. X-Goats are just running away with this.
Yeah, this is just a total slappage. Like, I didn't come into finals day wanting or expecting this at all, Josh. X-Goat are genuinely making it look like a warm-up for the finals. Reclined, comfortable, and a great time for all of their players to be popping off. I like how they're playing so well individually that Dosha has only gotten 1 kill, and it literally does not matter.
Yeah, there was one game today that I was thinking had the potential of being one-sided, and that was Donstu against EFP. Obviously, sort of first versus second seed in that second group, and yeah, it did just feel like there was that potential on the basis that I feel like Group B was a little more top-heavy. Ooh, Sphinx. It doesn't get more than just a single there, but I sort of came into today having the thought that that one could be a little more one-sided, but the other matches would be super close and super contentious. Yeah, I underestimated the X-Goats a little bit here because they are looking levels above Minsk House. On the Minsk House map pick as well, a Dust 2. It's just cruel. We've got Train up next, and the way in which we determine the sides and still run a knife round means that X-Goat will actually have the opportunity to potentially start on that defense, which would just be a massive, massive advantage. ZNX flies up middle, wants to try and get stuck in for the pistol round. They are desperate for anything here, and they won't get it.
This is a depressing game if you're a semifinalist. For Minsk House's journey to have been so good, and remembering that when they played up against Donstu, they got so battered that they actually had to play their hearts out to still make it into playoffs because of that deficit initially. And falling flat on their faces on the final hurdle is just sad to say. You know what the worst thing is? This map is the best thing. Is the best they played against Donstu, which is, well, the champion in the overall ranking. So to then like have your best map against the best sample you've played against be shut down by X-Goat like this feels a little stupid.
Wow, a couple of really nice shots out of MDS. Actually keep this round competitive. Lollipop thought he was cooking with the flank. The fact that they've thrown the smoke does indicate that they're pretty aware of the possibility. Will they expect him to have walked through it? He has just spotted Kato on the site. Doesn't want to pull the trigger from that kind of range. Plays the gamble that no one's tucked in the car corner. And he is wrong. Mo's there, and he's lingering. Nice shot to finish him off. X-Goats draw closer to this finish line. I think 2 steps away from getting Dust 2 swept. Nice and easy. That would just be the one now. Here we go. It's only 3 MP9s, a scout, and a 5-7 to try and prolong this one. Did manage to find the first, though.
Finding the first is no guarantee of future success, but for their sake, we'll hope it is. Yes, in the corner and tunnels. Goes pretty big with the MP9. It's kind of hard to get excited when there's not a whole lot of wheels behind the entirety of this map. Getting 10 rounds in a row feels like a difficult task. Dosha holding the angle for any progressions through long. Mizu running around B. TNX watching for it. thinks it's a distraction for the mid prong to pop in. Missed a shot on Mizu. And goes with the bomb. Oh no! That gets awkward. But still, 9 chances to close. I don't think this game is going anywhere.
Yeah, me neither. It largely came down to actually the scout doing a huge amount of damage there, making it a hell of a lot easier for the MP9s to finish off. We go 12-3. Only down to sort of pistols, the one Galil, the Mac 10. They lose this, and they might actually have to bite an eco. Otherwise, they're just going to be in this nasty little force buy cycle. Spinks could be in trouble. He's jiggling with the smoke, but it is so easy to just get overrun by Tech 9s. There we go. He's deployed it. They'll play right through. That is a nice hold. Oh, that is filthy.
Yeah, if you want to rack up any confidence before the next map, this is the time to do it, right? The game against Dust2 was 13-11 on Dust2, so you would at least hope you can pull up something better against Xgoat. But I do feel like some of the things we've been seeing on server today is due to, like, maybe not feeling entirely warmed up, you know? You sort of progressively get better throughout the day as you're playing. It's also a little hard to get into the morning match. It is pretty early. Okay, maybe not that early, but still.
It does, though,
Because I just...
to scratch your head a little bit and wonder if Xgo are really levels above. Because, yeah, we did see Minskaus have a much closer game against Dons2, a team that I would put absolutely on par with the Xgos, that expected grand finalists in my eyes. Just making such light work of this match so far. Obviously, the little hiccup at the end, but yeah, as we've established, comeback prospects are very slim at this stage. I don't know what is going on. How have they not killed Dossier yet? That's ridiculous. Get there eventually. But yeah, however you look at it, I guess these are just some feel-good rounds. It's never nice to just get swept 13-2 in a match. So yeah, take a few extra ones at the end, boost the confidence a little bit before going into the second map. Exactly what you want.
I do think the next map's going to be a lot better, though, because I just don't see ZNX hitting any of the shots that I have gotten used to seeing him hit. Like, he's often one of the players leading from the front, so to see him sitting on 4 kills and 12 deaths while MDS and Lollipop are flirting with almost, well, hovering around 15 is fine. Flash to go through. CNX holding the cross. Flashes do keep getting him off the angle, so I do appreciate how careful Xgoat are being. I think the Lollipop's gonna have to go big here, Josh.
It really is. Tiptoes forward, Duke for sure, lovely shot. This could be the beginning of the end as the retake is being picked apart one by one. No damage, no kills. As soon as the guns come back out, Xgoats are just the better side. And, well, a comfortable first map coming into finals day. Some high fives, but yeah, no major reaction. They know that was a simple sweep.
Yeah, there was no resistance whatsoever from a team that we thought could at least stand tall on Dust2. And now we're going to be throwing it over to the desk. We can hear what they have to say about it. That was quick.
What a hard match for Minsk House. After the, let's say, flawless performance that they did yesterday, today we find them struggling actually in Dust 2, the map that they choose. But GT, what did went wrong in this map?
First of all, the knife round went wrong. If they won that knife round, I feel like the CT side would have been amazing for them because we did see them at least come back in a sense in the second half, but it was just way too late. So if that knife round, we emphasize it all the time. If they did get that CT, maybe we would have seen a different story. Overall, though, when they were attacking, whatever they were trying to do, B split, mid to B, mid to A split, A long, B rush, nothing was working.
The problem is, well, I mean, two problems. First, they were on a stump. It was like 6-0, and then they had to climb. I think it was like 9-2 at some point, yeah, 8-2. And then second of all, Duke was having an amazing game, and we've talked about how this guy's performance is very influential to his team, and he had an MVP performance in this match. So taking those 2 points in consideration, Minsk House found themselves stuck 12-2, and they didn't try to make a comeback with 3 rounds in a row, but then it was a bit too late. And I think one of the main issues with their T side is that they were not splitting enough. They were very, I would say, predictable on which side they're gonna go. So wherever they went A, it was always 3 short or 3 long, and one guy just in the back. So it wasn't really timed well, I would say. So Scott didn't face any issues on their defense, and as usual, the score is from my side. And looking at it, I mean, Duke and Cade had amazing game, but I think contribution-wise, especially in the pistol and the early rounds, Duke was on fire. But I mean, we can take away from Cade as well. On the side of Minsk House, some players really struggled this game, and we talked about Zenix and how he is one of the MVPs, but he struggled a lot in this map. Lollipop usually is a top performer, but yeah, I mean, Sphinx also had a very good game yesterday. So tough times for Minsk House on the map of Dust 2. They really need to win Train, which is not their map pick, and then in order to move to laser tag at least.
Yeah, I don't think that most of the players they would love to go to laser tag unless now Minsk House after they win train, which is gonna be a little bit hard for them as this is the pick of ex goats and we never saw them like play and train.
Yeah, it's gonna be their first time in train, and we're gonna see it how it really goes there. Again, a lot of players we didn't really see pop off inside of Mink's house, but everybody in X Gold were wide awake. I mean, to be honest, in day 1, day 2, day 3, it's always them playing first. So like maybe they got used to like the time zone, like being the first team to play in the groups all the time. Meanwhile, Mink's house were always in the far end as they were in Group B. So a bit more of a readjustment here. I would love to see them be more wide awake and see the fraggers of the team actually step up. Yeah, we didn't see Lollipop, but Zinix, we didn't see him at all here. Same with Mendel.
Yeah, and Duke is, yeah, I mean, I mentioned how strong he is and just MVP performance. In the beginning, the pistol 4K, and then just little tappy in the shorts. It was just having an amazing game. And obviously, when this guy's on fire, the whole team is revved up. And yeah, moving on to Train, you know, it's going to be the knife here. It's very, very
Yes.
I mean, it's crucial for Minsk House to win the knife, get the CT. I feel like they're more CT-sided than T-sided whenever they perform well. So if they lose the knife and it's not their map pick, I think mentally as well, and losing the pistol, I think is going to be a very hard comeback for them.
It's gonna be a very hard comeback for them mentally from the first map, especially after it was their map pick, and this they kind of struggled a lot. Yeah, and as you said, they tried a lot. They tried to do split. They tried to go like to rush. They tried everything, and it didn't work. And especially now, I think we saw them. We didn't saw Minsk House play. No, we saw Minsk House playing Train before.
Yes.
They actually won the map.
Correct.
Yes, but still, like even though they won the map, I think Xcode they would be having the advantage that they saw their opponent playing that map, but Minsk House they didn't see Xghost playing it.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a surprise here and there, but at the end of the day, it's more about how well can you execute your strategies, which I feel like Mink's house could not execute a single thing at all.
Yeah, but we're gonna talk a little bit more about Train and what's coming next in this playoffs first match. But now we're gonna jump in a little break and come back to you. We made it to the second game of this semi-final, first game of semi-final. We made it to the second match. Train is what we are expecting from Xgoat and Minsk House, the choice of Xgoat, and we're kind of excited to see this map as we didn't see them before playing in it.
Yep, there's going to be something different for Xcode because we have not seen them play like you have said here. But another reminder to everybody watching, it is going to be a best of three. And if you do end up losing this map to a 2-0, you're not going to be playing the Phygital. You're immediately out for contestation for the grand finals or winning the championship. So a lot of do or die moments here for Min's House to play at their very best.
Yeah, Minsk House has no option but to win and then move to laser tag. If they lose, they're out. I mean, they're not out. They're going to play for third and fourth spot, so that's still another, a little compensation for
Yeah.
them. It's a little goodbye gift, let's say. But obviously, they do want to win Terrain. They did play Terrain. They won it, but it wasn't convincing as well. It was 13-10. So they need to. I'm not sure what they have in store for this map. X-Goat, we haven't seen them at all on this map, but we do know Mo is a very good opper, and if Duke is having the same performance and Kate as the first game, I think it's going to be very tricky. Dosia could be an anchor here because he likes those maps where he could anchor like Mirage and Ticket Box Train. I mean, I'm not sure where he plays. I would think it was going to be Ivy or B bomb side. So I think it's a very tough match for Minsk House. They have to go all in, forget everything, forget the first map, and try to focus on this because I do think Laser Tag, they are one of the best teams as well.
Yeah, like Xcode, I don't think they want to make it to the laser tag as we saw them performing well, but also Minsk House had a good opponent in that map. And also another thing that we want to highlight that the players of Minsk House, they weren't really showing up in the first match, as we talked about Zenix, which is one of the best player in Minsk House, but we didn't see him at all in Dust 2. While usually he performed well and he kind of do his solo games with the team plays, which makes the difference.
Yeah, I mean, he is the mentor alongside Lollipop with this very young set of players in this team. And imagine your mentor himself is not performing to the expectation of the team, then it really crumbles down into pieces. As overall, the decider would be this knife round. And the more importance, I guess, for Mink's House that we have noticed is that if they don't have a good start, it's so difficult for them to come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, some teams, I like to call them, they have diesel engine. It takes a long time for them to start up, to rev up. And I feel like sometimes if the diesel is not even there, it's another problem. So, I mean, Minsk House could be one of those teams, but ever since we've seen them in this competition, they've always had the lead until they lost against Donsu. So this is the problem with this team, is that they need to have a good start in order to pop up. And I think they really need that CT side. Even if they get the T side and they win the pistol and the following rounds, I think that will still be good. So even if they don't win the knife, they still have a chance. They just need that early momentum going on for the team.
Yeah, all of the teams actually need that early momentum because if you gain that boost of like confidence in the beginning, I see like there is a lot of difference. That confidence, all the teams they need it, and especially now Minsk House after the loss of the first game, they shouldn't lost hope because they can make it. Actually, we were talking for the first like stage, the first few rounds, you have to win like by points, whatever you're gonna lose. It's actually a huge loss, but now you still have the chance with the laser tag. But I don't think it's good. They will go to the.
Wow, you're making predictions here, Chime, already.
Yeah,
I like
you
it. I
know.
like it. Being brutally honest is what you've been learning here in the desk, I see.
Good job.
I'm not just a girl anymore.
Brother Tux is happy. He's been teaching us different ways here. But honestly speaking, yes, it's not looking good. I mean, they are the defending champions here, X-Code. Do you want to go and defend that title again? Do you want to be the first back-to-back, games of the future champions? And the only way for them to do that is to dominate this match again up against Minx House, which, like we said, they are a momentum-based type of team. They need to keep the ball rolling for them to start off. Because if they don't, then it's an uphill battle where they have to keep climbing above, which, gravity will defy you from doing that.
Exactly, and now I kind of see the ninth round is starting, and we're gonna know who's the team that will be starting in City side, or maybe also T-Side, whoever is gonna win, who will choose the side that they're gonna start with, and I see the players going straight away
Other
to...
trip. Yeah, I mean, you want to trap them in the
no.
corner, right? That's the
Yeah.
game plan here. And it looks like they are going to get trapped in the corner. This is not really ideal for them as they're going to get chopped into pieces 4v2. And it's a 4v1.
Oh my god,
That did not look good.
this was the hardest ninth round I'd ever saw.
Yeah, X-Goat are winning this, so they are gonna probably choose the CT side, and that's gonna give them that boost of confidence that Minskow actually needed. So if they could
Yeah.
borrow that, that would be good. But I mean, starting on the T side, there's gonna be a bit of struggle for Minskows. But I mean, winning the pistol is everything for them. Whatever they have in mind, whatever plans they need to have that, triple A type of plan that they need to guarantee that pistol, because it's gonna change a lot for them coming into this map.
Exactly, exactly. And we want to see actually a best of three. We want to see a best of three till the end because all of the best of threes that we watched, so just 3 games straight away. It's not that doesn't make a lot of difference. But today, playing to win, playing to qualify for the finals, actually with the laser tag is gonna be a little bit actually tricky to watch and fun also.
Yeah, I mean we are being hopeful. It goes 1-1 in certain maps in certain matches, but last year it went 2-0. And prediction wise for you guys, do you think it's gonna be 2 again?
I'm hoping for a 2-1.
Okay.
So in the end, they are 2-1. We hope for that
The-
means Cavs will do something now, but it's gonna a little bit hard. Last
Yep,
word,
2-1.
2-1.
Hopefully.
Everyone is hoping for 2-1. Everyone wants to watch the fun of the laser tag in the end, but we won't know until we watch the game. And that's why our game is ready. So let's jump in the game and enjoy with our casters.
Total domination on map 1 and a chance for redemption on map 2. Remember, there's no laser tag for losers, so you've got to lock in now.
Yeah, and that requires a big old lock-in. This has been a stomper so far. Even the scoreline on Mirage was somewhat superficially close. It could have and maybe even should have been a 13-2. Now we move over to Train. X-Goat getting the luxury of starting off on their CT side as well. This is going to be a massively uphill battle for Minskows, but they've got to get it done if they want to find themselves in the laser tag arena. It's a place where they looked pretty strong over the past couple of days. ZNX with a lovely headshot to get this started as well. As KDO dropped, it's going to pull the rotations over, leaves A a little vulnerable if Minskows decide to head down Long Dog, which they will. They've got a good shot at this with that man advantage.
Flashes through, they're trying to make it out. Mo's waiting though. Tapped out of existence. Mo doesn't even need to see them. And it's Mizu with the final 2 to close it out. That has got to be devastating to just be shut down straight out of the gates. What a terrible way to go. Cool shot from TNX, but man, watching that from Mo's perspective, he genuinely made it look so easy.
What a recovery. A triple kill out of Mo as well. It's always these multis that come out at the most important of times. Heavy buy into the second. ZNX. Just the Eagle. He's got a little bit of Kevlar behind it as well. It's a really quite interesting investment. A couple just down to the Glocks, but obviously that couple of kills he was able to find in the pistol round did facilitate somewhat of a purchase here. Mo, nice headshot through the edges of the smoke. This should still be an easy round to pick up. Mendel and Spinks unlikely to be able to kind of cause any kind of waves. There we go. They're having a really hard time finding him for a minute there. The Glocks have dealt a lot of damage hitting the dinks, but it just doesn't do enough. So X-Goat, second round on the board. Only the one casualty there, not too bad. They'll brush it off, pick up the rifle, no trouble. And they're out of the gate hot again. As we go into round number 3, they'll face up against the buy.
Nice and easy so far for X-Goat. I want to see how far they can leverage the defensive side as well. You want to minimize the number of laser tag matches they have to play. You might not even have to step into the arena if you can make your run flawless. Lollipop already down. Dosha around the corner. This Molotov is going to make it so hard for them to progress, though. It only goes a little too far, or they've made their way in front of it. Duke Fishura to shut them down as they come. Mizu prevents the transgression through the smoke. And ZNX, damn, that is some good shooting with an unorthodox weapon. Mizu, though, waiting, and ZNX will fall shortly. Xgoat, pristine.
Doesn't scope in with that SG either. It can be a pretty potent weapon if you know how to use it, and proof of the pudding right there. 1v4, still a little all the task, and it's another good round out of Xgoat, one that becomes slightly more expensive than I think they would have hoped for, but nonetheless, Kato upgrades that MP9, and they still come away with the 2 rifles, much heftier. With the buy here, a strong arsenal, a great nade as well. Kato sponges them up as they come his way. They'll play through the flames also, so they're all just so low on health. And it's not even him to find the lion's share of the kills. He does the damage, but it's Duke Fishura to finish off. Getting an early tally going once again. He was 12-1 just a few rounds into that first map. He sat 8-1 here. Matching that same kind of freak over and over again is Lollipop by himself, 1v5.
Yeah, I'm not sure how easy it is going to be to replicate when you go against Donstu or Fast Plays in the grand finals. Now, I think there's no doubt that it's very likely that Donstu are more than capable of making it to the finals. So I think that kind of match is going to be really fun to watch. But this tournament has ended up with so many one-sided games because the 2 or 3 teams that are really good have just been unplayably good.
Yeah, there's been a real disparity. And I think assuming that we get the finals that we expect, it will be a very, very good one. But if we do somehow end up with an upset, then it also sort of proves that either Minskow, if they're able to pull this back, or Fast Plays, also very capable on the day. And a lot of the time that has a huge amount of weight behind it. It's not always about who's the better team. It's who's woken up on the right side of the bed. You can't be consistently great all the time. Sometimes you have bad days. Sometimes you have really good ones. That coincides with...
Definitely having a really good one.
Yeah, they are.
Especially Duke for sure. Like, he's been popping off. Like, if he can somehow put this form into a little capsule and take it into the finals, I think he will elevate his team's chance of winning by at least 50%.
As we know, though, things can turn around quite quickly.
Ooh.
This could be the start of it, actually. Mendel and Lollipop, a couple of big kills. Mizu, that's an important pick up there in Ivy. Allows his teammate to stay alive for a second longer with that AWP, but gets overwhelmed from the front instead. Mizu realizes, they've cut their losses. They've gone towards B. This retake becomes a whole lot harder. 8 seconds left, though. Might allow him to isolate these 2 fights as one was planting the bomb. But they get off of it. Sphinx finds the headshot. Good round from Minskow. And as I say, could be a little bit of a turning point here for these boys because, well, they really need it to be, frankly.
Even this round gets really close because there was a couple of moments there where the AWP tucked into the corner next to the train, like towards Olaf. If he doesn't miss his shot, then suddenly Mizu saving his life from the Ivy player ends up converting into a 2v1. Now that doesn't happen. Minskow able to have a sigh of relief. And being able to come back into the game kind of hinges on being able to break the economy of the CTs so you can have somewhat of a landslide going into things. Still plenty of weaponry now, though. Minskow still have a pretty insurmountable buy to deal with.
Now, the one thing that we haven't really mentioned is obviously you have the potency of the CT side here on Train. But for Minsk House, that does really mean that they're only looking for 4 or so rounds, right? They're a quarter of the way there. They've still got plenty left to play with.
Quarter of the way is a diabolical way to glaze a single round, but okay. I appreciate your effort.
Fine. It's a step in the right direction. And yeah, as I say, the benchmark isn't too high. There isn't a huge amount of pressure. They might be able to pull off a second here as well. Mizu once again called upon in the 2 versus 1. This one seems a little bit easier because 1 is low. And for whatever reason, they decide to line up and allow him to get it done with a single spray.
They peek from the same sides. I don't get it. Like peeking from the right of E-Box and coming out a long dog at the same time, just lining up, ends up becoming a freebie kill for him. We'll get to see it again in the replay. Look at that. That was poorly poised.
Yeah, there's 100 ways to play that round, and more often than not, it'll go in your favor, but that was absolutely a losing recipe. Lollipop, just like we were seeing him do on the T side of Dust 2, flying out along, getting these entries. He does it again here. Hey, main, pops the head of the first. That's Duke for sure, a big hitter to go down early. Problem is his teammates are only stacked up with the pistols, so this is still going to be a big ask coming out onto B. Ado drops back. Ooh, should have been an entry, doesn't get it. Now they're in trouble.
Wow. MDS is making this Tech 9 look like a shotgun. He's scaling up, shooting them right in the face. And if only they knew how low 3 of these players are, then they might have still given it a crack, but they know that they've let this round be absolutely cooked. And Josh, if you're still feeling hopeful for Minsk House, now you can say that they've gotten halfway there in regards to getting the appropriate number of rounds on the T side.
There's no need.
We know Minsk House is capable, though, right? Like, they have the pieces to do this. Now, it really sucks that they're going up against Xcode not only, like, specifically on a day where Duke Fishura is having the time of his life and everyone else is also hitting their shots. Like, they are just lined up in synchronicity, all cylinders firing. But I guess that is the type of energy that you save for finals day. Bit of a scuffle outside. MDS scaled up towards Long Dog. They're going to have to be very careful with how they pull out the utility. They're playing a very triangular setup here, so they can help each other out. Very focused on making sure they can't make through the doors here. That's a big one.
Okay. Yeah, should be Mo. Important shot to hit as they emerge out, and they almost line up for him, give him a collapse. Not what you want to do against the Orpha on the E-Box. Good crossfire setup. And it's going to be difficult to dismantle. In fact, near impossible. It's Mizu and Mo. 1-2 sucker punch. ZNX left to his own devices. 5 HP to his name. A nice flip, to be fair, but won't get anything more out of it. Mo trades it back, and yeah, the X-Goat's right back to winning ways. They do need to be careful with these kind of little random rounds that they're losing here and there. As I say, Minsk House don't need too many on their T side to call it a decent one.
Yeah, I would like to point out that that was a really good setup from them because not only is it the triangular setup that lets you deal with everything that can come your way on A, but also specifically, Mo is pushed up with the AWP. So he ends up peeking with a sniper in a position where you generally expect a rifle, which is why they so easily get funneled into the sniper. Bit of an unorthodox way of playing the three-man setup. Now, Dosha isn't going to let ZNX get too cheeky. Obviously, MDS had a big round with the Tech 9, but that's all he's had. But still, once you've had the experience of being pummeled by the Tech 9s like that, you don't want to play up close. You don't want to let those pistols get too much space on you. Lollipop, little off angle, shoots a little too high, and Duke for sure is able to punish him for it. Mizu might not be the best idea to play as close as he is, but he's just going to dry peek it. As soon as he gets the kill, backs off.
Good stuff again. It's for 7. MDS and Sphinx just kind of hoping they can deal a little bit of extra damage here. Finish off any of these low HP members. There it is. Headshot onto Mizu. I think he was only on about 5 points of health. That's probably all she wrote. Bombs down in main as well, so it's not like MDS can cause any problems, get them any extra money or anything like that here either. Away against this Orps, having a hard time finding the shot. Mo really overdoes that. They're just continuing to peak, but yeah, I mean, they get there eventually. A little bit of frustration from MDS. He feels like he fancied his chances there. Yeah, comfortable stuff again.
There's obviously just a major mechanical disparity in between these players. I'm not saying that Minsk Cows on some of their better days, they can't get it done, right? Obviously, we've seen the tippity top of what ZNX is capable of doing. Those are the types of days where I think they could actually draw a fast one on the Xcode, but today is not that day. At least it doesn't look like it so far. And the Op v Op duel consistently being won out. Not that ZNX has been able to pick up an AWP many times, but still, Mo dominating. Cade and Dosha barely having to move muscles. Two of the two M's, Mizu and Mo, responsible for a lot of the heavy lifting, and Duke Fushura barely needs to be mentioned. So they're continually going for a pretty aggressive AWP setup. That's the elbow spotted. Duke Fushura goes forward, creates a little bit of space as the Opera goes down, so they still have A-side control.
Just man advantage again. Minsk Cows have to pull away. They'd have known coming into this match that it was going to be a tough one. I'm not sure they were aware it was going to be this tough. This has been brutal. Kato on the tight angle. Needed one there, to be honest. Doesn't actually end up with anything. Mendel with a fast shot. MDS in a good position as well, holding for the flank. They've now actually got the man advantage and the C4 down on the side. Mendel still firing on all cylinders. Duke Fushura is able to trade it back, puts this into a 1v2 clutch, and one that, honestly, you think he might just be able to pull off only if he can catch the time in there. And Sphinx is just perfect with a peek out. Lovely headshot. Big round out of Minsk House. And this is what I was saying before. You've got to be careful with these little ones that they're able to poke and prod here and there. A third puts them close to a decent half. We've got a couple of chances to extend that further.
Can't believe Mo ends up getting anything there. Thought that double peek would be a death sentence. I hear ticks in the chat. I wonder what that's about.
Maybe a bit of VM, maybe a bit of friendly banter. Maybe technical issues. Time will tell.
What time will also tell is whether or not ZNX and MDS can finagle around away from Mizu and Duke Fishura when they're full HP. Lollipop definitely has to step into the big boy shoes of the aforementioned players. The fact that Mizu has cleared out B entirely suddenly makes Duke Fishura certain of what is about to come. Now he starts to get an idea of what's happening. Reaction time's on point. MDS will drop. Duke Fishura just wants to buy himself a little bit of mobility. He drops a smoke, allows Mizu to start to move in. Shot to the elbow. ZNX is just Lollipop remaining, and that is not for long. X-Goat. Don't know what to say. This is a convincing affair on both maps so far.
Yeah, looking for this 9-3 half now. With a little bit of an awkward buy here. And get the job done. Trades were decent from Minskaus, but could not fend off Mizu, who's been tasked with a 2v1 quite a few times now. Finally pulls off a nice little double to end off the round. Seen Kato throw that HE a few times. It's dealt a lot of damage to Minskaus when they've tried to change the pace, head towards B a little bit quicker. This time, they tap the brakes, and Kato's nade is premature. Final round of the half, though. They really need this. I said before, benchmark they're looking to hit is 4 rounds. It won't be anything to brag about, but you can call it a decent half. 3 is not enough. Thin margins here in CS2.
Yeah, it's very clear that Minskaus are starting to drown. If they want to put on that laser tag uniform, they're going to have to put on the life vest first. Please keep yourselves afloat just far enough for laser tag. Tate, go down. This is a very decisive push straight out of low way. Let's just try and keep it contested, but trapped in between two sides. Stay pulled, and Dosha will be left all alone to try and clutch this. Minskaus, 4 was the benchmark you set, and I think 4 is what they're getting away with.
Unless Dosha is able to pull off something magical here. He does take 2, but yeah, you're just playing off the concept. Z and X had to whiff massively to allow that one to go the other way. The chicken.
What are they feeding that chicken? It's getting it's getting a lot bigger.
He's just growing up, man.
Mm-hmm. They grow up so fast.
Yeah.
Over 4 days. Turns into a T-Rex. You know, there's series that's essentially what a T-Rex would look like, because I know all the archaeological photos or like drawings we see of T-Rexes are like they look super mean, but no one knows if they had feathers. So
It's real.
maybe that's what they look like, just big old chickens.
Look at a platypus skeleton.
Yeah.
That's always the one, right? You look at it and you think, oh, like this tail would be like a lizard, but it's not. It's like a big weird bill thing.
Exactly. They don't know jack shit.
They don't know.
Mizu's missing a lot.
Oh, God. That was awkward to watch. We've actually started to see a few of these sort of sloppy gunfights and awkward moments from X-Goat. They went from being incredibly sharp on map 1 and at the start of train here to being in a position where this could really close up. And it does boil down to just sort of 1 or 2 moments. They should have taken a little bit more. You can see it on their faces. They're starting to worry a little bit. I'm not sure how well versed they are with the T side of train. And you got their opponents snapping at their heels, just 3 rounds behind, and probably 2 in just a moment. Yeah, full eco. A nasty start.
Lollipop getting ready to just clean up. Easy peasy push, and yeah, I think you were totally right to point out that 4 rounds is actually good enough as long as you can win the pistol, right? Like that's the one thing that players are worried about. Like if you get 5, 6 rounds, you kind of buy yourself insurance away from just losing the game because you lose the pistol. But if you can get the pistol under your belt, then 8-6, this is suddenly a recoverable outcome. And I'm really liking the uptick in performance here. ZNX finally starting to show us signs of life. Everyone sneaking past, almost everyone sneaking past double digits. Mendel and Lollipop are going to need a moment to recuperate from some of their losses. Dude, for sure, comes right out of mid. And he's going to look pretty crisp on the first, but cannot connect on the second. Mizu, though, comes out mid. 2 kills found. Cade in from Ivy. And it's Mendel left alone in a 1v4. X-Goat unwilling to bow down just yet to Minsk House.
Yeah, we saw something similar yesterday. As soon as they got those weapons back out, they just said, okay, guys, it's time. Let's see this through. Let's send it home. They've got their eyes dead set on the grand finals, and they will not let anybody get in their way. Minsk House have been a worthy, a firm blockade. One that X-Goat should still be able to squeeze their way past. It's going to be a 9th round. They'll draw closer to the finish line. Just 4 rounds now separate them from a spot in the grand finals. A chance to play for the glory and the lion's share of the prize pool. Early start for some of the folks in the crowd. Coming to support their teams. I think we've seen a few more on the X-Goat side. Back on the way, round number 16. This is super important for Minsk House.
Playing it pretty aggressively as well, just trying to get tucked into any of the early positions. Smoke deployed deep on A. And look at how Minsk House are playing. This is a pretty hands-off B setup, but they do want to keep a finger on the pulse by having Lollipop rotating in between sites. And the way Minsk House are playing this, they have ZNX pretty dedicated to making sure only IV is covered. So very different from the triangular setup of X-Goat back when they were on the CT side. Trying to cut off things at the extremities rather than letting them get into the site and take the fights. By the looks of things, though, X-Goat getting ready for a B push. Smoke deployed deep, Molotov as well. Here they come with the flashes. Mandel needs to hold strong. MP9 only good for 1. Duke Fishura keeps being the name that lights up your kill feed. That's 2 down. Axis gained. Mizu up close. He's supposed to stop them. It's a 180 spray down from Mizu. Mo stops in. And ZNX in a 1-on-3. This AWP might be worth more than a tiny chance at a clutch. He's been able to sneak past, tries to isolate the left side duel, but Duke Fishura is smurfing.
There we go. Little smiles break out there. That was an unreal 180 spray. Adamizu has to be asked from the opponent what the hell went wrong there.
No excuses on not getting that kill. I would love to see it from his perspective, honestly. Like, yes, we saw it from Mizu's perspective, but
Sphinx.
Yeah, I just don't get why Sphinx doesn't get the kill there. Like, I wish we could see it, but we don't.
And walking through the smoke can sometimes be a little bit awkward. You sort of feel like a deer in the headlights when you do then emerge out and your screen's no longer grey. But yeah, just massively delayed reaction, a huge whiff on the duel.
Especially when the smoke is on like a bit of an elevation where your feet can poke out from underneath it, but the smoke is still in your face, because that's the kind of awkward angle that's there in the connector of Train. Oh shit.
Yeah.
There he is.
Still, he's the trade. P250 does some good damage, and the 5-7 on the other side of the map follows up the headshot as well. So we actually go into a 3v3. Lollipop's found himself an AK. as the one man with Kevlar. He's got full health behind it too. This could actually get quite interesting. Zenimax has the right idea that there's an AWP coming in from behind.
Big kill.
Big shot, Lollipop. But he can't get the drop onto Duke for sure. Lollipop has to do it all. Duke for sure is low. Lollipop's found his teammate and knows that the last man standing is somewhere in this smoke. That is a huge clutch out of Lollipop. And a 4K from the hero with the Kevlar and pistol. What a round from the superstar. Puts Minzkaus onto 7 and stops Xscope, more importantly, from taking that 11th.
Getting the 11th in the bag just puts you 2 rounds away from the finish line, and Xgoat visibly disappointed by it, right? And even in the dying embers of a round, we saw Duke Fishura get away with 2 kills there, right? Look at that replay. That's 1, 2 on the faraway duel. Eventually runs out of bullets, so he tries to sneak through the smoke. Can't really blame him for a fading smoke. Diana's definitely going on his teammates for the fumble that they had in Ivy. Thought that they would make it look a lot cleaner, prevent Doja's AK from being picked up. But we'll see whether or not Xscope can recover this. A golden opportunity for Minzkaus to step back into the picture. Lollipop, though, does want to stop them right in their tracks. Going to laser tag, that's anyone's game. I know Xscope have looked good in the laser tag department, but
I think both teams have.
Exactly. There's just that added element of a tiny bit of randomness you've got there when you're playing in real life, right? Hitting keys is always, but you can't trust your body 100% of the time. Apparently, even hitting plain old keys isn't perfect.
Yeah, it's definitely not that same level of consistency. I'd be happy to say Xscope are the better CS team. They will be 9 times out of 10, but I'm not sure I'd hedge those bets in the laser tag arena. Same frequency. Mendel brings his way through connector. A little bit awkward as Mizu somehow doubles up. MDS is able to trade 1 back, so we go into a 2v2, but considering Lollipop's efforts to find those opening kills, it should not be a round that they stare down the barrel of losing. MDS has got the AWP to negate the fact that he's low on health. Duke for sure. Who else would you want in this position? He's 22 and 11, and he's now called upon for a 2v1 clutch. ZNX has found Mizu. Duke for sure on a nasty little head angle, just jiggles for the shots, but cannot connect. And yeah, flies back in his chair. Bit of a reaction from him as he knows he should have had that. The standard he's been playing at today, that was routine. He'll miss out on the opportunity.
The reason they win that 2v2 is because they follow Bogdan's law right there. They switch weapons. They go back specifically to exchange hands. ZNX is put on the rifle, and that's why he can find the kill on the right side towards Olaf, and then also go into the site while using the AWP as bait. If ZNX was the one wielding the op with more HP, it would be so hard to get a multi-kill there. So I love that they pay attention to details. Xgoat could actually be threatened. In fact, with broken economy and the disadvantageous side, I would be favoring Minzkaus a little bit more. 10 rounds should pretty much be a guarantee as long as you don't fumble big. Weapons bad. Missing utils. You have 1 chance to get onto a site because you cannot scale back. You cannot pull back when you've got nothing else in the chamber, Josh.
Smoke goes down to heaven. It's actually going to make ZNX's job quite tricky. He's now got a lot more ground to cover. Can't necessarily just stay scoped in on an angle. Nice opening from Mendel, but one's already crossed out onto the site. Mo with a big pickup. And ZNX doubles up. That is so important. And this bomb's still yet to cross. There it is. Should be able to tap in these digits now, but I think they quite like to isolate at least one more duel before doing so. Realizing that the clock's kind of up with it, and they've just got to tap it down. Play this 2v3. Mizu misses the chance. They're still worried about a flank.
Mizu wants to go big. He knows that leaving your tournament life at the mercy of a laser tag game He's hard to digest, but he's playing this perfectly. Circling around, that's one shot to the body. There's one player remaining. It's all about who hits the shot first, and he's taking the defuse. There's the swing from Mizu, and he'll keep them going.
Oh,
Massive work.
frustrating for MDS. There's no right way to play that. I think he's gone for the right call of just sticking the defuse and hoping that Mizu doesn't call his bluff. If he taps it there, he's so low on health that he's very unlikely to win that gunfight.
Just look at the 6th gear that they've been able to kick into, right? We had Mo popping off, we had Duke for sure, and now Mizu's the one with 20 kills and almost a KDR of 2. In a finalist qualification game, MDS, Frey's going to be fumbled, Cade creates space, ZNX, the big man himself, the spearhead of his squad, will quickly succumb to his wounds as well. Mo continuing to add to the damage. Minsk House, that last round was the fork in the road, Josh. To tie it all together, to bring it to the 10-10 standpoint, leverage your advantageous side. Straight off the back of a clutch, they are powering through to the finals. There's going to be one chance in the tank, and even that won't have the best of wheels behind it. Look at how scarce their money is. Less than $1,000 across the team, and even with the loss bonus, they are down to 2K.
Yeah, honestly finding some really exceptional last-minute form here. X-Goats dig deep. After losing a string of rounds that really did put this game in contention. Minskat's being on their CT side, there was a moment in which I started to favour them. I thought that we were going to see that decider map. Now I'm not so sure. They need 4 in a row just to take us to OT and bring their equity back to 50%. They got 2 MP9s, 3 upgraded pistols to try and take them there. This is looking like a real shot in the dark. Dozier kicks things off with a good nade. Big kill.
Just feels like the beginning of the end, Josh. This might be it. Minsk House. They knew what they were getting into. They know there's no laser tag for losers. X-Goat is 2 kills to find. Sphinx knows that he is absolutely cooked here. And Dosha gets the final kill to eliminate the opponents and get themselves to that finalist spot. Only one finalist remains to be decided.
Routine stuff. X-Goat, your first grand finalists. We'll be seeing who will be joining them between EFP and Donstu a little bit later. Minsk House aren't completely out of it yet. They'll get a chance to play in the 3rd place decider a little bit later on. But yeah, their hopes and dreams of being crowned the champions this year goes out the window. It was hard fought on train, but still that 2-0 result. And yeah, Dust 2 was also a really, really tough one. We're going to throw things over to the desk to break that one down before getting into our second semi-finals. What do you think of that game, guys?
First of all, congrats to X-Goats for this win. Honestly, well deserved, especially that it was a close. It wasn't like we expected at all. But we say hard luck to Minsk House. You still have one more game to go for the 3rd place. But that was an amazing map, especially that train. We didn't see X-Goats playing on it, and I think they struggled a little bit actually.
In the second half, yeah, they did struggle a bit figuring out what to do, but in the first half they were just dominating up against Minsk. As we again and again, it's the same story. They are not put in the ideal situation they want to be in. They wanted to start on the CT side, but they didn't win the 9th round, so they end up starting on the T side. It's a team that really drives on momentum, and they were not able to find that. And X-Goat now going to the grand finals. The defending champions' dream for back-to-back is still alive.
Yeah, and we talked about, you mentioned the CT side not being. I mean, they did get 4 rounds, which is okay in a map like Train. There were always signs of comeback, but then X-Goat switched it up on the T side where they went for that B play and they had a good setup there, and then they switched it once again with a very fast push into A. That was the beauty of XGOAT's tactical plan. I think this is why they picked Train, is that they have so much to do and so much freedom with their movement, and they have a very good reading and understanding of how the map goes. And looking at the score of both teams, Duke for sure, he was the MVP of this match. The guy was insane, didn't miss any single AK or an M4 shot. He was really on point with all of his with both games, sorry. And then on the other side, I mean, besides Mendel, I think he struggled a bit, but everyone else had a really good game as well. Sphinx showed some signs of life in Train, but Lollipop, with that clutch, we thought there would be a comeback, and
Yeah.
they did get a couple of rounds after that. But overall, it's a team play, and the team play on XGOAT was much better here than Minsk House.
Yeah, like we saw Xcode, honestly, from the first map, they're playing way much better as a team and also as individuals. But this doesn't mean that it's the end for Minsk House. That's in the end for the finals, but they still have another map, which is gonna be against the losers. Sorry, of the next city. We still have also another city today, which is gonna be the game between Dunks 2 and the
EFP.
Ended Fast.
EFP,
Yeah, Ended Fast.
yes.
Actually, another best of three that we're gonna talk about. Maybe we're gonna make it to the physical, maybe not like we did now. And actually, I feel pretty sad that we didn't make it to the later.
Well, the possibilities are endless here in CS2, but the main team that is going to be blocking them to the grand finals is going to be Dons2, which have been dominating ever since in the group stage. So this is a big toll to ask, and we can all assume that EFP are the underdogs coming into the series.
Yeah, EFP are so far the dark horse. I mean, I don't think lots of people expected them to reach this stage, but they did, and they showed why they are, especially yesterday. They have a very tough match against Dons2. Dons2 are one of the strongest teams,
Yes.
if not the strongest. And yeah, we're going to expect a very good series as well.
Yeah, we still have two more series to go on live. Three. One of them is gonna be for the third place, but we still have the semi-final for the second group and also the final. So don't go so far. We will come back to you after the break.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous robotics and many other activities.
Running a business doesn't have to be complicated. At Solutions Plus, we provide a tailored combination of consulting, business process outsourcing, and technology solutions, from digital to finance, procurement, HR, ESG, and integrated facilities management. We take care of it all, letting you focus on success. Partner with Solutions Plus and take your business to the next level.
Health is the essence of who we are. M42 is a global health champion harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, technology and genomics to transform healthcare systems and ensure that everyone, everywhere, has access to the care they need. Our dedication to health knows no borders, and we serve with the belief that health is not a privilege. It is a universal right.
What if the spaces between us could disappear? And one move makes all the difference. Sometimes it feels like bonds growing stronger across any distance. When the spaces between us disappear, beautiful things happen.
Looking for car, health, or home insurance? Don't waste hours calling around. At insurancemarket.ae, I bring you quotes from the UAE's top insurers in seconds. Compare, choose, and buy instantly, all in one place. Over 200,000 policyholders already trust us with a 4.8-star rating. Join them today. Insurancemarket.ae, where insurance gets smarter. Insurancemarket.ae.
Energy is life. And today, life is happening in two worlds, physical and digital. In Abu Dhabi, where source energy powers innovation, a new kind of energy rises. An energy that unites worlds through intention and action. Where physical skills meet digital mastery and next generation of champions are born. This is where talent meets technology. Where strength meets strategy. Where energy amplifies through action and powers the future. The games of the future, powered by ADNOC.
who's gonna be the winner or who's gonna be the finalist actually in this tournament, Games of the Future, Counter-Strike and laser tag. This is the question that we've been asking, and we're gonna know now after the second series of the playoffs.
Okay, I was like wondering what you're gonna be throwing it to me, but it was air. Donsu up against EFP. That is the match that we're gonna be watching here. We have seen Donsu really dominate the competition, especially in Group B. Meanwhile, EFP had to really fight their way towards the playoffs, which we did see a phenomenal game coming from them yesterday up against Liga Pro Team, which made them qualify here in the playoffs. So, judging based on that alone, they are the underdogs coming into this, but I still have the heart of the underdogs, hoping to see them perform well.
Yeah, and on AFP's side, I mean, we've spoken about Miwo and Doshka in specific, Doshka being the Oper and Miwo being one of the best riflers
Yes.
in the playoff stage. And as well as Consume had some good moments as well yesterday. So I think if these players pop up, then there is a chance, a very high chance for Enfast, please. On the other side, we have Donstu with very, very strong players, and these players are gonna be S7 in specific with AWP and Nosik. We can't
Yes,
forget
correct.
his crazy KD 8 was I think it was 8 KD yesterday. If these guys have a good game, then it's gonna be a bad news for EFP.
Yeah, well, let's hope for the best for the two teams because we're gonna have a huge match today, or actually huge matches where we're gonna see the finalists. Actually, this is gonna be the semi-final. It's a really interesting game, but also we have the final after this game. But before we go to the final and before we talk more about the games and what's coming next, we have the players to welcome us every time. As usual, we're gonna go to the stage together and we're gonna welcome the player together with the walkout. So let's give them a warm welcome and see you later.
Team introductions. All right, so first team, make some noise. Give an Abu Dhabi welcome for Dodge 2 Esports. Some fans in the audience. So joining us, we have Isolation, Nozick, Stone, Twixer, and Voider. And joining them in the physical stage later, we have Gralin and Cookser. One more time, let's make some noise for Donster Esports. All right, and in the other corner, they are back. Please give it up for End Fast, please. All right, joining us, we have Consume, Deutsche, Kima, Miwo, and Scorpion on the digital stage. And on the physical stage later, joining those gentlemen, we have Wabaki. All right, so who's going to win? Who's going to win the semi-final? This is a knockout stages now, so whoever loses this is out. Whoever wins is straight to the final. Cannot wait for this. Cannot wait for this. It's all to play for $150,000 up for grabs. Can I get a woo? Not bad, huh? Not bad for a day's work, huh? But these guys have been training hard for this moment, so very best of luck, teams. I'll hand it over right to you.
We are here in the second semi-final of the day. We have two teams, two of the best teams that we had out of 8 that made it to the semi-final. We're seeing them. We see how they're excited. Maybe they're more excited than us in the end.
Yeah, but you better calm down the emotions, right? You don't want to be too up there when you are in the server. You have to put your game face on, you know, All right, cool. But going on forward, Tux and I were actually talking earlier on during the break about map selections and basing it on the performances that you were doing yesterday in the side of EFP. I would say mostly one of the performances they did really well was in Dust 2 up against X Goat, which was fairly close as well. And Ancient is one of the things they are also performing. But Dons 2 have an amazing Ancient, you know, play there. So I don't know. It's all up to air on what the maps could be. Maybe a Mirage per se.
Yeah, I mean, also like EFP had good games on Inferno. They played it twice, so I think it's a matter of what they are more comfortable and what they because sometimes even if you have a strong map pool, you need to think about your opponents because you might have a strong Mirage, but your opponents might have a stronger Mirage. Whether you want to play on your strength or their weakness, that's up to you and your homework. But as you mentioned, I think, yeah, Inferno could be there. Ancient and Dust 2 were some of those maps that were played a lot. And Donsu obviously have maybe more one-sided matches, so they have more options here. They did play crazy games yesterday. They did struggle on Overpass and Dust 2, so I'm not sure. I mean, Overpass maybe more struggle, but Dust 2 was something that they were comfortable on. So yeah,
We have actually a little spoiler from the cameras to the screens of the player where we see there is a Dust 2, and let's
There you
say
go.
that Dust 2
definitely
is
Dons 2.
Dance to actually pick, where also there is a second map after all, which is going to be Ancient. You talked already about Ancient, which is the pick of EFP. It's going to be their second map and maybe their last map if they don't go to the physical game.
Yep, if you don't go there. But going on forward to Dust 2, I mean, it's a running meme here when you say you can't say Dust 2 without saying Dons 2, right? So it's one of the maps that you do love playing on. And more or less, we have to emphasize on having a good start here and making sure that you do get the knife rounds because those knife rounds can dictate the pacing for the matchup between these two. If you're the side of EFP, you're looking for the CT if you can, as the knife is there, a 2v1 around the corner. No, just give it 1v1, and they lost that.
Yeah, Dons 2 won that, so they have their map and they have their pick offside. So that's gonna be bad news for EFP. Yesterday, Donsu on those two, they won 13-2 against the Mexico team and 13-1 against E7, and slightly struggled against Miskhouse with 13-11. On the other side of EFP, they lost 13-10 against X-Goat, and that's the only time they played Dust2. So on paper, it looks like Dons2 are stronger, but anything is possible. EFP, up until yesterday's match, they weren't qualified, and then they did an amazing performance, and that made them go through to the semifinal. And now they're here, and now this is their chance.
And beside the performance, a little bit of luck, let's say. It was kind of a good decision to actually give them the points because maybe they're our best team that we have for the semi-final, and we're gonna see them again in Dust 2. But the boys, Dust 2, as we said, Dust 2 played it 3 times, but the EFP they played it only once. Who do you think is gonna be the winner of this map?
Dons2.
Well, I'm hoping for EFP to get this one done, actually.
A 1-1. So
I mean, I have hopes and I have, prediction. I think I predict Dons2 this.
Okay, we have predictions and we have hopes, but all of this is gonna be decided in game. That's why let's jump with our casters and enjoy the game.
We've got EFP, the dark horse of the tournament, who started at the bottom, the least known but one of the most feared, against the reigning champions of the world ranking in the Phygital realm, and that is Dons2. We're about to head into Dust 2, and the closest anyone has gotten to toppling the Giants has been a 13-11 from Miskhouse. Josh, do you think EFP can upgrade that scoreline?
I think so, but EFP, they've impressed me over this weekend. I think they've been fantastic. But this might be too tall a task. Don Stu, they've been amazing in and outside of the server. They're the only team that made it through the group stage with 9 points and no losses. And here in the pistol round, kicking things off. HG's going to blow the smoke open. Doshka's already crossed, and the Glocks actually find the entry and do a lot of damage. This bomb's going to go down.
7 down. Mimo and Kimar doing well to put down the players of Donstu. And I don't think we've seen any underdog come out of the gate swinging like this on the pistols. EFP holding strong on the side itself. Donstu, they're going to have to wait a little while if they want to make themselves relevant. Because EFP looking comfortable to start.
Wow, this would be quite the upset. And yeah, not the kind of force that I was expecting to see EFP come into this match with, to be honest. I expected this game to have the same kind of energy as our first semi-finals of the day. A heavy favourite, a one-sided performance, but EFP, as they've shown all weekend, are here to surprise. They're here to play. They're here to be crowned the champions. They won't take anything less. Face in towards the B site. They are walking into a full stack, but to be honest, that just makes it easier for the Mac 10 to farm the money. And yeah, the energy's up. And these boys are just looking fiery as they have been.
There's just levels to EFP. They can always peel the layers back, and there's something more to be revealed. When they came into the tournament, I think not a lot of people had a lot of expectations from them, right? But now that they've started in the semifinals against Donstu in a pretty solid fashion, I love to see how far they can take this. Honestly, if they keep playing like this, this could be one of those games that actually has us put on the laser tag uniforms. It's kind of hard to see sometimes before the finals. And I wonder if we'll finally see some laser tag in either the semis or the finals themselves. Weapons now out though. That's the AWP in the hands of 7. Love the bit of trolling that the Observer does, looking right down the scope. 7, big miss shot though. Going on the cross.
Wow. Doshka on the corner, still with the contingency of the Mac 10, but if they can somehow make this work, it will be flying ahead. No 6 beats the molly. Nasty little angle, but with the shots. Takes the bullet straight to the head. EFP continuing to press forwards. Kimar with the entry. They are not dropping a single member. This is really quite surprising. In 4v2, they'll call for the save, but Consume's in a very, very nasty position. He will be able to take out one of those rifles. This Orc might not even get out alive. Not sure he'd have heard that sound cue, but should know that it lingers around here somewhere.
Yeah, and just a reminder for the audience, Donstu is a team that has gone 9-0 to make it all the way here. They have not dropped a single map, laser tag or otherwise. The closest anyone has gotten has been Minsk House with 11 points on Dust 2 against them. So I guess if we've seen any chinks in their armor, it has been Dust 2. So this is prime real estate for EFP to be picking up. But the question mark for me personally is, how is this happening on a map that Dons 2 like picking into? And I don't just mean this 3-0 lead. I'm talking about what we've been seeing so far. Like, this is... Dust 2's been the weakest map for them overall. Weakest might be a bit egregious to say, but still, at least not as strong as the others. EFP poised, taking care not to transgress without utility. Oh, that can happen to the best of us, Doigo. It's a little edge on the windowsill. Molotov comes flying right back. Bottle hits you in the face. Don't think it'll affect anything. Minute 10 on the clock. Did that happen again? Did two players miss their molly off the same windowsill?
Oh man, that is awkward, and it's awkward because it would have landed as well. They're not up against much here, so it probably shouldn't matter, but yeah, not good signs. No Sick going to play through the smoke, dealt with by Miro, who's just holding patiently.
Okay, thankfully, even with the fumbles, they still end up cleaning house. 5-7 can't seem to get much action from behind.
Shot. So we'll see that. Another really strong round out of EFP. They just ride in this wave. We've seen them over the past couple of days do this. They get the energy up. They get into this flow state. You just kind of seem unstoppable. This is 4-0 now. Donstu got smoked in the opening come round. And if they buy up again, they're going to be getting flashbacks to what unfolded last time around. Aggressive from the AWP, very aggressive. And a 7 in fact. Should be good for at least the one. Actually, double dips. And wow, that is certainly quite the statement.
And that is the pacing that we expected Donstu to come into the game with. Better late than never. The double from 7 certainly warms up the fingers of the AWP player. We saw this happen to CNX in the last game, where it took him a while to adjust to the AWP, adjust to finding his fragging potential back. Unfortunately, it was just a little too late. It's not too late for Donstu. Pat Star doesn't have to be a bad finish. 4-0 is nothing. Miro knows he's certainly likely to walk the plank, but be all right if he can get something on the way out. Tries to chase the Opper, but Twixar awaits him. So, first mark on the grand scoreboard. Donstu, of course, as the highest rated team, aren't willing to bend the knee. I think the one team that could have actually done so much for them, so much against them is like Zero Tenacity, right? Because initially when we got the team rosters, we thought Z10 was going to be at the stage as well, but they weren't at the last stage. That would have been fun to watch as well.
Yeah, I think they would have been head and shoulders above the competition. X-God maybe would have been a worthy opponent, but yeah, we maybe would have had some exciting games. Ultimately, of all of the teams that we have here this weekend, you've got some strong sides, but for the most part, mixed teams. Mixed teams with like 1 or 2 decent players that have played at like a tier 2 or sort of old tier 1 level. If we were to have had Z10 here, yeah, they you know, they're like a top 70 team. I know they weren't sort of just before they disbanded, but yeah, round about that kind of mark and yeah, sort of actively playing at that kind of level, I think they would have been just the best team here. But their absence gives opportunity. The EFP want to seize it. It's been a great start here to Dust 2, but they are starting to lose control a little bit. Mevo and Consume would quite like to claw this round back.
It's likely they do.
Opportunity. Oh, that's big.
Yeah, especially with Mevo getting that initial kill. Oh no, Consume has put down Voider. That's just the AWP remaining now. I thought EFP would slow down, but surely they show no signs of it. The AWP is going to try and get an action. 7 wants to be down in position to catch them coming if they want to progress through the middle doors and into the double doors of B, but knows he's locked out. There are several gauntlets he must clear before he makes it through. The first challenge of which is making it past the middle doors. Audio cue's given up, so the player responsible for cutting off the rotation can get to that in just a moment. Bomb already a quarter of the way ticked down, so he's not really making too well on time. As he starts permeating through the gates, though, that's it. He finds the car player. No, he had one shot to get it done. Second shot missed. There's the second player, and Miwo to put him down. A much worse performance from Seven here than it has been in the rest of the tournament.
Scary stuff. I think the big problem for me, right, when it comes to EFP, is they need to get this done in 2 bites. These guys have not looked great on the laser tag arena at all this weekend, and Donstu have been unstoppable. Not only have they not dropped a single map in the laser tag arena, but actually I think 2 of their 3 games have gone 6-0 at least. So yeah, they are very, very formidable in that department. Therefore, the Counter-Strike server needs to be where EFP prove their mettle. So far, they really are. And their opponent's map pick as well. It's 5-1. They didn't allow Donstu to string 2 together. After the single win, beautiful shot out of Dodgka. Very fast. Isolation. Wasn't even going for the mid pick. Just looking to be left alone. Allowed to head to B. An advantage straight off the bat.
Trixar takes a big nade. EFP. I cannot believe they are walking Donsu. Nozick though, it was his superstar potential that got them through so many of the games that they've previously been in. But look at this from Doika. Tries to play the shotgun sniper. And with 7 being as low as he is, there is still an olive branch for Scorpion to try and clutch this out. Bomb recovery is going to take a second because it's dropped over on short. It would take a single bullet through the body of 7 to get rid of him. Scorpion, if he waits a little while here on the mid doors, he might get the opportunity to do just that. But the missing info is the problem. Look at how he could potentially find a timing on the short there. He's got his cross replacement right, but Nozick's just a little bit faster. So a big sigh of relief for Donstu.
These rounds are starting to come a hell of a lot closer. And yeah, big sigh of relief indeed. Could not allow these buy rounds to just continue slipping. It's an unbelievable shot from Dodgka. They're unable to convert off of the early man advantage. Money still here to the T side. In fact, the buy is actually looking a little bit better, arguably. No, maybe not, actually. See the 2 Galils in place of the FAMAS. Very even stuff, let's call it. Good HG. Get Scorpion down low. Returning the favor with a little bit of spam damage. Voida from the angle with a FAMAS. Flash through is Scorpion. Across to the blue box. Kima out of the mid doors. Somehow finds a gap. Ignores the cross for the A site. And just picks off one towards B. Slips away. Another man advantage that's untraded for now. 7's got to hit these shots. Oh no.
The amount of time 7 has been responsible for letting go is just inexcusable, but maybe, how is this happening? Every time the camera is on the superstar Opper, he seems to miss through the bodies. Thankfully, his teammates are able to clean up after him. They won't be able to do that every single time, and even this round might not be fully packaged and ready to go. Bomb dropped an LT, though, makes things a hell of a lot easier. Water with shoulder peaks towards suicide. Couple bullets escape his FAMAS and find consume. And Scorpion is just way too far for it to really even be possible as he drops into CT. 7 is quick with the trigger. But that could have been so foiled, Josh.
Could have been. Again, though, it's just these openings. these early advantages time and time again in the way of EFP. Somehow, things still going wrong. It's back-to-back rounds where they've put it into a 5-on-4 and it's gone untraded. And Donstu have still managed to swing in their favour. Richie, oh, that does massive damage to Ixar's. Also, shotgun follows up as well. We actually saw this weapon purchased a couple of times from him yesterday here on Dust 2. Likes to get aggressive in the lower tons with the shotgun. A little bit more out of it here. Just doesn't get it. Taken out by the Glock, but maybe a blessing in disguise. We probably won't see it come out again in the next. They start to wake up and warm up here. Perhaps EFP's reign of terror has come to an end. The scoreline about to close up.
The thing that really scares me is that EFP, we're on the cusp of getting like 7 to 8 rounds even, right? So easily any of those 4v3s, 3v3s could have been converted. We'd be looking at a totally different outcome. Donstu, though, good to keep themselves away from that loss. You know, they've had some troubles on Dust 2 in the past, so if there's one map that EFP could overpower them on, it is this one. Now, I'm not sure how much faith I have in EFP to be able to take the laser tag, but getting to the laser tag arena at all suddenly puts you at a huge risk of losing, not on the basis of the game you've been practicing all day, Counter-Strike, but one that needs you to excel in physicality. And of course, when you sign up for this tournament, you know that's what you're getting into, but Counter-Strike is 60% of the game. Slow approach from EFP. A lot of their faster pushes not being met with any early aggression this time, so they don't get an open opportunity. Twixar is going to be in a little bit of trouble if they can scale up on him. Knows he's going for a couple of jump spots. Here's the utility coming. Now they need to be crisp. Smoke deployed to try and buy themselves a little bit of space. Twixar to stop them. That's 1, 2 with a Thomas. Eventually refrag. Doika with a wide swing. Voider to try and fight back, and he doesn't get chased by the bullets as he turns the corner. Now in a 2-on-3.
Very, very winnable here for EFP. As Dodge Cut decides to force the issue, jumps up onto the boxes, takes the fight into the CT spawn, but Void is able to trade right back. It's on to Consume. Last man standing, 2 to find, and he just can't seem to pop the head. Eventually gets there, however.
Sees him.
And against the AWP, spots him coming up the ramp. You're looking for the timing.
Adjustment.
It's beautiful. That is brilliant. 7 takes out the molly. It's a bit of a mistake, and Consume pulls off a massive clutch to keep EFP ahead.
I love the micro
They've definitely
adjustment
lost some of that mojo, haven't they? But they're still looking strong.
I'm not sure if you noticed what he did there. He feigned running away to short, and as soon as the Opera brings out his utility, right there on the unpeak, there was like less than a second to make the adjustment, start running right back. That's why he gets caught out in the open. Look at this, first kill from Consume. He feigns that he's going away. That's the jump up right there, and he just fights it right back. Normally you'd think Galil versus Op, surely the Galil tucks away, right? But no, he's large and in charge, faces his fears. Donstu might actually be in hot water. This was certainly a solid dark horse run so far, but I thought maybe they'd finally fall flat when it's time for finals, when you're up against the strong favorites, but EFP are making a fan out of me.
Definitely the right thing to do. Last thing you want is either A, the AWP posting up on your angle, or B, trying to commit to the defuse. The bomb actually wasn't planted for short, so it wasn't really an option for him to play the timer there. Pretty masterful, though, out of Consume. Don't see Doshka hit the cross shot this round. That's a crazy thing to expect of him, but we've seen it a couple of times now. Either he's found the kill or been able to inflict damage. A dry push out along, but it's silent. Voider might be in for a nasty surprise. They'll clear the corners. Barrel spotted first, however, so it will be good for the one. Follow up. Scorpion, insta trade. Dodgka shoots the elbow of 7, gives them a man advantage and room here on the A site. It's a bit of a fumble out of Consume. Doesn't get up short and makes noise, but he's ready for this tons push.
Yeah,
Oh,
poorly done
timing.
from
It's going to be
7.
everything.
Oh. Yeah, he definitely had that info in the back of his mind, right? He does go for a quick check, but you're right to point out the timing was the issue. Flashbang is great. Kimar stopping him, and that is 2 instant kills. Even when they play by the book, when they flash into the angle, Kimar rips it apart and sends the favorites back in. I'm loving this. This is a game that I was looking forward to. This level of competition, this neck and neck fight from the underdog that we have yet to see in the entirety of the tournament. Now finally coming out, Josh.
Wow, 7 rounds here for EFP. They'll win the half no matter what. They'll have a chance for 8 here too. Twixart cowers away and holds onto his rifle, knowing it's going to be a necessary tool in the next round, as they're not going to have heaps of cash to work with. Just being dismantled here, though, being given the early long control. And therefore an opportunity to cross into the corner next to the pit, somehow still losing control. Look at this buy. Twixar's back on a shotgun. He's dropped the AK over to Nosik. Alongside, there's a Mag 7, an MP9, a Scout on 7. This is really quite awkward. Could definitely yield an 8th here for EFP.
Door going to open. B is empty. Anyone that could even fathom going for a flank has quickly been punished. So now you've got an odd collection of weapons to try and take this retake with much worse numbers. 7 just managed to get one of them off. Makes the retake a little bit easier, but this might be the hardest bomb site in the game to retake, so let's not count on it. Even 5 rounds wouldn't be anything to write home about, but here they come. It's a firing range that they're playing against. Consume takes out the tunnel sprung. Nozick is still trying to show us some of his mechanical brilliance, but he'll be put to bed by someone equally potent. Kimar to get the last laugh and get the 8th for EFP.
Wow, wow, wow. Showing that they're mortal at Onstu. We were talking about how they've gone unbeaten throughout the entire competition so far. 9-0. And now they're struggling. And the frustration setting in as well. You can see that on Twixart.
We've never seen this before.
Yeah.
What's so weird is that even when EFP have been losing, they've looked charged up, right? They were celebrating like every one of their comeback round wins when they were being pummeled. But you don't see that same level of energy from Donstu. I love how Kimar is able to rally the troops, right? You have one player or the other that can always pop up to make sure the energy is still high in the communications department. Now this pistol round is going to be of the essence as we scale into tunnels. Things get messy, but 1-for-1's not bad for either team.
This pistol round is worth its weight in gold for Donstu. They really do need to be winning it, and Mevo makes that a whole lot harder. Single bullet required. Pops the head and Osick as it emerges over the short box. With 1:10 on this clock, Donstu seem to be pretty dead set. Trying to take a bit of room up short. Mevo's still alive on the corner. He's actually going to aggress off of that contact too. He's got Consume here with him. Molly goes deep. They're playing ahead. Mevo follows up for one more. 7 can't trade it. Consumes there. It's all on to Twixar. 1v4. He gets nothing out of it. Twika follows. Look at the energy. Screaming, shouting, fist bumps, high fives. And that's got to be so frustrating to hear when you're on the receiving end. It's just perfection out of the defense.
And it's down to the details, right? It feels like the team is playing better. It feels like everyone is hitting their shots. I cannot believe that today I'm watching 7 be completely outplayed. And the crazy thing is, we were criticizing how Seven's been missing so many of his crucial shots, right? But he's like the second highest fragger on their team. There are players who are playing much worse than him. 5 kills for Twixar, 9 for Nozick, 2 for Isolation is a bit egregious. Especially when he was one of the big men leading the charge.
The crazy part about this, and I don't want to get too far ahead here because it still is only map 1, but EFP, if they were to make it to the grand finals, and of course they'd be facing up against the X-Goats, we saw these two teams face up against each other in the group stage. X-Goat took it 2-0, and we didn't really think much of it. I think we were both sort of under the impression that the... these blocks are doing a little bit more damage. No, okay, all right, they'll get a bomb farm. I think that'll be about it. Yeah, we were sort of under the impression that the rounds that EFP were able to take were a little bit of an anomaly. But that game, despite going 2-0, actually back-to-back 13-10s. So you kind of add in the fact that it's high stakes and the energy is up here for EFP. They've kind of climbed over the last couple of days into quite a scary side. If we did end up with that rematch, I think it would be a very fun one.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That was one of the closest, if not actually the closest, best of 3 that we saw in the group stage that went 2-0. All of the others were either it was a stomp on one map and then a little bit closer on another map. That's actually the only one that we saw sort of both maps go quite close.
Yeah, you're right to point it out. I think with a 3-round margin, it is just very likely that with higher energies, you can sneak away a victory, even if you're going into it as the underdog. We're seeing it happen right now. I do feel like Donsu has kind of run out of steam. But maybe, just maybe, there's still a comeback in the chamber. Everyone huddled around tunnel. One of the players making sure that long won't be transgressed. It's Twixar to do that duty. It's an honest job, but someone's got to do it. Complete
Slow
slowdown
this time. Yeah. Don Stoop not wanting to make a mistake, kind of hoping that somebody on EFP does instead. Perhaps tries to get aggressive or play for some info. Now group up and head towards short either way. Scorpion and Mevo to defend this A site, but both split up a little bit here. Mevo's got to go big. He needs a multi. There's the first, but Flash means that he can't instantly repeat. He still pops heads a triple, and no one can trade it. The Orc doesn't hit the shot either. And Mevo, even before the round is over, is celebrating. He knows just how much work he's been able to do there, but let's not jump the gun. Twixar's still alive. It's just not going to happen on the rotation. The pick from CT, that is huge from Mevo. Look at that energy.
Of course he's celebrating, right? Because they know they've done it. They know they have them by the ropes. They have them psychologically. The energy is up. The scoreline is up. You've got the anchor shutting down a push like it's nobody's business. Insane triple to stop him. And of course, with no time, there is not a damn thing that Twixar could have done. Energy exuding from their side of the stage.
You can see, and I think you've definitely experienced this at times as well, when you play competitively, you play at that kind of level, when you're fired up, yeah, and the adrenaline is flying through you, and you end up in a position like that, you get a 4K to win a key swing round. You just, you know, it's almost jittery. And you see from Mevo, as soon as he dies there, he sort of pushes back in the chair and just starts celebrating already. He starts sort of clenching his fists and going, let's go, boys. There's no stopping you when you're in that state. You become a true force to be reckoned with. And right now, Donstu just don't have it in the tank to contend. Looking defeated already. And the map's not done yet. We need to see a resurgence out of them. We know that they're capable of it. They've shown us all weekend the level that they can play at. They didn't have the hindrance of the early morning match. Had a little bit of extra time to sort of wake up and warm up. No excuses here. Technical pause apparently down to same issue as we were having yesterday, a crouch bug. Is that what we were having with the sticky key?
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe. I think that was EFP that were having that issue, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, wait, that was LPT, I'm pretty sure.
Was it? Right.
Yeah. I mean, I get the confusion. EFP, LPT.
It's crazy to think that these guys weren't even necessarily supposed to make it out of the group stage. It boiled down to the fact that LPT, the map disqualified, and they lost points that just about allowed EFP to squeeze through. And now they are nearly one away from making it to the grand finals. They've still got to finish things off on Dust 2, but they've got a huge advantage. They're 2 steps away from the finish line. They're against a very weak half investment. Just pistols and armor. Twixar with a hero rifle. EFP can almost taste it.
This is just mental. This is a bloodbath. As Doika takes a sweet time, looking a lot more consistent than his counterpart in 7. You can see the comms getting active for Donsu. They know they have botched this pretty significantly, and the pressure of losing to the Dark Horse is one that only solid favorites can understand. There's a different type of pressure that you have when you're supposed to win it, right? You have the burden of expectations on you. For someone with nothing to lose, they can go for all these crazy little strategies, but you can never discount the pressure that either of these squads can feel. But right now, AFB handling it a lot better. Donstu giving it an honest crack in what could be the final round. Scorpion to take one down. Miro activates with the op. Very versatile with the weaponry of choice. And they're burning up as they get onto the site. They are falling like flies. They're still trying to fight back. Isolation on top of the site. He has the vertical angle, but he's punished by Scorpion. It's 2 players remaining for Donstu to drop the first map in the entirety of the tournament. But Voider still wants to hold on. Fingers turning gray. But he doesn't want to let go of his grip. Miwu tries to fight back, but Donstu will delay what has felt like the inevitable.
Oh, that was a stumble into a 5th round there. Not comfortable, but they'll take it as it comes. Isolation had a real opportunity there to get a triple. Just makes a bit of a meal of that first fight. Can't adjust in time. He's had a slow game, a poor one. Sat on 3 kills as it stands. EFP, yeah, they'll brush it off. Still so many chances to get this closed. Just losing the early advantage there made that a little bit harder. What a storyline this has been, though. The true dark horses. When we got the initial sign-up sheet, the team information, the players' backgrounds, I was taking a look at this squad and I said, I don't really know any of these guys. A couple of semi-familiar names, Consume being one of them, knowing that he'd had a couple of stand-in situations in sort of the tier 2 space over the years, but
yeah,
not a team that I thought were a contender at all.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we've seen a little bit of Scorpion. We might have seen a little bit of Doika, Consume. But the level of CS these guys are playing is genuinely incredibly competitive. Punching down on Donsu, 7 chances to close. I'm glad that was a short technical timeout. We can get things underway. EFP staying true to their name, wanting to speed run this madness. And at least getting map 1 guarantees that you at least take it to laser tag. It even gives you the off chance that you don't even let Donstu pull out those tablets.
Donstu right now are going to be praying that they can survive the storm and take this to laser tag. They are the better team in the laser tag arena. There's no doubt about that. I said before, EFP really need to get this done in 2 bites.
Look at this push from
Kim
Kimar.
up.
It's all about timing.
Holding for it though.
I love what he's done here. Instead of getting too overeager, instead he just tucks himself into the box. Now he's got full sightline of the lower tunnels after the smoke fades. And just his presence there gives them access to like half of middle. Consumes push through upper tunnel. That is all the info being given up. Look at how they're making an adjustment. They're bringing all their resources back. Now that Consume's shown his card, they know that they've been spotted. Scorpion, sure, he'll go down. But EFP know the storm that's coming. 30 seconds to do it. Nozick doesn't get the spray transfer. Ops waiting on the angle. They're prematurely going to come out of the smoke. Kimar holding it from the side. Doika looking for more pot shots. Kimar immediately goes down. And it's back to a 2-on-2. Can they do it? Consume boils it down to just one. Voider, big responsibility to give them the tiniest chance to do it. Jumping shots, a distraction. Reinforcements will be coming soon. Voider to boil it down to one. And Doika, if he wants to get it done soon, he'll have to do it right here. It's the Yacht-B rifle duel. The range for the Yacht, but the mobility for Voider gets on top of the box, sprays him down, and gives them another dying breath to try and survive on.
Ooh, that's a bit of a nasty one to lose for EFP. And you can see they were keeping themselves psyched up even in the rounds that they were losing in the past. But I think that is actually genuine frustration. They should have had that every day of the week. Just unlucky that the MP9 doesn't connect on the jumps. It's just a true gamble. You can see the bullets actually painting a picture around the head. Just not connecting. Evo, full aggression up middle. In attack damage with the Deagle, but nothing much more. They just want to get this round over and done with, get the weapons back out.
If you're AFB, you cannot afford to lose your social energy right now. You need to rally the troops. If you're Kimar, you need to be getting up off of your chair and throwing a little cheer, even if it is feigned, even if it is fake. You must make sure that the troops won't falter for another 5 rounds. It's come down to the clutches, right? It's come down to the final pieces, but they just can't seem to close it out. It would be a monumental choke from the Dark Horse if they can't make it out of the stables here.
And the thing is, they know, whilst this lead and potential map victory is absolutely deserved for EFP, they know that they're the underdogs in this match. They know that if they give Donstu the opportunity, they give him an inch, Donstu will take it, 100%. They are so capable of winning the next 6 rounds in a row.
There have been so many moments where Nozick protected them in dire situations, in maps that were super close, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're right to point out that there is incredible clutch potential in Donstu. They know how to play this. They understand the mental side of things, break it down into 5 constituent pieces, and then swallow up 1 round at a time. The energy not quite dead yet for AFP because they know they have plenty of time. But in the next 10 minutes, they've got to procure something.
There's one added factor here as well that is Isolation's absence. Everybody else has woken up. Isolation's still dead quiet. That means that things are an effective sort of 5v4 in many situations. And if Isolation does wake up, then maybe that would be the difference maker. Trades back and forth.
Need to go
Leave us with an early 3v3. That was very aggressive in the tunnels. Now the defenses are thinned. Donstu will take a gamble and hope that they head towards the site, only defended by 1.
You have to consider this. Nose didn't create any space on long, which is why they couldn't scale up A after they got info of the fact that there were 2 players huddling up in B. So they are going to expend quite a bit of time bringing the rotations back. And I like the approach that EFB are going for. They don't want to leave their B anchor out to dry. So instead, they're going to funnel down, send 2 players in short. 7 won't have the advantage there. Their turn. No, Nosy gets a freebie. And 7 gets another. And the 2-man push from A certainly makes it clear that the final piece is on B. Miwo wants to walk the dog. He wants to...
Oh my god.
He's going to let him go. No, he's giving him a
That's
false sense
so
of security.
sick.
That is big brain, Miwo. This might be the best play you've ever made. Take a deep breath. Let it happen. The false info could be monumental. There's the bomb going in. They're checking for him. That's the bomb drop. Flicks over to the window player. He's going to need a bit of help from Tunnels. If Miro closes it out like this, it will be crazy. But you got to pat him on the back for that.
Wow. Yeah, if they'd have come out together there, and he could have had a 2-for-1. That was his round for taking all day long. He played that to perfection. Knew that if he pulled the trigger on the first, the bomb would have just gone elsewhere. And he'd have had a 2v1 retake over on the A site. You can see his teammates proud of what he was going for. Disappointed he couldn't complete it. 12-8. Bad buy here for EFP. This could go the distance. Mevo, scout in hand. Lovely shot to kick it off. Surely not like this.
Yeah, no, the Flames are going to make it too hard to fight back. They're going to send two players running down tunnels. I like the fact that Isolation pulls it back because he knows he needs to help the final prong that's coming in. Otherwise, the 1v1 could have been afforded. Consume, Scorpion. They've got let it get too close, man. And that's one of the issues with being on the CT side. Even when you can see there's 5 in the tank, there's not that many gun rounds. It's like 2.5, 3 gun rounds. Very easy to fall down the rabbit hole. And if you look at what the money's looking like right now, you've got like a gun round and a half, maybe?
Yeah. Honestly, yeah. At least they've got the loss bonus. Make things a little bit easier. But they're going to be casting their minds back to those couple of opportunities when they really, really should have closed it. Saw a 2v2 not go their way. We saw a 2v1 that was in their favor not go their way as well. York just taking a little bit too long to wrap around. And they have seemingly lost that energy. Something that they really needed to hold on to bring into map 2. Maybe they'll get it back again if they're able to convert one of these next 3. But yeah, what was a huge advantage is now really closed.
Yeah, you can see the energy being drained from their faces, but I do still think that there have been a couple of things that have let them keep the engine going. Look at how they're playing it differently. They aren't going to stall. They don't want to plateau, so they go for a double off setup, but Miwo is just not quick enough. The interesting thing is, it was the secondary op versus the secondary op, right? Nozick had to pick up the offer because he had a spawn. Now he's going to give it back to 7, and Miwo had to do the same. Toika still has one op in the chamber, though. Scorpion has crept up into Car, hoping, praying, fingers crossed that his teammates can serve enough of a distraction for him to not get checked there, but I highly doubt that's going to be the case. Molotov, it gives him the false sense of security that it's a bit far, eventually spreads. 7 clears out A. Kimar and Consume, I don't think they can get anything done here.
Well, Consume still in a position to contend it. Starts to get aggressive on short instead. Might find the pick onto Isolation, but then playing from behind. Kimar's dropped and Consume just prioritizes the save here.
Crazy shot.
Yeah, that's nuts from Isolation. The man who I called upon to wake up a little bit. He's been dead quiet in this game. But if he's heating now, it is a deadly time for it. He's gone from 3 kills to 9 in just the last few rounds. He's a monster opening shot from Nozick. So quick, the fast long sport. 12-10. There is 1 buy round left for EFP to try and hold on. Nozick again for the entry.
We thought this was a quick affair. We thought this was done. We have yet to see a single overtime in this tournament, but I think we might finally see it. Because trying to play the trigger discipline that Miwo has been pioneering this game. Don't expect something to happen this round other than consolatory damage. There's one gun round in the tank. This MP9 short-lived. About 5 seconds, Kimar will receive a bullet between the eyebrows, especially with the door shut behind him, and it's Nozick to deliver the final blow.
There's a huge issue in Mivo dying first in the last 2 rounds. Instantly, he's picked off from the long corner. And he's the biggest piece. He's been the hardest hitter. He's dropped 21 kills. And yeah, despite not inflicting any damage in the last couple of rounds, still no one's caught up to him. In this final round of regulation, he knows that that cannot be the case again. He has to come up big. And if not, another hero needs to arise in his absence. But yeah, all of that energy that we were seeing earlier has disappeared. It all boils down to this. A quick tactical pause before we get back underway. And 12-11, the final round of regulation. Overtime or bust here. And no cross shot connected.
It's 2 AWPs. I got a little excited there when I saw them drop. Really thought one of them would be able to hit it, but you're right, no early damage. It's right, though. I like the fact that Twixar has the awareness to know that he's got plenty of money. He's actually going to go back and leave the AWP there, get himself an AK-47, because they don't want their final round to be stuck trying to attack with 2 snipers. EFP playing a pretty defaulted setup. They're not doing anything aggressive now. That's something they've been going for, but now turtle up, defend, play a very basic 2 and 3 setup. Maybe old is in fact gold.
Already up short. Nobody contesting it this time around. EFP have seen on occasion somebody on that catwalk angle. Not the case here. Mivo pulls it right back. So we've seen him get aggressive on long a couple of times. He's back onto the bomb site itself. We saw him get a 4K from that head angle a little bit earlier. She pushed them onto 11 or 12 rounds in the first place. 30 seconds left, though. Dons do have to make sure they don't time themselves out here. Playing slow, playing meticulous is often the right way to go about it. You got to make sure you're not too slow. They come up towards B. Consume's going to be tested, and he's good for the 1.
This is where Doika cannot afford to miss. 1 is not the worst outcome in the world. At least he's poised it for EFP to potentially take it. Mivo. Little boost angle. No, you're getting too over eager. That still goes 1 for 1. And now the off. The one issue that they kept having was 7 missing. And he's gonna do it again. Twixar, time to go big, my friend. 1 kill down. Info asymmetric. Here comes Scorpion, and we're going to overtime. Donstu, how the hell have they persevered? Look at the support now rallying up. Of course they deserve applause.
My, oh my. Yeah, this is what we were teeing up the finals day for. We knew it was coming. These exciting matches, the overtimes, the comebacks, the blood, sweat, and tears on the server. Multiple opportunities where EFP on map point have had an advantage. An XV1 situation lost. Now they've got to do it on hard mode. 13 no longer the magic number. They've got to boil it to 16. That requires turning up the heat. On the short angle, Molly's going to come his way, forces him back. Kimar's now alone on an island. He needs to decide whether or not he wants to commit or pull forward. Oh, there we go, big kill. Tochka's back on it. That's lovely. That's a really good start.
It's a classic law of whenever you let a comeback happen, the first round of the overtime is comes through from the one team that needed just 1 round in regulation. EFB We're hoping and praying they could get this particular round in the 8 attempts they had before. But they'll have to do it on hard mode, you're right. The long way around, and I think it would make EFP's run here even more impressive if they fall to overtime and then can still maintain composure. Twixar, hang on.
Oh, there we go. Some teams just love the chase. They're so good from behind. When they're trailing. The underdogs. They feel the comeback, but as soon as that pressure's alleviated, there's no longer that adrenaline. They cool off a little bit. Still a 3v5 winnable, maybe not so much now. Dodgker's picked up another. The re-swing is ambitious. It's going to allow them onto the site, and for that plant, I don't like the fact that he re-peeked there, and it could be a mistake that really costs them.
Just one player to find. Isolation was a real problem for them before, but maybe this is where they finally shut him down. Isolation has drawn the timer down pretty swiftly. He has to run to the bomb. I don't think he just has the raw amount of time necessary to get him off, and with half a second over, EFP will be able to get some of that energy back. You can see that there's a pretty big split in who's excited, who isn't. Some of the players from EFP wanting to procure some of that raw energy that they previously had. The others wanting to keep their heads screwed on, not start flying out of your chairs just yet. Like Talk was saying the other day on the desk, you need to have a little bit of fun, you need a little bit of serious, so you can have the best of both worlds.
You don't want to get complacent. That's what we saw earlier on, a little bit of complacency. So far ahead that they think there's no way of losing it. We can take risks, make the same mistakes over and over again. No chance they'll bring it back to OT. Well, now it's a harsh reality that they've been slapped with. They've got to focus up, Twix up. Clearing the whole tunnels, nobody home. Big shot out of 7. Talked about some of his brutal misses that have cost them rounds. It won't be the case here. Kemal's able to follow up, however, so we do go back into a 4-on-4. Donstu's game plan is to group up and hit B hard. Massive entries.
Yeah, I just hope EFP doesn't now slow down after we saw all that. It's going to have to be the save, though. Even in overtime, you can't get too heavy-handed with your purchases if you're on the CT side.
Wow. The fact that they actually ran in dry to the B site is what completely screwed Consume there. He was ready for the flash to come over, so was already playing anti, and they just flew out. Just caught him with his back turned. Really quite smart mind games here from Donstu. Nice shots being hit, but yeah, ultimately, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Isolation comes in way before the flash pops. It's a frustrating way to go. So we're tied up, 13 apiece. Donstu still keeping this going. My worry is when the sides switch. Are they still going to be as proficient on that CT side? They weren't at the start of the game. But I don't think it means much. I think they're just warmed up now. That was the only issue. No doubt looking like the better team in the last 20, 30 minutes. So we move into another brief technical pause.
think it's a good time for both of the teams to use it as an excuse to take a breather anyway. Fidgeting, panicky, frustrating, mashing keyboards. You can see as the final round transpired in regulation, one of the players from Fastplays even punched their desk, or slammed it at the very least, even if it wasn't a fist. Times, thin margins. This is the closest anyone has ever gotten in this tournament to defeating Donstu. So this trip and fall at the final hurdle will certainly eventually feel like the old story of the tortoise and the hare that we were talking about yesterday finally materialize within the realm of this tournament. Some damage inflicted onto Consume. EFP's been freezing up a bit, Josh.
Slower. Minute already burned on the clock, and actually just nothing really gained yet. Donstu inherently been given the mid control round after round. EFP haven't really wanted to contend it. The angle is big. That's the Wicked Molly again. What is going on with this short Molly? Start dodge cap.
Yeah, there's something about the short molly that both teams haven't been able to wrap their heads around. Isolation coming out of middle. They now know that there's been a big transgression on mid. What a turnaround from Isolation. Stops the B player right into tracks as well. Scorpion's going to try and get ahead of the action. 2 targets. Instant tap on Kimar. And he's the man that you were hoping would wake up. Now caffeinated by Josh's words. He's going nuclear. Could genuinely be the difference maker. Flash to go through. No one pushing yet. EFP, they know they have to go for it. No ducking out of this one. Poking through window. There's the peak. Trifecta set up. And Donstu, for the first time, have gotten past EFP in the scoreline.
Unbelievable. Look at this out of Isolation. A clinical triple kill. He has truly woken up. Going from 3 and 12 at the halfway point. Now sat 18 and 19 alongside the rest of his teammates. You wouldn't notice him as a slacker behind. He'll soon be a front runner if he continues at this trajectory. As his team are right now, 14 rounds.
Wasn't Nevo on 20 kills in regulation?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's been on 20 kills for ages.
Now, I will say, though, EFP found most of their success on the T side, right? So maybe you can still keep your hearts open for an EFP victory. But it'll be tough to digest a loss like this. Nosik, you generally see him on the rifle. So to suddenly encounter a double op setup when Donstu haven't done it the whole game is going to be surprising. Missed shot, however. Send the CT players packing now. There's a little bit of info available from both sides. Heading exploratory towards lower tunnels. EFP has spent a lot of time not getting a whole lot of space.
This will be the heartbreak of EFP's careers. They cannot see this through. This is a really important round. You mentioned before the emphasis on that T side. They were great with it. And an 8-4 half. Got to find that form again. Out onto short. 7. Cracks things open with a big shot. Doesn't even double dip. It drops the util. Buys time for the rotation to work their way over and through the smoke. Ends up with a second. Not quite the third. But he's done his job. He's done it beautifully. Here comes the cavalry.
But Consume's going to be pulling back. This is a tug of war that has not been decided yet. Here comes the flash, tucked behind the smoke. Voider Now they know there's at least one in long. You've got to diagnose where the other two are. Previously one seen in CT, but now they're going to double up on short. Trying to make sure that they can get rid of the long player first, but that's going to allow the short players to start scaling up. Voider have to stay alive for a little while longer. Isolation creeping up. That's one down. Still spraying. Miwu finally activates again, and can he persevere? Of course he does. Eventually, the giant that had been put to sleep will awaken from his slumber.
That is what was needed. Sleeves rolled up and a lock back in. Mevo, who has not found a single kill in overtime until this point, delivers a monster 4K and a huge clutch at a crucial time. Frustration for Donstu. That was their ticket onto map point and a couple of chances to close. Instead now, I'll take a pause, a little breather. Actually comes from end fast, please. That's surprising. Just a chance to reset. This now becomes quite literally a best of 3 rounds. One of these teams take it 2-0. We go one apiece, and the decider isn't a laser tag map. It's more OT and more Dust 2. Dodge gets to crack things open with a big mid shot. He's been great with it. Takes up. Oh, it's a shotgun again. This is wild.
Twixar left alone. 1v4.
Probably time to save. Not what you want to see in overtime, but of course, he's got 5K in the bank. That is down to the fact that he only went with an XM this round. But rocking a double AWP setup, there's got to be a couple of other pieces within the team that aren't heaped up with cash. It's going to be 15 here for EFP. One map point to get this closed. Now they choked, what, 7 of them at least, maybe even 8, I think, in regulation. All of the weight boils down to this. Donstu, this would be painful if they've brought it all the way back and can't see it through, can't close it out. What is this setup? 4 AWPs, vintage Fnatic. Yeah. They're desperate for the cross shot, and well, they won't actually connect it. It goes to naught. Swap back to the rifles.
7 is so scared. Like, he just didn't want to peek it, but eventually does slowly reclaim some of that ground. EFP. They say it's the hard way or the highway. And all it took, all it took was them stepping back into the offensive shoes. But I love what Donstu's doing here. trying to get a handle on the situation in advance because Consume's generally been lurking around lower tunnels to come back. But this time, he's not showing himself soon. So back to default positions we go. 2-1-2 setup. EFP, they've done well to slowly creep out long every single time. Maybe Consume's going to have to throw more of a fake this time.
In the smoke. It's up. Deploy a little bit of util towards short. We'll get back on the angle just in the nick of time. Sees the leg. Can't flick up. That's okay. That's info. And a deterrent for EFP as they start to claw away. Consume will now be activated. He's been sat outside the B tunnels this entire round.
Rotating.
Big, huge kill, Doshka.
Yeah, but now it's becoming obvious where they're going because I see a bunch of players towards middle. Mew in the meantime, scaling up long. This is still such confusion. Seven, trying to hold the cross, wants to get advanced. This time, it's important, and he's going to hit the shot. At the time, a couple players already inside the B side. Yes, you need to get the bomb down soon. Seven with another casualty. Moiter coming in from behind. It's going to be the two-man spray down. There's not a damn thing the Scorpion can do. It doesn't matter if he gets the kills because he just can't punch those numbers in. Donstu, keep it going.
Wow, wow, wow. We are not done yet. Donstu still showing that fighting spirit. This is unreal. I don't hate the call to back it off and head to B, but yeah, just not enough time on the clock to do so. Not when Donstu was so snappy on the rotations. They rotate through mid as well. Just slow it all down. Deal a lot of damage, 15 apiece. Now 19 is the benchmark to hit.
If there's ever going to be a dark horse victory, this is the type of hard-fought defeat we would want. To beat the Titans at their best. It wouldn't feel like a great victory if you just win when Nozick isn't performing, when isolation is dead. Look at how they're lined up like soldiers. Shoulder to shoulder. Not more than 5 kills apart. And that can be said true for both teams.
Jumping up in a short, Twix up. Danger close. He won't take the fight just yet. 45 seconds left to tick. EFP were plagued by the clock in the round prior. They're going to make sure they don't make the same mistake here. As the late call in the round appears to be to lean over towards that B site again. 30 seconds now. Got to speed this up. There is only one anchor. It's 7. He's got to hit his shots. No time for misses. Flashbang doesn't do anything for him. That's a big kill.
Seven, Twigs are slowly picking them off. Instant connection from Ewo, however. But there's enough time that's been bought. Window Prong coming in. Nozick is stuck behind the smoke. They're going to try and rain down on him. And this is still a round that could have been recovered. But Donstu just keep looking better and better. Their supporters definitely going to have to lend them a little bit more energy because this is a long day of CS. And this level of frustration we've seen from EFP is unprecedented.
Yeah.
I don't understand what he's saying, but no subtitles needed.
Pretty much. Yeah, all that hype, all that energy is now being channeled into something else. A little more sinister. And frustration. You cannot say they have not had their chances. They have had every opportunity to close out this map. And you do get to a point where, you know, you can't say you don't deserve it anymore because they've fought tooth and nail to still stay in it despite the choke and regulation. But eventually, Donstu are going to find themselves a map point. And when they do, I expect them to close. EFP have done a really good job at sort of fending it off. As I say, 8 chances in regulation, another 1 in OT. There's no excuse here for not having closed out Dust 2. It's Ancient up next. It's their map pick. If they can get this one on their own terms, they would be the favourites, the front runners, to take it in 2 bites. If they don't, I can't help but feel that that level of frustration and the what ifs will carry across into that second map and might just plague them. You've seen an energy shift. Ons do a couple of smiles, a couple of giggles.
There's something that happened on that stage on the 12-5 mark that only the players can truly experience. Maybe a gust of energy was also felt by the coaches. You can see the EFP coach not looking too active anymore. But for everybody else, it will be a dark aura that we see, the details of which only understood by the men in jerseys.
It's just a true attitude difference. You can see every time we switch the cameras over to EFP, their mannerism, everything about their demeanor is as if they've already lost the game, right? That's how they're behaving right now. It's this kind of shaking their heads and this look of despair. And I don't blame them, right? You know, they were so far ahead, and it's got to be super frustrating. But they have to look at it now as it's a clean slate. We're in OT2. They're only 1 round behind. This is still so winnable if they can dig deep and find that form that they had at the start of this map. But if the attitude stinks and the mindset is, we've already choked this, we've already dropped the ball, then the ball's going to roll away and you're not going to be able to catch it.
There have been multiple 2v1s, 3v1s, things of that nature, where EFP just had it. You would think at some point they'd be able to overcome Twixar. They'd be able to overcome Voider in the 1v2 that he had on the A site. They'd be able to stop isolation. But if you look back, there is one superstar moment from every single member of Dons2 right now. Can you say the same for EFP? Yes. But that's what makes this game so exciting. That is why this game is in overtime, 7. Get up, see the shoulders, Scorpion tag. And I don't know what physics it required for him to survive that. But he got off easy.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Must have clipped him just through the edge of the door, but it didn't look like it. There was enough of his body exposed. Counting his lucky stars that this is still a 5v5, because it probably should be. EFP groups up in mid. Same kind of setup as we saw last time around, where the CT is very happy to give up this mid control. They've not got anybody contesting the doors. They've not got anybody aggressive short. It tailors towards a mid-B split. Opportunity for the spray down missed. Consume with a big kill. They've got to find the next 2 on the B site quick.
Isolation does try to stop them. Knows he can still in the back of the side though, and he is the big issue that they have had so much trouble dealing with. Finally though, EFP getting ready to punch in those numbers. Voider, when he was on the offense, he got a 1v2 going. Maybe he can do the same now. Getting through the smoke, Miwu will catch him. And EFP, as frustrated as they may be, they will still call upon ancient energy buried deep within.
Channel it. Back into positivity. Channel it into the hype again. I could see it coming. That 2 versus 1. I fancied Voider's chances, and had he won it, EFP, I think, would have just been done. They took multiple 2v1 scenarios in their favor to get this closed. They don't let it plague them again. Doshka goes for the peek into middle. Doesn't actually spot No Six, so won't have the information that he's pressed all the way up. For this level of aggression, No Six timing is just perfect. Sees the head, pulls the trigger a little too soon. He panics because there's one lower tunnel. He's able to trade out Kimar, who just isn't relayed the information. It's sloppy comms, but it's still a trade. The 2v3, this has been a really chaotic round.
Scorpion could have actually recovered this if he hits the instant one tap there. Obviously, big ask, but still could have been back down to the 2v2 with long wide open. But now Miwo, who slowed down pretty significantly towards the tail end of regulation, then kicked things up again in overtime as a 1v3, not quite on a silver platter. The bomb, though, that's something he doesn't have to work too hard for. Double nade combo will give him some extra space. Yep, the ball is thrown out. It is going to land right at his feet. That's the audio cue to let him know what's going on. Miwo, instead of reclining, instead of receding, he will elect to go forward. Some smoke and flash through. For some reason, they haven't pushed forward with it. Just forward to them. Oh, just not a great spray.
Yeah. Needed that first fight instantly so that he could adjust for that. Good. But smart for him when that flash comes through. I thought he was just going to start holding mouse one. That would have given away his position. He would have been dead to rights. No chance. But he did have an opportunity there. It's really interesting the way that Don's go about this round. Bit of a talking point in this half so far has been about the lack of mid control from both of these teams on the CT side. Giving it up. There's a complete change up here. We see massive aggression up short. We see the AWP holding the doors. Even though it gets really chaotic, it works in their favor. Just not able to close it out. Inside switch. 17 to 16, Donstu. Keep this up. They've got the advantage. They've got loads of space out along if they want to take it. Big kill, Doshka.
They're going to need Doika to keep performing. If he overcommits to any fight, he will get picked off by 7, certainly. He's such a narrow angle. He's only waiting for the head. This is so smart on a micro level. He's never going to overstep, never overstay his welcome. And now 7, who's holding all the way from the back, can't do anything to help isolation. He will, in fact, be individually picked out. 7 now, near impossible clutch. Has to line up 3. They know exactly where he is. There's smokes on the site. Doesn't have a whole lot of utility to do anything with. He wants to try and coax out the player with a molly. It's not going to quite hit, courtesy of the smoke that's leaking over. Info gained on everyone, but 7 even want to go for this. What's the money situation going to look like? Good play. Unfortunately caught by Kimar, though.
Okay. Again and again and again, we go back and forth. Another head. We're given the long control for free. Just a rock solid sight hold. So good from Rodka there. The fact that they almost drop it is concerning. Twixar, the man of many weapons, a merchant when it comes to the SMGs and the shotguns, and he's out with a P90 here. I'm going to be honest, I hate it. Let's see what he can do. I imagine he'll call for a flash and he'll burst out. Yeah, would have been so much better with an AK. That would have been an instant headshot. But regardless, his teammates trade him out. They've got a man advantage and a B site to work with.
Yeah, it's an unorthodox way to try and get the round, right? But the only casualty will be the P90 initially. EFP on for the retake. Call me crazy, but triple OT is knocking at the door. Hachka slowed down. Scorpion right by him. All about winning the fights. It's unfavorable, it's messy, but there's no running away from it. Doika to drop into the site. 7 to get the final kill. And as hard as it may have been, Dons2 have done well.
I said before, eventually Dons2 would get their chance. They get that map point and an opportunity to close out Dust2. And here it is. They get one shot at this. Otherwise, we go into another overtime. Frustration is getting the better of EFP. Twixar's running it back with the P90 despite no success from it in the last round. I really don't understand it.
I've got my fingers crossed. This is it. Second time's the charm.
Maybe.
Avoiding the nade. He just wants to be annoying. He just wants to be the distraction as they go their way. When things get tough, you've got to get tougher and weirder. Twixar paves the way for them to move in. Seven and Voider have gotten a kill apiece, and this could be the end of it all. The hardest bomb site to retake in Counter-Strike. Toika trying to find an inch, but they won't give him even a centimeter. Twixar making it complicated. If there's an SMG that you're looking down at, it's just so damn hard to make it out of the window. They're all lined up. They're certainly getting confused. That's the flash to try and usher them in. The tech has been brought out. It's the final player. Doika know that ESP can't do anything about it, and they've been foiled at the finish. The Dark Horse will stumble at the end of the race after giving us false hope.
Unbelievable comeback out of the boys from Dons2. 8 map points choked by EFP. That has got to be incredibly frustrating. An opportunity for the grand finals in touching distance. Oh,
they
man.
have their heads hanging as if they lost the entire series. This cannot feel good on a psychological level. And let me remind you, 1917 as a loss is not a bad scoreline in totality. When you consider that it wasn't even their map pick, they need to rally the energy now. And I love to hear what the desk has been cooking up for that one. Tell me your thoughts, fellas.
What an amazing game. It's the longest game that we had in this tournament, and actually it's one of the most enjoyable games to watch. 1917, this was the end, but we started with 12-4.
Yeah.
This was crazy comeback from Dons2 and well-deserved win, actually.
Yeah, I was like looking at this in the predictions earlier on. I was like, EFP got this. They have a very strong Dust2, and then I saw 12-4, like, oh, it's in the bag, it's in the bag. And then those smiles went upside down from EFP when they were start losing rounds after rounds, and some of those rounds were supposed to be won by them.
Yeah, I mean, we've had like 4 or 5 rounds where it was an advantage for EFP to close out the match. At 12-4, they were 2 against 1. At 12-5, they were 3 against 2. At 12-9, they were also 2 against 1. At the last point, it was also, they had an advantage of 2 against 1. They lost all of those. Voider was one of those players that clutched so many rounds for Dons2. You can see him, he has 30 frags this game. He is actually, I mean, 2 of those clutches have to go through him. He has to be the MVP, in my opinion. S7 went crazy with his AWP. Overall, and Fast Please, everyone had a good game. I think it was just, I remember seeing how they were like, it felt like they were winning.
Yes.
At 11-4, they were all cheering like it's done,
Yeah.
the game is done. But boy, man, CS can be so brutal. It can, I mean, we took a look as well how the moral after they lost, like, I mean, they were fast face palming and some of them had their faces on the ground. It was just devastating to see how that shifted from, you know, moments, little moments of victory to losing their map.
Yeah, especially that we said at the beginning that they're the dark horse, but they showed that they're not the dark horse at all in this tournament. They have a lot to show off. They have a lot to prove, and this is not actually ended for them. They still have another map. They still have Ancient, and it's actually the map pick. So if this is what they did in the map that they didn't choose, I think Ancient's gonna be a good chance for them to come back.
About that, we'll talk more about it later when it comes up, but it's just disheartening just seeing what has happened to them. You can tell, like, you know, like, guys, we're okay, and then guys, they're coming up, they're coming back, and then guys, it's overtime, and then overtime again, and you know that it takes a lot of mental fortitude to get through something like that. Like, you can tell how much that will play a toll to them coming into map 2.
Yeah, actually coming into map 2. But before we go into map 2, we need to jump in a little break for all of the players actually to take a breath and to prepare for the next map. Ancient, don't go for so long.
Yep.
Stay here. Oh, after that amazing game, we are going into another one. Let's just see a little recap of the players' reaction after what happened in that 1915 or 16. I don't remember anymore. I already forgot because I'm already ready for the next map. It should be, you should put all of what happened in that map there. You leave it in Dust 2, and we go straight away to Ancient with a new energy and a new mindset. That's what we want from the players, and that's what we're expecting from them.
If I was EFP, I would be as forgetful as you. I would be okay. Then the next map, I had nothing to think about what happened there. A lot of, like I said, they have to recover their morale. They have to recover, your fortitude, your mental. It takes a toll to you, physically, mentally, emotionally, and it's not easy to just recover from such an upsetting loss right there in map number one.
And the thing is, we talked about how EFB's scoreline wasn't before the match. We talked about how they didn't necessarily have a very good map in the group stage, but then they also had a very good Dust 2 in the beginning, but then that didn't mean anything because their opponents were a bit different. But now coming into Ancient, it's probably the same thing. I mean, Donsu played it once, they won 13-2, Dust 2 13-2 as well in group stage. But now EFP won one and lost one Ancient. It was 13-11, 13-10, but that doesn't mean anything. It does mean that they played against hard opponents and they managed to win and win and lose. So I think score-wise, stats didn't matter much in the previous game. I mean, we've seen Voider was the MVP. He was not the MVP for his team in previous matches in the group stage. So that just shows you sometimes when certain matches and you're on the spotlight and you're under pressure, you perform better.
Actually, yes, everyone have their own style and their own way of performing, but we saw all of the players actually playing well. But I hope it doesn't happen the same thing because in Dust 2, the players, I felt like they didn't know how to close the game. It was really hard for them, EFP, to just get that last one round. But what happened? Why this can happen actually?
Well, honestly, it's a lot of kudos to Dons too and the supporters in the arena. Like they have been screaming and shouting, supporting their team, and that will really boost you up. Like when you are in a deficit of what was that, 8 rounds?
Yeah.
You have to take it one round at a time. And with the support system that they had and the calmness that they have, it's very rare for teams to be so calm in a big deficit. And somehow, some way, they knock it off. And now that we're coming to Ancient, they are a team that has really well counter utils here.
I mean, lesson hardly learned for EFP. I mean, don't celebrate too soon. That's probably what we can say. But I mean, we've seen how they are. They were just in a very bad mental state after that devastating loss. They have to reset. They have to somehow reset. I think Pistol is very important. They win that, they are back. Like nothing happened. They lose Pistol, the pressure starts to kick in. You start feeling like how you felt in the first game and start feeling like you're almost, a map away from losing. So this is where Pistol is important. Knife is important. They need to get that CT on Ancient. They performed well in the beginning and Dust 2. I mean, I think they did a comeback. So they have a chance. They just need to break out of that devastating loss and try to focus on really worked so well with them in that map. I mean, they had issues with closing the map, but overall they played really amazing.
Yeah, actually, and I'm seeing the players from far. They're actually doing that mental reset, and that's what we need. They're talking, they're discussing what happened, and we are waiting for them actually to prove themselves in this map. Ancient is one of, let's say, the newest maps in Counter-Strike. Not a lot of teams they know how to play in it, but a lot of teams actually prefer playing on these maps better than the default maps.
Yep, we've seen a lot of it happening here. Surprisingly, Mirage has never been picked again after day number 1. But other than that, the stakes are very high here for EFP. They need at least one map to at least go to the physical aspect of things on the laser tag. So it is going to be do or die, or else they're going to get relegated to the 3rd or 4th place decider. That's not necessarily what you want to do because you want that grand spanking finals. That is the hopes, that is the dreams, and we've seen them dream high, especially on yesterday to get to the playoffs. And now this time the dream is to reach the grand finals. But there is a big blockage in front of them, which is Dons 2.
And I mean, this is where the coach comes in play as well, and your team support, whoever came to support you. Because sometimes if you travel alone, even with a coach, but you don't have supporters, managers, friends, family being present with you, you might not have that mental support that you need. We've seen Donsu. I mean, they were down, but the crowd were cheering. We've seen so many people that came and flew in with the team. We see the flags. It's like 7 or 8 people that came with the Donsu squad, and they were always cheering for their team. And this is the importance of having crowd cheering you on and friends and family present with you, and everyone's welcome as well to come to Abu Dhabi to Atnik and support their favorite team, or support us if you want. We are also nice people. But yeah, I think this is another battle they need to fight, and if they win it, there's an even tougher battle in the laser tag, because Donsu is one of the best when it comes to laser tag. But they need to forget about that. Focus on every round in this map. Ancient is doable. They did really well against strong teams in it. So yeah, for me, knife and the CT side and the pistol winning, these are like three first steps in this ladder.
Yeah, there is not just the three first steps of the ladder. There is also what's preparing before that ladder. The fact that now, as we see, they're preparing, they're mentally getting that reset, and they should be doing that now. This is the time to go back on stage and to go back on track and to prepare. Actually, if let's just do a little rewind. That the fact if they want now when EFP win this map, we can go to a physical final. This physical is gonna be the decider. But are they ready for that decider?
I mean, Tux just said, it is one step at a time here. Yeah, you kind
But
of want to make sure you get there
wait.
first.
One step at a time for them, but for us to discuss it, we can discuss it.
Okay, like if we're gonna discuss it, it's a bit hard to strategize early on. I feel like EFP also have a good potential there in the physical aspect of things here. I mean, like we said, they never faced each other in Group A because they were all in separate groups here. And being the second seed in EFP, you can't necessarily count them out. Because if you do, like, yes, they were saying they are the underdogs, which are, but they have proven themselves why they're strong, what makes them special. And maybe here in Ancient, we get to see that, shines of light that he did in map one, and hopefully close it off.
The thing is, when we look at just this two for a second, EFP, the last few rounds, they started playing super passive. They were obviously very scared of, losing those rounds. And then when it went to overtime, we started seeing the aggression from them. It took them a while to readapt to the situation and the map. And Ancient is going to be a similar situation in Dust 2, where I think Dunstu will start very aggressive, especially if Dunstu go on the CT side. They will always try to take middle. We've seen amazing flashes and anti-flash strats coming from their side. So EFP need to adapt very quickly to that. Otherwise, they might have a bit of a trouble here. And while we're waiting, for the players, there seems to be some technical issue on the EFP side, but Dunstu are prepared. They're ready. They're locked in, and they're just chilling at this moment.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing because when you see their faces, they're pretty chill actually, comparing to how they started earlier.
Yeah, I mean, of course you're gonna be happy of the result coming from map one from comeback more than anything. And I think I want to emphasize though the sample size that we got from Ancient in regards to Dons 2 when they were playing it, we're up against a team that's not necessarily even the strongest in their groups. It was one of the lowest in the group. So yes, they may have been seemingly dominating in their groups, but it's a whole different game when you're up against someone who is technically equal standing up against them, right? Another takeaway here is, EFP have really shown their ways playing up against Liga Pro Team. In case you guys don't know, Donsu actually fell short when they were up against Liga Pro Team in previous tournaments, such as the Phygital Rivals 2025 and then the Russian Phygital Championship, where they were only able to take the second place. Now, if EFP per se, that they have won up against, the Liga Pro Team, then the chances of opportunity for them to win against Donsu is still up there.
Yeah, I think everything is doable, honestly. Like, it's EFP showed great potential. I mean, they were leading. 12-4 is it's a big gap in score. So they were leading. They were up there. They had the better skills. They had everything. And we discussed this as well. And the casters were talking about how they were dominating. And all of a sudden, everything crumbled. It's just about finishing the rounds. And that is also one of those skills that you must have as a player. There are players that are good at finishing, at clutching rounds, at retaking. Voider was one of those players when it comes to Donsu's side. He clutched 2 rounds, and he helped his team, make a win in that game. And some players are just like that. They are good at clutching. They know when to peak. They know how to play timings. I think the overconfidence, maybe the overexcitement for EFB being so close to win, they just couldn't believe it, and they just wanted to cheer and they wanted to get up and have that moment of excitement. But sometimes, as we mentioned, CS can be very brutal, and yeah, they just need to forget that, flip the page, start a new one, and then hope to have a good start in Ancient. As you can tell, everyone is just waiting. I think we're almost ready now, maybe to Goa. But the thing is, also, Shaima, is that sometimes when technical issues happen, it's always better that the manager or the coach and one player handle it with the referees, not all the team or 3 players, because that also plays with your mind, because you need to be focused on your game. You don't need to focus if someone else had an issue, if some other team member had an issue. That's the job of the coach and maybe the IGL or the captain of the team. You just don't want to be thinking of multiple things at the same time, just purely 100% focused on your game.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we saw actually. There is only 1 or 2 players that were standing in there with the manager. So not all of them were focusing on the tech issue, which already I think it's solved. So we're kind of getting ready, and they are getting ready in ninth round, which is, as we said, always, it's kind of decisive, as we said, one of the steps of the ladder to get to the win.
Yeah, talking about the Ancient again is going to be about the mid control. I would love to see that mid control come in handy here in taking more opportunities and have different aspects of attacking a site. So whoever's going to be in CT should be able to defend mid. It also depends on the utilities being used, because this is such a util type of map to take control of. And in seeing how EFB have been playing, I do believe they have it in them anyway. And Donsu, I would love to see them again pushed up against their backs against the wall to see how it goes on their end of things. Because this time around, it's not an easy match. It's not like they're playing in their groups this time. It's the playoffs. Everything is different. Everything's much harder. That makes it much more better once you get that taste of victory.
Yes, that taste of victory. That's gonna start with the ninth round. First of all, we're gonna see the ninth round in few seconds, and who's gonna be the team that is gonna have the first map and the first actually side. As we see now, let's focus for a second.
2-on-2.
Yeah.
Getting up close and personal. It's like, you go first. Now you go first, but get strapped 1v1.
EFB.
And then Doja, I think, who got
Yeah,
last.
EFB.
Yeah. Yeah, so EFB gets to decide on which side you want to be on. Most likely going to be the CT side, because you want to start on the better side of things before things go out of control.
Yeah, I mean, they get Ancient and they get CT, so that's good news for EFP. They just need to focus right now on winning the pistol and getting that momentum back. Now, the morale is not as good as it used to be, but that pistol can put them right back on track. And yeah, I think if they have a good start, we're gonna see a very strong match. I really want to see the laser tag, so I hope it goes to a decider.
I think the first step of the ladder was done by them. EFP have got the ninth round, and that makes us start the game and start the fun. So let's see how many overtimes we're gonna have now or not. Let's jump in the game and enjoy it with our casters.
If they're disappointed by that first result, I can understand their pain. But honestly, getting that far on a map that you haven't picked into is still something to write home about. So going into the second one, Josh, I think EFP still have some stake in the matter.
They certainly should, yeah. The problem is just the morale, right, after such a crushing loss. You can't help but feel that they are going to be feeling brutally disappointed. And they know, as we mentioned before, that even if they're able to overcome here and win Ancient, the laser tag arena is going to be such a tough ask. Twix up. Good start. Kimar returns with 2. Voider follows up to put this back into a 3v3. It's all getting very chaotic. And the trades actually convert. Leaves it all down to Twix up for the clutch. He's got the info. Those are both reside.
The elevated angle might Yeah, it might give him a little bit of an advantage. Could possibly find one freebie and then have to play for the 1v1, but he's just not being given a single inch. There it is. That was the window being opened. Fortunately slammed on his fingers, so he's trying to approach from a different avenue. The bomb is just in no man's land. He can be peeked on by 2 players. Being super conservative about it. The problem is the one player from Temple just has never shown his cards. Eventually, he's getting ready for the wraparound, and Twixar's Spidey sense is tingling in advance. Now they're going to choose to abandon this because they don't want to get wrapped around from CT. So the timing on these players is pristine as he starts to scale back. That's a shot waiting for the back of his head, but he can choose to back away, but instead he holds his ground, and they nearly mess it up, but Miwo to get the kill.
Wow, that was a lightning fast reaction for the first. Unlucky that he couldn't convert a second there. Huge. Really, just quite a chaotic pistol round. The fact that came off finds a double is pretty nuts. He's been overrun the way that he was from the red room. Either way, first on the board, step in the right direction. Donsu will fly in with Tech 9s. Get something done here towards the B slope through cave. Scorpion blinded but not challenged. Mevo will be. FAMAS needs a double, doesn't get it. They've got the sight and a chance to plough.
EFP, a lovely little start. The bunch of confidence they probably lost from that comeback being forfeited. Now, if you do well on Ancient, going into the physical arena, you can at least have a feeling that you might still be able to scrape it away. And this is what we were talking about, Josh. The fact that in these final few moments, it could come down to laser tag, right? So many teams have overlooked the physical aspect of the Phygital games, and could be even the deciding factor. And you know, EFP still have a lot of heartbreak to potentially look forward to, because if they win this game, they'll be thinking, damn, we messed up a 2-0. They then lose in laser tag, that would be a whole different new can of worms. Nemo, fine nosing early on, keeps consistently getting aggressive in ramp. That's 2 off the back of a flash from Doika. And the cleanup duties come in soon as well. That was quite the commitment in the weaponry department from Donstu.
Sounds called upon for the clutch again. Oh, just no chance this time round. Really long range thing for the Mac 10. Actually doesn't do much damage and will get dropped, but it shouldn't matter. I mean, there was a little window where Twixar could have just ran to A and got that bomb down at the very least. Now, actually playing for the round instead. Jumps around the corner. Oh, timing almost allows him to get away with that. EFP will laugh it off, but they know that was a little close for comfort.
Yeah, big sigh of relief if you're an EFP boy. Now, for Donstu, this is coming into this map, knowing they've been able to recover Dust 2 is such a big insurance policy, because laser tag is their forte. I cannot believe there was a world where Donstu would have been 2-0 on CS. And I don't want to get ahead of myself. I'm not saying that Ancient is done for, but clearly there's been some secret sauce added to the breakfast of EFP back at the hotel.
Yeah. Really surprising to sort of come from behind the brutal loss on Dust 2, and you think, yeah, there's no way. They dig deep and pull it back for Ancient, but actually, they're looking fantastic. 4 rounds on the bounce, fairly comfortable. Kimar's had a fantastic start. Mevo's got right back to his fragging ways that we saw at the start of Dust 2. Dropped off a little bit towards the end. Hopefully won't be the case here. I think it may actually come down to that laser tank decider if we see this continue. Dust 2 will creep their way forward. It's only Consume here towards the A site. He's about to be really heavily pressured.
I'm really liking the storm from Kimar. He was obviously really good on Dust 2 as well. But have that extra gear would certainly help out EFP. The first time Dust 2 have gotten this close to a round. Bomb planted, but one of the easiest sites to retake in the game. Here comes the flashbang coming straight out of Temple. Nozick usually on the side that's dishing out the damage, but will receive this time. Kimar's scaling up on the site. They're going to start wrapping around him. They're slowly losing players. Twixar and Voider. It'll be so hard to get them off the bomb, and they just do not have a clear sight line. EFB have kept the scoreline pristine, and it doesn't matter how many more bullets the final player can rattle off. The scoreline remains the same.
Oh, a little bit of frustration coming in now. Not, not anger, not at that point, but you can just see Twixar getting vocal. Saying, guys, what are we doing? Game plans falling apart. Round after round, Twixar's left as the last man standing and always puts a decent dent into it, but he's never left with a winnable clutch, right? It's always these 1v3s in impossible situations. A rebuy back, a couple of Galils, 3 AKs. It's not going to be the best of investments, but it certainly could suffice. After that brief little tactical pause, let's see what they can cook up here. They're 5-0 down. This has to be a bit of a turning point.
The one player tucked into the cubby will try and fight back. There's still a pretty big HP differential that they can take advantage of. Nate and Molly combo takes out the bomb planter, and he gets it down in just the nick of time. Nozick has been consistently faltering in these duels. Isolation is on 0 kills, much like the start of Dust 2. The time outcome creeps up. Now you've got a swing. Nozick in between 2 tools. He's missing shots. He's running out of bullets. It's all about who hits the other first, and Consume lands a bullet right between the eyes of Nozick.
A little shush, a little bit of showmanship. A round that comes a hell of a lot closer, but still no cigar here for Dust 2. They were even able to get that bomb down with the barrage of nades. Yeah, well done from Consume. Holds his nerve, keeps it going. There it is again on the replay. Hush. The big boys are playing, and Doshka is going to open things up with a monster shot there in mid. No trade either, he just escapes no trouble. Scorpion drops the smoke. Still going to play close to it. He needs to be careful here going for these spams. But now we'll be let off.
What a flawless looking CT side. Not a single stain. Even if it gets close, they can wipe it right off. Scorpion to progress in cave. Kill collected on Isolation, who has yet find any presence on the big scoreboard. Voider tag teaming up with Twixar to find the only success they have in terms of kills, still not in terms of rounds. There's a really nice flank coming in from Consume, which will either find them a kill or give them info. Now they know that if they've scaled up, it must be closer to Cave's entrance. Doika takes advantage of that info. There's a second in the chamber from Mevo, and that's the final kill right there. Josh, unbelievable mental recovery from EFP.
Yeah, it really has been. This has been incredibly impressive. You rarely see teams with this kind of resilience, frankly. And at this level as well, you'd think, as I said before, this is the biggest stage these players would have played on. A huge experience, a huge opportunity. And you'd think after sort of fumbling it on the first hurdle, that would just be so mentally taxing, draining. That they'd check out. But these guys are playing this as if they're hardened veterans. As if they're used to the pressure of a major finals. Look at it. Yeah, the energy's back up. The morale's back up. They're chilling. They'll be frustrated, sure, that they weren't able to close out that first map, because this could have been a 2-0. They're still keeping their head screwed on. 7-0. Likely about to be 8 here as they're just against the Tech 9s.
Still looking for a breakthrough. Shadow's going to make it a little easier for Consume to get something done. Twixar and Nosik, they've broken onto the site though, and I think a couple guns are available to recover as well. I think they grab an AK soon. Off the back of the boost position. No, they still haven't gone for it. Mevo sees a Shadow. I cannot believe the round that has some gas powering it is one that they came into with nothing. Doika puts down Voider. Nozick has the right weapon for this job. Doika, a no-scope to put him right back into contention. Twixar's going to be hiding behind, and he doesn't want to give any info. I love how Doika just has his head on a swivel. Now he hears the Tech 9. He just needs to commit to the bomb, and I'm in disbelief that this is the round they get.
Yeah, that's wild, but it's actually really well played from Twixar. Again, by the way, he's always the last alive. And, yeah, delivers nicely. Give them their first. They definitely need more here in the half if they want to get anywhere in this map. But yeah, really quite bizarre that it's the Tech 9s and a bit of pace towards the A side that gets it done. Maybe that's a good indicator, though, as to how they need to go about the remainder of this half. There's only a few rounds left to be played with. Identifying that EFP play quite a loose approach to the A site here on Ancient, as many teams do. At the faster pace, caught them off guard. Consume, yeah, again, sort of same outcome as the last round. Under pressure, falls away, and I think he should be taken out here. Yeah, there it is.
Very cool little recovery from Donstu. Because a 7-0 might look really bad, but if you can recover it all the way, get 5 rounds, and that can be swept under the rug. Doika, his op has been hard to stand tall against today. Lovely little bait out of the shot 7. The movement looked crispy. And it's high time that Donstu refused to make any mistakes. Support being rallied once more from the crowd that came alongside him.
Turning points right here. 7-5 half feels very obtainable now. They're just up against pistols. The game can just flip on its head in a flash. EFP won't be getting the flashbacks yet, but they certainly won't be reminiscing about the choke from Dust 2. Understanding that that's a very real possibility again. Mevo desperate to stop that from being the case. Beautiful headshot in the aggression. Had a real opportunity for a second there as well. Deals damage to Voider, can't quite finish him. Either way, man advantage. Pistols stacked up on this B site. Here comes the push. What is that?
Very nice shot. And that shot could be their golden key back into the round. Even a one-man advantage can make the pistols a lot more potent, but that has been reduced to just an even standpoint. Twixar to a way to take progression. That's one down. Twixar not surprised by the 5-7. The Kmar's Desert Eagle will be limited to just the one kill he got early. I mean, a couple of them are still low, so maybe he could still be a nuisance, but around, that is ambitious. Baby steps.
Baby steps indeed. A couple of really nice shots being hit here. It's first from Evo. That was just mental. Kimo one from his POV as well. Pretty nuts, but it doesn't convert into a round win. So there's the third for Donstu. 2 more, they can call this a good half.
By the looks of things, they might be able to do that. And honestly, if it's... Oh, what a shot from 7 to catch the jump spot. 2 aware, an adjustment while he's burning up.
Yeah, I think we might see a 7-5. Donstu are always just slow starters, aren't they? They were a little bit too slow on Dust 2, but still managed to make it happen. Yeah, consistently in these games, going a few rounds down, you think, oh no, this is going wrong. And they just wake up. The hard hitters start smashing down. Twixar's 15-7. Now, I'm going to point it out. I'm going to address the elephant in the room. Isolation's yet to find a kill. He's 0-9. It's exactly the same as how things kicked off on Dust 2. But remember how fierce he was at the end. Finished with 20-plus kills. Had a huge impact when we went to OT.
Yeah, Donstu. Hit in the trunk. And that generator is isolation. They're only gonna rip that cord once they need him. And my God, does he produce a lot of energy when he's inactive. Yeah, look at that. Just stands in the flames and shoots back. And he's not Liga Pro team, so he doesn't need the mollies to not damage him to do crazy things like that.
You could see actual sort of genuine anguish there on the face of Kima. Could not believe he'd been picked out of the sky like that. So, final round of the half, and an awkward investment. 3 MP9s. Open an M4, flash into the B slope, but it's not going to blind Isolation, who wasn't deliberately playing anti-flash, but was just looking the other way. He goes 1 for 1, gives the info. There's another that resides there, but Twixar's not quick enough to the head. Mevo connects. He's going to pull the rotates off. Donstu are going to play into Donut instead. 7 on the right angle. I'm sure he's going to get the opportunity though. Doshka with a big shot.
Recovery at the end would be real nice, but listen, knows it. This is what he's a specialist at, diagnosing some very tricky scenarios and being able to bail them out of it. Wants to play on an advantage, wants to creep up into Donut, take one of the fights as they come. And this becomes so much harder. Elevated angle, and you can't deal with Mevo. I don't hate the attempt, but maybe a little sloppy around the edges, which makes EFP the decisive team in the first half. 8-4 is pretty difficult to surmount.
It's a very good half, and there's no discounting it, but they are going to feel a little bit disappointed that they didn't take more at the end there. They went 7-0 up. That could have been numbers that are unsalvageable. They could have found 10, maybe even 11. You see Donstu just checked out of this, but as we've already seen in this match, an 8-4 is very recoverable. And if Donstu were able to win the pistol round, give us a decent CT half, which Ancient is notoriously somewhat CT-sided. Not as much so as some of the other maps in the pool. We're not talking about Nuke or Train or Overpass. Still falls into that bracket. No sick. Oh my goodness. What is happening here?
Wow.
So much weight on this pistol round as well. And that's what we get.
I took a sip of my tea, and as that was happening, I nearly spit it out. I had to restrain myself because I didn't want boiling tea all over myself.
Destroy the keyboard, the monitor.
Mm-hmm.
Hate to see it.
So there was a possibility that we would see Donsu get 2-0. That's what you're telling me. Got it.
Yeah. You know, a possibility feels like you're underselling it, doesn't it? It's actually very likely. And
yeah, more probabilistic.
It's this sort of 1 in a million comeback Donsu were able to pull off to allow them the room to take us to the laser tag arena. And they have definitely been the stronger laser tag team this weekend, but I mean, they're not down and out of Ancient. It's just the lack of the pistol round win that causes a lot of issues here. They have to win the first buy round. You must identify where the last is. No Kevlar. Ooh, does actually still catching through the smoke. This is a round I guess he has a go at. He knows just as well as we do that there is a slim chance of him taking it. Pops the first head, however, and he fancies this. Bomb's halfway gone. He doesn't have a kit, but he's tapped it to try and draw out the last. The thing is Mevo knows he doesn't have a kit, so he can just play loose. He can play slow. He catches him at the end. Lovely stuff from EFP. A little close for comfort, given the fact they were against an eco, but they'll just be happy to get it going their way.
Remember, it was thin margins that EFP were winning off of in a lot of these rounds, and then eventually they got stuck at 12, right? So, gonna have to be careful if you're EFP. 3 rounds to go. You don't want a second comeback against you. Twixar leaves himself high and dry, reloading on the fadeaway, doesn't realize how quick Mewo has been. And with that footwork, he's quickly split the map in 2. Now that he's into CT, 2 players on A, 2 players on B, with the connection between them untethered. Takes a step forward, Nozick in the graveyard as well. All he needs to do is stay alive, but he's playing for extra points. The Temple player doesn't even catch him on the fadeaway, and Mewo just keeps going. They pull his cord, they let him go, and he's only stopped by the op of 7, but he's already done the damage necessary. Shotgun sniper for the no-scope. 7 wants to replicate what his counterpart's been able to do, trying to hit these hairline shots. He gets another no-scope. 7 might still have an opportunity, but Consume will put the dog down. Insane attempt.
That is such a crazy, crazy round. 7 somehow steals the spotlight away from Mevo. It was all on him. Pushed through the red room, caught an amazing timing onto Twixar, and ended up with a 4-piece. The fact that they nearly threw that away is just insane. Here it is again on the replay. Yeah, Twixar's frustrated. That is
Let me give you subtitles for that. How the hell did Mewo spawn in our base?
Teleport hacks.
Yeah, good old 2014 CSGO.
It's just knife
Remember
out,
that?
full W, no respect. Of course I do.
Okay, this is the sticking point right here, right? Sure, against the pistols, you probably win this, no problem. EFP should just be able to rattle off shots and get it done. Maybe not. Big Start wants to add some complications to this mix.
I was going to say before, though, you know, what happened in the last round is a symptom of Donsu having a little bit too much of a hands-off approach here towards middle. Somehow, some way, the pistols are getting it done. 5-7s are often so scary.
There's a flank ruin.
Yeah. It's a big. Always missed the shot.
Consume needs to stay alive. Consume needs to make sure that he keeps that AK reloaded. He needs to keep fighting, and Twixar, off the back of just pistols, has spearheaded them to protection from map point.
Wow.
Thoughts
They
are
can
gonna
start
be
the
creeping
comeback
in.
now with a little margin for error. Might even be able to get it done in regulation. I'm maybe jumping the gun a little bit here, but I've got 1 map to go off of, and if
Yeah, the
history is anything to
reference.
go by, yeah, pretty much. That's my reference.
Dude, the problem is that I'm less worried about Donstu's ability to come back. I'm more worried about the thoughts that are probably already creeping up for EFP. There's 100% likelihood that someone on EFP has already started thinking about it. They know the wall that they faced in the past game.
Yeah, you start getting deja vu, especially when you're losing rounds like that, right? This is actually how it crumbled for them in the first place, and they were, yeah, their opponents were on 4. Donstu picked up around with a 3v2 with low HP, and then, oh, sorry, like 2v3, they recovered. Then they clutched a 1v2 at 12-5. It was just EFP losing these sort of really, really advantageous rounds where they had man advantages, they had economic advantages, and that's exactly what we saw right there. Going up against Pistols, should have been a breeze to take 12. They fumble it. That's where you start remembering what unfolded just an hour ago. Decent trades. Keep this round plausible. Still a man disadvantage for them and 7 to deal with here in the donut. Bomb's been recovered. Equal's going to tiptoe over towards B for it. Nosik makes a mistake. That's actually going to keep Isolation busy. He was about to rotate. Then he gets back. This is all just mind games. Kimo's going to head into B again as well. Oh. How do you even predict this?
Yeah, no info. It's so asymmetric. Isolation. Could be really good timing. In fact, he's been able to find one player getting ready to cross over his second kill of the entire game. And I can hear the whirring of the engine now. Maybe Isolation's back. Good morning, sir. We've been awaiting your arrival. Kimar, first kill found. 7 needs to connect with the off, and he does. Donstu. Chills. I am getting actual chills.
Well, they lost their fair share of 1v2s on the other map, the other way around. I thought it was their time to maybe clutch one up, but not to be. Boils down to the single duel, and it's 7's AWP that holds true. Some brilliant shots being hit here. Against the weakened buy, so it maybe shouldn't have come as close as it did, but yeah, again, came up. Curls up his face, but still seems confident. Down to the Pistols here. Donstu are going to be able to make this 7, surely. Very good nades. Actually, right now, they've pretty much got a free A site. 7's on the really deep CT angle. He's actually able to take one here. He should. Oh, don't keep giving him the opportunities. There we go.
Crisis not quite averted, but at least eased. Oh, okay. Making it deep in. Voider to find 2 quick taps on their bodies, however. Dorka still has some stake in the matter, and Voider just keeps going for these little shoulder peeks, rattling away bullets one by one. Make sure the Donstu creep up. That's the mindset. Round by round, baby steps, and the same emotions we saw descending upon the individuals of EFP are starting to emit from the stage as an invisible smoke storm again. The aura, aforementioned, enveloping EFP with its uncomfortable grace.
Has been very uncomfortable.
Counter-terrorists.
So many of these rounds coming down to the wire. EFP just praying that the scales tip in their favor, that one can go their way. Donstu have been such great sort of trailers, I guess, constantly behind in the series, but constantly staying competitive. And here it is again. The lack of mid control in many of these rounds. Yeah, pretty much. The lack of it has caused them some big problems in the past, but just changing it up, conditioning EFP into being allowed the elbow control in so many occasions, and then saying, let's flash and double swing it. It's beautiful. And it's round winning.
You're right, that conditioning has been perfect. There is just a different level to what Donstu can produce when they're up against the ropes. Their strat book truly unveils itself once they're in trouble. Kamar and Scorpion quite low. They're going to walk into the crosses. Kamar doesn't expect another one to be right there. Uh-oh, things are getting complicated, but Voider disallows him from getting any worse. No chance that the bomb gets picked up. Might as well save that AWP. Much better used in the next round rather than abused here. What's the conversation you're having now? What is the coach supposed to say to EFP? What is the IGL supposed to add to the conversation?
Normally I'd say it's about keeping everyone calm, but actually, I believe that trying to get them back to that former energy is the way to go about it. 2 rounds, it's so close. It's so little in the grand scheme of things. If you ask for 2 rounds at any other point in this series, it would just come so swiftly, so naturally.
This feels like the longest 10 minutes that EFP's coach has ever experienced. She's pacing back and forth. I mean, when you can't directly hold the mouse and keyboard or do much at that point in time, right? You're just praying, damn, I really want this game to go in my favor. I imagine that's how Dosha would feel if they end up playing laser tag in the finals.
I'm not sure they're going to have him on the team again, to be honest. I think that was maybe a one-time thing yesterday, knowing they were already through.
What's the conversation about?
I'm not sure.
I mean, there's laughs and smiles. Someone's gotten off of their PC. Okay. Someone just needed to use the restroom. Okay, that's chill.
Lengthy game, fair enough.
Yeah. Going into double overtime, flirting with triple OT, then don't blame him. Did have a break in between maps, so thought maybe this wouldn't be an issue, but yeah, things are starting to get cold in the arena, right? You know, when the nerves are hitting, the aircon's hitting good, and you're on the stage, you're being watched by fans, supporters, people who might have come to just view the finals and see you succeed, people that might have tagged along because they're with the org. And I think there's even more pressure when a big chunk of the audience are direct supporters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think I'd be less worried if I have 1,000 people watching me than if I just have like 5 of my best friends in the front row.
Yeah, no, it definitely adds extra pressure, doesn't it? So start to feel every movement. Am I doing something wrong? Scared to make a mistake.
I'm so happy that the semifinal is delivering, though, dude. I was a little disappointed on the first one, but here we are.
Yeah, me too.
So good.
Thought Minsk House were going to give us really more than they did, and they were largely disappointing against the X-Goats, who proved that they are just a level above. But yeah, after a couple of days of pretty one-sided CS, this has been a joy to watch. Yeah, a little technical hiatus sorted out, toilet break done, everybody back in the server, headsets on, and 5 seconds before we are live again. scrappy buy for EFP around the saved AWP, and there's a bit of money to go into the next as well. But Dodgka, with no loss bonus, is in a bit of an awkward spot. For the other side, full investment. Twixart, out of choice, is back on the shotgun. We've seen him wield it on Dust 2, yet to see it come out on Ancient. Let's see what kind of damage he can do.
Quadruple boost set up. You know, you got to dig into the depths of your strat book. When things have gotten bad enough to use 4 of your teammates like a ladder. Just gonna find, no, I think this is a little connection, but that's a problem. You've suddenly exposed where 3 of the players are. 7's gonna be holding the angle. Voider to stop him. Elbow shot by 7. Doika still wanting to keep this engine going. In fact,
is it
how much they, I mean, with how much they've scaled onto the site, this could still be possible, Josh.
It's kind of a big issue right now that Twixar's creeping up with a shotgun. Now, he has managed to close the gap, but arguably, yeah, this is the weapon that you want. He's butting heads with him. I don't think he's realized he's walking into Dodgka, but there it is. 1 bullet with a shotgun at that kind of range is all you need. Voider's low, but Scorpion is also 1 shot away from death, and the Tech-9 here in Cave holding on for dear life. Insta-dink, but it's not lethal. Oh my. He does 91 points of damage to both of them, but kills neither. It is going to go the way of Donstu, but that was very close and a good attempt for a low buy round like that.
You know the "this is fine" meme? Dog just sitting out in the open with a burning building around him.
Of course.
Yeah, that's genuinely what the expressions on EFP look like right now. They're just going through the 5 stages of grief. They're now finally at I think it's acceptance. I don't know what stage they're in, but there's a lot of emotions, okay? One by one. Like, they were super sad, they were getting angry. Now they're almost happy? I don't get it. They're laughing it off. They're like, yep, it's happening.
Yeah, I think it's important to remain positive, but maybe just boils down to the fact that they know they have the short straw when it comes to the laser tag. Oscar on the angle. Needs to connect that shot. Not an easy one to hit, but gives 7 a bit of room to start working his way forward. And on the angle and ready, spams through the smoke, or at the worst time. We'll go back into a 4-on-4. That's one of the higher HP players down as well. Mevo still vulnerable. Doshka's on 5 HP. Further, big shot out of 7. Despite the early man disadvantage, they're recovering this nicely.
Yeah, hang on. There might still be something that EFP can do. Information missing for both squads. Eventually they will butt heads. Though Mewo, big kill. Now focused on the fights. Isolation to take out Mewo. And Scorpion does need to go big here. Tries to adjust his crosshair. But the big thing right here is that they brought it down to the 1v1. Why did you rattle your shots? I mean, I guess you have no choice because there's only 10 seconds you need to scale up on Voider. He's gonna labor his spray, and EFP have found the breakthrough. Nearly looked like the choke. But there is one more round that you must digest, or Dogs2 will make you throw up.
That slight margin for error that I was talking about earlier. Donstu being able to win it with the pistols to actually start this comeback campaign meant that they left EFP on 11 instead of the likely 12 that would have been had they have started it going on the buy round afterwards. So still a possibility for 3. Isolation needed to deliver there though. Fast kill from Dodgka. They're looking fired up. after winning a round for the first time in a while. Twixar returns it. No Six still alive here in the cave as well.
Big.
He rocks up for one more. 4v2, unlosable surely. No Six still popping shots. Scorpion running out of bullets. Voider's there to trade. Double digits hit from Donstu. The money looking awkward again for EFP. This is the worst time for that money to get complicated. Not necessarily to run out, but to get complicated. You start questioning, what do we go for here? What kind of buy do we manufacture? Oh, hero rifle on Dojka. Half buy on the rest. See what they can do.
Voider just shuts them down on middle. And Twixar's positioning with the shotgun is going to be swift and damning. 27th kill collected for Twixar. He stays on that shotgun. But EFP still have an inkling of a chance. The AK away. Seven's gonna drop like a bag of bricks. And in a 4v2, this is not an outcome you wanted. Nozik's gonna creep through though. And now, if you're Doika, you've got to deal with two. Doesn't get a chance. And Donstu once again will be breathing down their necks. A second choke.
Surely not. That is so well played from Nozick at the end, though. You've got mountains of pressure on your shoulders in the 2v2. But it was absolutely the right call to walk through that smoke, knowing that they'd kind of prematurely gone for the bomb plant. They'd only just got to the site, hadn't had the chance to clear out temples. It was likely that second piece was trying to take a little bit of space. They're absolutely right. Isolate the two jaws perfectly. Maneuver around that cloud brilliantly.
It's happening again.
No second Voider. Again slamming down.
They're going to deal with Doika, right? Doika's going to save them. EFP! Are they going to get 13? So far, they've had massive fangs. They've had the teeth to bite down and chew their food. That is Donstu. But whenever they've tried to swallow, they've thrown it right back up like rat poison. But Donstu, yeah, inkling of a chance, consume, scaling up, missing shots. Not the time you want this to happen. Doika and Miwo, they'll get to reset. Numbers pushed in. And the Dark Horse must fight back. It must end it in regulation.
If this goes to OT, I lose all hope. Retake's on its way. Full belt of util here on Twixar. We'll do them some favors. Second smoke established, so that'll leave a little gap in between them to try and maneuver their way through. But you're kind of the worst weapon to have for this job, and the bomb is already so far gone. No one has revealed themselves, and Dodgka's in the perfect position. Someone's got to just jump on this defuse, stick it, and hope for the best. Swing out from Nevo's a little bit messy, but they have no idea that Dodgka's there on long. They'll convert 13-11. They don't go down without a fight, and it's gonna boil to the laser tag arena to see who prevails and grants that grand final spot. What a crazy series this has been.
That was an unbelievable avoidance of the choke. It was Doika to save them from what looked like certain elimination when the pushes started to come in. The two-man crunch, I really thought that was the end of the road for EFP, but they've delayed what has seemed like the inevitable, and now that you're even, now that you slip into the laser tag uniform, suddenly it's going to be all down to what has been fun so far. Laser tag will have everyone on their toes. And we're going to be throwing it to the desk because I'm sure they've got their hearts pounding and they can't wait to let out all of their thoughts. Over to you, Ansi.
Start screaming about what's going on in that match. What's going on? This best of three, it's crazy. This map was insane. But the thing that now we're going to decide which is a laser tag, and we don't know what's gonna happen in this laser tag. Besides that, let's talk a little bit about what's going on here actually now in Ancient.
Yeah, there's a lot to digest. He started as 7-1 during the first half, then somehow, some way, Donstu has this freaking magic coming back into the fray, going in first half 8-4. But when the second half started, pistol rounds were looking good. The bonus rounds were looking good for Dons too. We went to 11-4, and they got stuck there for so long. It was crazy. They pulled out some crazy strats. The triple boost with Dodger getting a kill is cool and all, but he lost that round because of Twist having the bodyguard duty. He had the shotgun. For some reason, he made it work out.
It felt like deja vu at some point for EFB. I mean, they were holding their hearts out. They couldn't believe what was happening to them. And it was almost the switch up that came from EFB side, especially in the last 3 rounds. We've seen a different strat every time. We've seen the aggression. We've seen, sometimes they would go very fast into B. Sometimes they would push into A. They did switch it up with many strats towards the end. And this is the scoreboard in those 2 maps. It's crazy numbers we've seen. I mean, honestly, there's no MVP in this series. It's like everyone played so well in both maps. And literally there's just Isolation below 30. Everyone else is just, and Isolation had a great game, especially on the Switch here. But so far, this was the best game we've seen throughout this whole competition. And the best part about all of this is that it's gonna be decided in the laser tag. And this is something I've been wanting ever since day one. But yeah, this is gonna be another, like we said, I mentioned in the beginning that there is 3 steps to the ladder, which was the knife, and then the CT side and the pistol. They managed to get 7 out of these steps of that ladder. But then a comeback almost happened. It was scary, so scary for AFP. But they managed to clutch it in the end with a 1v1 as well, which is so, it was like being on the stage, being there, and the crowd, and hearing it, seeing it. It's just a surreal feeling, actually.
It's an amazing feeling for us, for people that are watching, and also for the players. Personally, I feel like Ancient was kind of a test for their patience, because they almost lost it, but in the end they knew how to close the game, something that they didn't know how to do first in Dust 2. And if we went overtime, I'm sure that Dons 2 they would have like won it, but this time EFP they did it. We still have another round of physical game, which is gonna be laser tag. It's not gonna be easy for none of the teams now. After all of the adrenaline, after all of the stress, they have to run and they have to do some physical exercising, let's say.
Yes.
So what do you expect to see? How do you think it's going to be?
It's gonna be difficult for the both of them. I mean, yeah, sure, let's say Dongstu does have professional laser tag players, but then going into the moment of things here, map 1, map 2, you can sense the adrenaline coming from EFB here. They're not just gonna give it away in a single hand platter here. They're gonna fight for their life for the tournament in the grand finals, because laser tag is an interesting way to end it.
It's an interesting way to end it, and we are looking for it. Actually, we want to see it. We want to see how it's going to be, but we have to jump in a little break and come back to you.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Running a business doesn't have to be complicated. At Solutions Plus, we provide a tailored combination of consulting, business process outsourcing, and technology solutions, from digital to finance. procurement, HR, ESG, and integrated facilities management, we take care of it all, letting you focus on success. Partner with Solutions Plus and take your business to the next level.
Health is the essence of who we are. M42 is a global health champion harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, technology and genomics to transform healthcare systems and ensure that everyone, everywhere, has access to the care they need. Our dedication to health knows no borders, and we serve with the belief that health is not a privilege. It is a universal right.
What if the spaces between us could disappear? And one move makes all the difference. Sometimes it feels like bonds growing stronger across any distance. When the spaces between us disappear, beautiful things happen.
Looking for car, health, or home insurance? Don't waste hours calling around. At insurancemarket.ae, I bring you quotes from the UAE's top insurers in seconds. Compare, choose, and buy instantly, all in one place. Over 200,000 policyholders already trust us with a 4.8 star rating. Join them today. Insurancemarket.ae, where insurance gets smarter. Insurancemarket.ae.
Energy is life. And today, life is happening in two worlds, physical and digital. In Abu Dhabi, where source energy powers innovation, a new kind of energy rises. An energy that unites worlds through intention and action. Where physical skills meet digital mastery and next generation of champions are born. This is where talent meets technology. Where strength meets strategy. Where energy amplifies through action and powers the future. The games of the future, powered by ADNOC.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Running a business doesn't have to be complicated. At Solutions Plus, we provide a tailored combination of consulting, business process outsourcing, and technology solutions, from digital to finance, procurement, HR, ESG, and integrated facilities management. We take care of it all, letting you focus on success. Partner with Solutions Plus and take your business to the next level.
Health is the essence of who we are. M42 is a global health champion harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, technology, and genomics to transform healthcare systems and ensure that everyone, everywhere, has access to the care they need. Our dedication to health knows no borders, and we serve with the belief that health is not a privilege. It is a universal right.
What if the spaces between us could disappear? And one move makes all the difference. Sometimes it feels like bonds growing stronger across any distance. When the spaces between us disappear, beautiful things happen.
Looking for car, health, or home insurance? Don't waste hours calling around. At insurancemarket.ae, I bring you quotes from the UAE's top insurers in seconds. Compare, choose, and buy instantly, all in one place. Over 200,000 policyholders already trust us with a 4.8 star rating. Join them today. Insurancemarket.ae, where insurance gets smarter. Insurancemarket.ae.
Energy is life. And today, life is happening in two worlds, physical and digital. In Abu Dhabi, where source energy powers innovation, a new kind of energy rises. An energy that unites worlds through intention and action. Where physical skills meet digital mastery and next generation of champions are born. This is where talent meets technology. Where strength meets strategy. Where energy amplifies through action and powers the future. The games of the future, powered by ADNOC.
We are back finally after the two games, like the two best games that we saw in this tournament. And the third day, second semi-final, who is gonna be with us for the finals this night? We don't know yet, because the two teams actually, they're gonna be playing now a physical game after we saw two amazing matches.
I feel like it's fairly heated. Like it's like on a pressure cooker and how hot this game is gonna be, especially it being the decider here on who goes to the grand finals. We've seen EFP play well in laser tag, and I have yet to see Dons 2 play bad in laser tag. I think they've only lost a couple of rounds. In the name of Mexico Quetzales, they did lose 3 rounds up against them, but other than that, they have been dominating. So if Mexico Quetzales can take a round from them, 100% EFP can as well.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a tough one for EFP on paper, and from previous results, the Dons 2 had a better showing, let's say, in laser tag. But I mean, we've talked about how Dons 2 is a very strong team, and then they lost, and they were almost losing both games actually. EFP are very underrated, I think, when it comes to the physical aspect. sorry, digital aspect, and now we might be also underestimating, or maybe their opponents will be underestimating how good they can play in the physical stage. Because I mean, if you reach this far, you probably have practice. You put in time and effort to reach this stage. So I think I am no longer gonna predict anything, because at this point, teams are showing us their secret cards, their hidden talents, and they reach the physical stage after almost being eliminated from tournament yesterday. So this is a great comeback. It's a nice Cinderella story for this team, and if they do actually beat Dons2 in physical, then that just makes it amazing.
Yeah, I just want to also to say about this physical stage that this is the first time in the 2 editions of the tournament that we make it to the decider, let's say, of the digital as a physical. So it's going to be a lot of pressure in both teams. So as we saw the pressure on stage for the digital, it's going to be even more on the laser tag.
Yep, all eyes on the laser tag for sure. And it's the first time you've seen Dons2 actually take a shot down in terms of points, as they've been playing perfection. Now, with that said, laser tag would be interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, and actually it's ready already, the game. So let's see who's going to be with us for the finals in the next series. And good luck to both teams.
Here it comes. This was the nightmare that EFP were trying to avoid, having to play laser tag with not a big sample size to have a bunch of confidence. They could have closed out Dons2 in 2 bites, but that one choke will mean they might have to throw the whole damn thing and let Dons2 get to the finals.
The round will begin in 3,
This is getting
2,
tricky.
1. Go, go, go!
Oh, yeah. We were talking about it before. They were desperate to get that CS game done in 2 bites so that they didn't have to play here in the laser tag arena, because Dons2 have been so strong on this turf in the last couple of days, and we already see it come into fruition straight away. As I say, they have that perfect balance. Really light work in that first round. I expect this theme to kind of continue. I think EFP know that they cooked it. They're going to need a miracle to dig their way out of it.
Man, this whole time, as they're jumping around, bunny hopping, trying to get away from this madness, they're just going to be thinking about how close they were on Dust2. Like, genuinely, I was willing to call it out. I was willing to just say, it's over. It's GG, right? But that last-minute resurgence from Dons2 for everyone, all hands to be on deck. Love that little that recovery from isolation.
Attention, the round will begin in 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go!
Second time. What the hell?
Yeah, definitely. You know, it happens once, and sometimes you can sort of shrug it off a little bit, and it's painful, but you accept it. When it happens twice, you start to realize that are more of a problem with the nerves and the ability to close some of these bigger matches. Need to go again, though. Any damage already dealt. There's that first contact. Kemar drops. Super, super aggressive here. You can actually tell that the sort of stronger laser tag players always keep always just walking.
Attack team wins.
You've got EFP kind of jumping
Teams
around.
return to the
Overdoing it
bases.
a little bit with the movement. Yeah, the pros seem to just stay very, very still.
This is something I pointed out in...
It's like a crosshair placement thing, right?
Yeah, like it's something I pointed out yesterday, that jumping around to make your hitbox harder to hit doesn't seem to be worth the cost of having your gun move around so much that you can't fight back. And also, having your hands up kind of covers part of your jacket. So that's like hitbox mitigation on its own. So you're choosing between 2 types of hitbox mitigation, moving or covering your hands. So it's like, I don't know, I feel like might as well pick the one where you can keep your hands stable.
Did you see that on the replay? One of the power packs fell out. It was just dragging along like a little dog.
Yeah, no, my bad. Didn't catch that.
They're getting reattaching it.
Yeah, they're screwing it in.
I'm not gonna lie. When we signed up for this tournament, we were coming in. I thought that the physical aspect was not going to be as important. I thought that was like sort of a side quest situation, but then I looked into the whole history of the Phygital games and seeing how many tournaments there's been and seeing how good some of these teams have been.
The round will begin in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, we're seeing
Go.
outcomes of that right here.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise for me was I was expecting sort of 5-on-5 between Counter-Strike players that don't know how to play laser tag, and therefore it would all be a little bit chaotic. And some of the games have been that, but yeah, especially in the finals day and sort of getting deeper into seeing top laser tag teams play against top laser tag teams. Again, there's a reason that these guys thrive in this Phygital environment because they're good at both. And it would be so interesting to see how, if we brought, higher caliber Counter-Strike rosters out to a competition like this, okay, they might dominate in the CS server, but then when it does come down to these laser tag matches, I think
Digital flame
Donstu would
is
have
activated.
anybody, any CS team in the world, any day of the week, with just how composed they look in the arena. That'd be a lot of valuable points.
Attack team wins.
Consume drops, another flawless
Teams
round.
return to the
are
bases.
Speed running this one into the grand finals.
Yeah, it's really hard to even like commentate on the specifics of the action when they're just being punched down. Nice and easy. No hiccups at all from Donstu. EFP are now so done with this game that they're just waiting for this to be over so they can play the third place decider. I can't imagine being in the position of a team that has just like fumbled a massive lead and then having to play for scraps, like having to play the third place decider, right? And even if you're having a great game, then you're thinking, damn, why couldn't I have done this in the match that mattered, the one that would get shit at finals?
An EFP Minsk House decider would actually be a pretty interesting game, to be honest. They're third place decider, I mean, but yeah, it does just feel like you're super deflated, you're disappointed that you've not made it to the grand finals, and then
Attention, the round will begin in 3, 2, 1. Go.
that bronze medal, but
What am I hearing?
yeah, he's obviously done a bit there. I think he left the spawn before the buzzer. I think they get point deductions for that.
Yeah, look at how calmly Donstu were playing this, just casually walking, focusing on their aim, looking through their crosshairs. And yeah, you're totally right to point out that it's a crosshair placement thing. They're just comfortably watching corners. There's a bit of a surprise there, but it seems like the team that is way more active at running around always seems to get punished. The running around makes a lot more sense when you're specifically running to gain space on a bomb site or something.
Attack team wins. Teams return to the bases.
This literally just looks like a SWAT team running in and cleaning house.
Yeah, really comfortable. Yeah, they do just look pro, don't they? You see just the way they handle the weapons and everything. It's even, you know what I'm kind of impressed with? I've seen a couple of times where it's like switching between left hand, right hand in actual CS, where when they're clearing corners, rather than having that kind of disadvantageous peak where more of your body is exposed until your gun goes around the corner, they're like seamlessly switching hands. So that then when you're peeking around the corner, it's, you're going for a left-hand peek and a right-hand peek, things like that. And I guess that's definitely applicable in sort of any physical shooter kind of environment, whether that be airsoft or paintball or whatever. But yeah, especially here in laser tag, just making sure less of your body's exposed is really important. And you see like a good example of that not coming in for EFP there is, peeking around, but still keeping the gun in the right hand, so exposing a lot of your body. Keep an eye on it every single time for Donstu. When they're peeking around the corner, they're switching the gun.
The round will begin in 3, 2, 1. Go.
Seems to be an important factor.
Look at him going full Naruto behind the cover. Making your hitbox scarce. Minimizing info. You see that little peak around the corner? That Rainbow Six peak? I imagine it's really hard to hit a target like that. But yeah, I think the strategy that most of the good teams have been going for is just be very slow, very intentional with where you're going. Because when you're out in the open, you just can't react as fast as you could in like Counter-Strike. Right?
Attack team wins.
By the
Teams
time you
return to the
physically move
bases.
your body, you've been fidgetily buried.
Switching sides. Change bases.
That's one way of putting it. But yeah, sort of the stomp that we were expecting here. EFP lacked in this department, and they knew it. They knew they had to get this done in the Counter-Strike server. And you can just see sort of the looks of disappointment. And I don't think it's disappointment that they've not been able to achieve it here in the laser tag arena, because I think they knew that that was coming. It's just still the disappointment that they're going to be missing out on the grand finals. Expect to still sort of show up and still put the energy and effort into the rounds, but yeah, just every single one getting blasted out of.
Kimar has
to just
two
move silently.
Yeah, Kimar has 2 eliminations. Everybody else has 0.
Wow.
So across 6 rounds, they're about to end with freaking 2 eliminations. It's a little hard for us to see the scoreboard, but we're getting info from Talks and Unsay. Wait, no, it's just Talks. Thank you, Talks. I appreciate you. Lot more kills in the department for their side.
Right, well.
Hate for it to be anticlimactic, but I feel like we've already decided our finalist, right?
Yeah. It is kind of a shame, because when it happens in the arena and it's a big sort of CS, or to be honest, even if we have like a 5-5 scenario here with a laser tag and you heat it up and it's, you know, big excitement to announce our second grand finalist. But yeah, we knew as soon as that first map concluded and EFP weren't able to win it, and you know that regardless of the outcome on map 2, it is going to be that laser tag decider, and Donstu are just far too good here. The fate was pretty much sealed all the way back then. It was like a long time ago. Been a couple of hours at least. Ready to run it back for the final round here. After some little technical tweaks. Checking all the shoulder cams are working, things like that. We haven't actually seen too many of the shoulder cams. As we established the other day, a lot of the time, just based on how the players are moving and stuff, they don't provide too much visibility. But nice to still see some smiles. They're enjoying themselves. They know they well, I'm not gonna put it down to luck, because I think they've proven today that they absolutely deserve to be here in the playoffs, but they got a little bit of a lucky break yesterday. Gave them the points they needed just to squeeze ahead their opponents.
Strap in, boys. One last chance. Third place decider it is then, huh?
I think so. And you've got to try and do your best to motivate yourself for that, because as we've both established, I think both teams are going to be feeling pretty disappointed they didn't get there. For Minskaus, there's less of that to some degree. I think, you know, they probably came into today knowing that the X-Goats were going to be the better side, and yeah, they didn't really stand a chance in the server. We didn't even get to see it go down to the laser tag arena. Kind of a bit of a shame when you're like the laser tag experts that have been flown out and it gets
The
to
round
playoffs
will
and you're
begin
just
in 3,
sat on the
2,
sidelines praying
1.
that your teammates
Go,
are
go,
able
go.
to get it to a point that you can then have a say and experience the action today. But yeah, got to get yourself motivated for that third place decider. Take home a larger share of the prize fund.
Yeah, you can just see them dropping like flies again. The HP deducted. Wabaki, the laser tag expert on the side of EFP, cleaned up. One of the very few rounds where we actually see any health points being deducted from the side of Donsu. Yeah, I thought there was a bit of confusion there with the bomb, but the player just gets eliminated instead.
Defense
Yeah,
team
that's
wins.
it. That's wrapped up.
Teams
EFP,
return to the
0
bases.
rounds to show on laser tag as Donstu have cemented themselves, if there was any doubt at all at the start of that laser tag game, as the finalists that will be going up against X-Goat. Now all that remains before that is going to be the third place decider, Josh.
Wow. Well, commiserations to EFP for sure. It's got to be really disappointing. It's got to hurt right now, but reflecting on the tournament as a whole in a few days' time, I'm sure they'll be proud of how far they came. And what a show they gave us today. Some of the most exciting maps of Counter-Strike we've covered in a while. But it is going to be Donstu, your second grand finalists, facing up a little bit later against the X-Goats. We're going to throw things over to the desk to wrap this one up.
For making it to the finals, our second team of the day that we will see actually in let's say few minutes or few breaks. They made it to the final after a huge and a long games from Digital to kind of a fast physical game, and let's say we kind of predicted, we was waiting for them, and I think they didn't even need to fight that much in the second game because they knew that they're gonna make it in the physical fast lane.
Of course, it's still different if it's going to be a 2-0 at the end of the day, but Donstu is basically a team that is built for laser tag 100%. You could tell just how casual they are walking through the arena of laser tag. Like we said yesterday, it felt main character energy between the players here on laser tag. Donstu is just built differently, I would say.
Yeah, and we kind of expected Donsu to perform this well, and we also had a prediction that it's going to be X-Goat against Donsu in the final. It just looked that way from the beginning, from the stats, from the performance of both teams. And I think it's a very well-deserved spot for both of them to be in the final. They did perform, they did outperform everyone. But I think in Donsu's case, I think also EFP were very close to win 2-0 if it wasn't for those clutch moments.
Yeah, actually, well deserved to Donstu, as again we say, but EFP, they will be having another game offline, probably. They're going to be playing for the third map, for the third spot between, for the third spot actually against MH. So now, before we're going to talk about the next game and the next final, we're going to go to a little interview, as always, with one of the players from Donstu. So stay with us and enjoy the interview.
We are here now with Nikita from Donstu Esports. Wow, what a morning it's been, huh? 2 digital matches, then the physical sports. Very tight in the digital arena there. You were like 12-6 down, and now you kind of won the first digital match now, and then the second. How does it feel to be right here?
I don't know. I don't know how to like tell you the feelings that I was feeling when I was on a scene.
Yeah.
The first map, like on a score 12-4, was like we were like, okay, let's maybe play next map. We were playing, and wow, it's overtimes already, and we
Yeah.
just found our game at the end and completed it.
Yeah, to come back from 12-4 to win that first digital game is very intense, and then to go into overtime, you mentally that must have been quite tiring for you, right?
Yeah, of course. I don't know. I'm not feeling right that I'm here right now,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm just somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. And now you're through to the final. How does that feel for you?
I'm really happy that we achieved it. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know, just really
You are one step closer to winning Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025, the first ever edition in Abu Dhabi. You are playing Exco in the final. Obviously, they're a very strong team. Do you think you can win this?
I think that everything can be in the finals, but it's gold. It's a really hard team. It's gonna
Yeah.
be a hard game.
Yeah,
for sure.
exactly. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Nikita, there from Donstu from Donstu. Have a wonderful final. We wish you the very best luck, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We are back after that win that we saw. It was an amazing game, honestly, from both of them. But now we have also the finals coming soon. So, how do you feel, boys, about what's going on?
I think before we go to the finals, like we said, we predicted it. Third place decider. Ming South played their hearts out up against Exco. It just didn't go well in the end. EFP gave Dons 2 a run of the money, and it almost looked like it would have been a duo if they finally won the first map there. But you can't have any more regrets going forward. Still, there is third place decider.
Yeah.
It's crazy that EFP were just one round away from winning both games. Actually, I mean, they did win the second map. They could have won the first, and we wouldn't have this conversation at all. We wouldn't even see laser tag. But it's a competition, and if you don't, take those opportunities that come to you, you will regret it very heavily. And they regret it now, and they are playing for the third and fourth spot. I mean, it's still a good way to leave if you get third spot or even fourth. I mean, still, that's 8 of the best teams in this competition. You placing fourth or third, that's still a good achievement to have.
Yeah, and we're gonna see them in a few minutes playing on stage again after all of that exhausting games from the first match. They had three games of the best of three, the physical one and the digital one, and now they have to go under that again on stage in a few minutes. I don't know what you're expecting from them, honestly. I don't know. I feel like either they're gonna give up like straight away and they're not gonna perform well, or they're gonna outshine themselves and gonna get the third place.
It's a mixed ball here, I would say. Both teams are frustrated with the results. They didn't get what they wanted, but still the third place decider. If I'm in the side of Ning South, I'm going to be like, don't give them Dust 2. Don't give them Ancient, because these guys were amazing in that map, regardless if they won or lost it.
Yeah, definitely. You'd want to avoid these maps because even if it was close games, but at the end of the day, there's so many rounds, so many strats were revealed, so you'd want to hide that. And I think overall, it's just Minsk House probably rested more. Now, don't forget that these guys are coming from the physical onto the stage once again. And I'm talking here about EFP. So this is going to be a bit tiring to them. I don't know, maybe if they have time to shower as well and come back into the game because, you put so much energy into that physical game. But yeah, I think Minsk House have the edge a little bit when it comes to just being more relaxed and comfortable. But EFP, they still have the momentum from last game, and even though they lost, they still were very close. So they are still believing that they are one of the best teams. So that's a very good sign. I mean, it's not like they lost 2-0 and it was a single-digit type of score. So they still feel like they are the better team here. And Minsk House, I mean, they struggled in their game against XGOT, so they have a lot to prove. They have a lot to redeem themselves with this match.
Yeah, and especially that we were talking about EFP as the dark horse, but they show they're not the dark horse, and we're gonna see more about this later when it comes to the third place map. So let's jump in a break and prepare for the next game and come back to you.
the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Running a business doesn't have to be complicated. At Solutions Plus, we provide a tailored combination of consulting, business process outsourcing, and technology solutions, from digital to finance, procurement, HR, ESG, and integrated facilities management. We take care of it all, letting you focus on success. Partner with Solutions Plus and take your business to the next level.
Health is the essence of who we are. M42 is a global health champion harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, technology, and genomics to transform healthcare systems and ensure that everyone, everywhere, has access to the care they need. Our dedication to health knows no borders, and we serve with the belief that health is not a privilege. It is a universal right.
What if the spaces between us could disappear? And one move makes all the difference. Sometimes it feels like bonds growing stronger across any distance. When the spaces between us disappear, beautiful things happen.
Looking for car, health, or home insurance? Don't waste hours calling around. At insurancemarket.ae, I bring you quotes from the UAE's top insurers in seconds. Compare, choose, and buy instantly, all in one place. Over 200,000 policyholders already trust us with a 4.8 star rating. Join them today. Insurancemarket.ae, where insurance gets smarter. Insurancemarket.ae.
Energy is life. And today, life is happening in two worlds, physical and digital. In Abu Dhabi, where source energy powers innovation, a new kind of energy rises. An energy that unites worlds through intention and action. Where physical skills meet digital mastery and next generation of champions are born. This is where talent meets technology. Where strength meets strategy. Where energy amplifies through action and powers the future. The games of the future, powered by ADNOC.
came back after the break, and we're gonna watch actually the game that we're not actually the most excited about, but it's actually also an important game, which is the third place and the fourth place, who's gonna be in there. Either MH or we're gonna have also EFP that we saw playing a few minutes ago. They're gonna be a little bit exhausted after what happened to them, actually, but also they should play for the third place.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I don't know about being excited. Maybe I'm excited. Maybe you're not. I don't know.
Who said this? I'm not gonna say it.
Okay, we can always roll it back. We have the clips here. But 100%, it's going to be very fun to see on who actually will be the third place decider. We've had the top 8 teams of the world to compete here. Now we are deciding who will be the top 3 and who's going to be number 4. Of course, we would like to be number 3 in the world rather than being the 4th instead.
Yeah, I mean, the bronze medal hits different than fourth gets nothing usually.
Exactly.
But again, like both the teams showed up, they played well. MH maybe had a weaker showing against XGOT, but I mean, EFP, they have to feel bad after everything that happened. They were almost so close to winning them game 1, and that would have changed everything. But this is Counter-Strike. I mean, if you don't take these chances, you're gonna miss them. And you know, their opponents, they took the opportunity. They, you know, the comeback they did is also like you gotta give, you gotta give them that. They did a crazy comeback, and it was amazing CS, honestly. But yeah, hard luck to EFP for that loss. And this is the bracket, as you can see. We have the third place now happening, which is Minsk House against EFP. But the score, I mean, first game was straightforward. Second was more exciting. And now I think these teams, as you mentioned, they really won that third spot. It makes sense in terms of the recognition and the prize and everything. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a fun one.
It's gonna be a fun one for us to watch, but I don't think that EFP are kind of ready for this match, especially after that they lost in the decider, which is a physical game. If I was them, I would be so sad, honestly. And actually, I saw the players; they weren't really happy about what's going on.
I mean,
but yeah, this is understandable. You were playing to be the second, and now you're playing to be either the third or the fourth, back to back. It's not gonna be easy. And yeah, so now let's start talking about what's gonna come next, which is first of all the maps. What do you think the maps that we can see now?
Well, I'm hoping they're, Minx House were watching and they were deciding, like, let's not give them the Dust 2. Let's not give them either Ancient as well, because they were just amazing on those maps. Like, if you give them that lead, they will close it, hopefully, out. So if you're looking at that, maybe we're going to see some Inferno and Mirage instead.
I would go for Mirage, but I mean, it depends also, like, on Minsk House, like, what do they feel comfortable with? And maybe they know their opponent, they know what they're playing, so I think I would agree with you. Like you really don't want to give them the map they just played. They are still, like, their memory is still fresh on these maps, and they know what was their strength. But if they do, if somehow it ends up at the Stu and Ancient, then they also understand how they play. So maybe they didn't adapt to the mistakes, and they can push onto them and find the weaknesses that they've had. But I don't know. If I was the IGL of Minsk House, I would also, like you said, I would avoid them.
Yep.
Yeah, they should avoid them. But if they avoid these two maps, who do you think? Like, what do you think actually they could choose? Because don't forget that also EFP they can choose a map, so it's either this or that. So.
Well, I gave my thoughts already about it. So, Tux, what is your thoughts about it?
I would go with Cash.
Where are we gonna get Cash?
Wait a second.
I just wanted to see your faces.
I was like,
I just wanted to see.
is it even in the
just
map
capture
now?
this very beautiful moment.
Could you imagine, like, he's gonna say Vertigo? Like, where is?
Do you remember the Cash times? That was such a fun map.
It's
but I will ask actually a question for it. Is there cash in CS2? I didn't even remember.
I mean, they took it away. There is a map that's available, but it's not competitive. And I mean, back in my day, Cash was also one of the favorite maps of everyone, because it was a very small map, very fast map. But I think these guys, I mean, Minsk House, I think they will also try to maybe avoid the maps they played, which is also Dust 2.
Yeah.
And what was the second map? It was wow, we really have bad memories.
Wasn't it Ancient as well?
Was it Ancient as well?
It was Ancient.
Wow,
Yeah,
so
I think okay. Hey, I had a good memory too. I figured it's Ancient as well.
So I think we want to see more maps. I mean, for them it's a competition, so they don't care. They just want to play what they're comfortable with. But we really want to see new maps. Surprisingly,
Yeah, what's
Mirage
the
is
map that
the
we didn't see at all, actually?
we saw everything.
Yeah, but
we
we
saw
didn't see that
everything.
much.
Mirage.
Anyway,
Mirage.
It's the
it's okay.
least.
It's true.
It's okay. Thank you so much, guys. We're gonna just go for a little break and come back to you.
you doing? My name is Elias, and I will be hosting these two incredible last games. Are you excited? My friends, let me tell you something. Now you are witnessing the most interesting games in the entire competition. Today and now, we're gonna start with the third place match. But what's going to happen after is the final. Are you ready for the final? That's what I'm talking about, and that's the spirit, my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, the team's been competing with each other for the last couple of days, and the best of the best reaching to the last. So now, we are going to the third place match. Are you ready? That's what I'm talking about. I want to feel the energy. I want to feel the excitement. So prepare yourself, my friends, because the first team, they did an incredible job and they had a lot of challenges in the digital and also in the physical. Well, trust me, it's not that easy as it looks. It is hard. And trust me, they are the best. So all together, I want to feel a big round of applause to our first team. Are we ready? All right, mi amigos. Hands in the air. Let me see some hands in the air. And on my count, we're gonna give a big round of applause. Do we agree? Aren't you entertained? Oh, yes, indeed you are. So come on, everybody. Let's give a big round of applause with a big sound. Make some noise. Make some noise. Means house. But that's not all. Now we have the second team. Well, they had a hard time, but they still have the chance to get the third place position. They did an excellent job since the beginning of the competition, and they are keep going and going without stopping. The motto was never surrender and never give up. So are you ready? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, everybody. This time we have to give them a big warm of applause, a big welcome to this team. Doing a great job, and they're getting for it. Hands in the air. Hands in the air. Make some noise. And fast PLS! The moment everybody's waiting for. Enjoy it, sit down, relax, and have a good match going to broadcast.
Thank you, Elias, for this presentation, and thank you also for the team for coming now, preparing yourself for the third map, third actually place. First map is gonna be soon seen on the screen, but now we're actually watching them preparing, and I love this energy. I love this kind of spirit of even if you lost to go to the second or like to the finals, you can still play for the third place.
Yeah, 100%. It still matters here at the very end, regardless if you're first, second, or third. That is what you want to be in. The top three in the world is what we're looking for and what we are fighting for here. Yes, it wasn't a good job, or it wasn't necessarily what they wanted in the first two series, but it is what it is, right? That's the saying that they usually do. And again, we did talk about the maps that EFP is really good at, Dust 2 and Ancient. Maybe this time around they ban it out so that they don't give EFP the place that they can perform really well on.
Yeah, I mean, you would try to avoid these maps, but if I was EFP, I would also go for one of these maps, whether it's Dust 2 or Ancient. On the side of Minsk House, they're probably going to go for some new map, which they might be more comfortable with. And this could be, it could be Overpass, it could be Inferno, it could be Train, it could be Nuke. We've seen Nuke only once, I think, in this competition. or
No, actually twice.
Yeah.
Twice.
So I think we've seen most maps twice, but yeah, I think Minsk has to go for one of those picks. Otherwise, I think they will be in trouble.
Yeah, actually, they should go for one of these picks, but also don't forget that they did an amazing job, honestly, to make it to this point. They didn't have to do any, like, they didn't have any problem actually to get to this stage. So I think they're gonna be fine, even though they don't have, let's say, different map pool or anything. But I see actually the maps that they're gonna be in front of us in a few minutes. We're gonna see first of all we will be having Inferno with MH, and then we're gonna have Death 2 from EFP.
Okay, so they get one of their favorite maps here, of course, Dust 2. But Inferno, I was thinking about it would pop up here and there, and it will be. As the knife are starting, if you do want to win, you still want to get CT.
You do want to get CT. This is one of those closed maps, which means if you have a very strong CT side, you are most likely going to win. In the T side, this is going to be a one-on-one situation with score. Okay, we haven't seen anything. I mean, it looks like EFP
Wait,
won based on this reaction.
Yes, EFP won.
And yeah, most likely they will go for the CT side on the map pick of Minsk House. So that's good news for EFP. I mean, they're continuing their streak of knife winning from Ancient. But yeah, they have to be careful. I mean, I think EFP had some time to rest. It's probably like half an hour maybe from their last physical game. So they probably took some time, took a breather, maybe took a shower, because we do have shower rooms here for all the physical games. And I think they will come with a new mentality. But one thing we pointed out, JT, is that we do have a sub player, I think, from the side of Minsk House. And I do believe that is... Oh, okay, it wasn't.
No
here.
one's there.
I thought he was gonna. Yeah, okay, he just walked in with them, but he's not actually playing with them. But yeah, that was. I thought they were gonna have a sub with them.
Yeah, we're not gonna have sub with them. We're gonna see the same team competing again, but this time for the third place again, a match that we are waiting for and waiting to see who's gonna be one of the third games or third places with us. So let's jump into the game and watch Inferno together.
Third place decider. There's a fair bit of money on the line about it, so even if NFAS players are going to feel disappointed that they weren't able to make it through to the finals, it's still worth playing for the money, right? It's maybe some missed glory considering 2-0 was possible. Minsk House, I mean, let's be honest, way too far away from their initial matchup. Like, they weren't even close to winning, so I think there's less to feel bad about for Minsk House to not make it to finals versus NFAS Police, who genuinely could have just gotten it done without ever having to put on the laser tag vest.
Yeah, I mean, there's the prize money difference, and also with it being a sort of physical hybrid event, maybe you've got to treat it a little bit like the Olympics. A third place finish is a bronze medal and a podium, and fourth is nothing, is it? So, yeah, I think there is still a little bit of glory that comes with it. So, both teams should be playing their hearts out. Now, for Minsk House, they've had a little bit of a break after their morning game. They kind of got destroyed by the X-Goats, but as I say, time to sort of revitalise and whatnot. For EFP, more of a recent disappointment, more of a recent hard loss that they've taken. They still had an extended break between the maps, but going straight from a series where they had major troubles closing, didn't they? They were better than Donstu for most of the series, to be honest. But yeah, weren't able to close out Dust 2 somehow. It was insane with the double OT, and they lost it after a 12-5 lead. And then in the second map, they almost made the same mistake, but managed to close it out 13-11. So yeah, I think they're still going to be feeling a little bit sore about it. Hopefully those same mistakes don't shine in here. On the basis of, you know, how much better Donstu looked over Minsk House, and the fact that, yeah, we saw EFP look so strong against Donstu. I know it's not apples to apples comparison, but yeah, I am sort of expecting EFP to maybe have a slight advantage here. We'll see. I think it's Drone. He's locked in.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to I think you're right to point out that like obviously there's like no possibility of getting like a real comparison until we see these two teams get up against each other. It's hard to get that A beat B, so B is gonna beat C sort of comparison going on when we're kind of use a team as a yardstick when it comes to Counter Strike. There are so many variables. Just stylistically, a lot of teams can be different. I think NFast plays well, although they've shown a very good level of CS when it comes to their ceiling. They've also shown that they can have some major pitfalls with regards to choking. I do feel like we didn't see the best of Minsk House in the previous map, though. I think if we see Xenex play a much better game than we've sort of gotten accustomed to seeing, this could still be a pretty close matchup. Problem is, I don't think EFP would want to go to laser tag again. Like, they are hopeless at it compared to any of these big dog teams that have actually dedicated time to getting good at laser tag or having players employed for the specific reason of playing laser tag.
Yeah, they'd absolutely want to get this done in 2 bites for sure. It seems to be same kind of fire about them as we saw earlier on, but maybe that is just due to the fact that it seems like they're having some tech issues. But yeah, I agree. I don't think Minsk House looked like themselves earlier on today. They certainly didn't look like their best. They're a team with some really, really strong pieces and therefore should have a high ceiling. And there is something maybe to be, I mean, you don't want to start sort of making excuses, but yeah, there's maybe something to be said for the fact that they had the early morning match and maybe they just sort of weren't warmed into it. Now they've played a game of CS, they've had a little bit of a rest, they've probably got some food in them. They're raring to go. We're back to it's some kind of digital arena thing. I love it. All the little like bean guys jumping up and down. That's what we need to get our crowd doing. Yeah, put me in there. Look, it looks fire, doesn't it? Look,
yeah,
major energy.
I remember a lot of organizers used to do like the virtual crowd thing where they would genuinely just have a bunch of fans that have been, approved beforehand on like Discord or something so that they can have people viewing from home still be supporters. Obviously that required a little bit of vetting and muted microphones because people can go crazy sometimes. But that was fun. That was fun. Maybe we can have a hybrid of the little beans dancing around and that's okay. Lollipop the S to find opening kills. That's EFP locked out at the A-bomb site. Miwa's going to be taken down pretty quickly. Back with a vengeance, her main cows. Feeling hard done by that first game. Maybe they can lap up the extra bit of money that you get from being 3rd place instead of 4th.
Maybe I start to take back the narrative that I laid down before going into this, because Minsk House have just walked into that A site, no resistance whatsoever, found the 3 headshots required, and they'll win the round comfortably. Come on. Looking for exits, won't get it. Lollipop, clean headshot. Consume at least will take 1 as a consolation prize, but that's about it. Minsk House out of the gate hot, and Inferno starts off fiery, a lot of energy, high fives, and yeah, that is perfect. I think this is the first Inferno map that we've seen, not this whole weekend, but we didn't see one yesterday, I don't think. Yeah, I think we might have seen it on day 1.
Yeah, I remember commentating in Inferno. I just don't remember who it was that was on Inferno.
It might have been Minsk House thinking about it, but yeah, it was definitely not yesterday.
Agreed.
Seen a lot of dust too, seen a lot of ancient. Big start, Lollipop as well.
We watched EFP play Inferno twice. Now, that was once against LPT where they won 13-2, and then once against Interstellars where they won 13-10.
Ah, okay. We were just missing it. Crazy for me to say I miss Inferno. I'm the biggest Inferno hater you'll ever meet, but
Yeah, we've had a lot of Dust 2, and we had a surprisingly low amount of Mirage as well. Like, it feels like we've watched a lot of Dust 2 and Train.
Yeah. Train's a surprising one there, isn't it? But it maybe doesn't surprise me so much with what we were saying before about doing the nicer sides in the group stages. That has just like a really big bearing on the ability to pick into a CT-sided map, because then you know you have that chance to play the CT side first. So yeah, I think that sort of changes it a little bit and makes Train a much more viable pick than it would be in a normal best of 3 format.
Yeah, and
on that,
part of the reason, like on the note of why we have centered around specific maps, why we've ended up seeing Dust 2 and Train so often, is because a lot of maps like Mirage tend to be deciders, and if someone really wants to shy away from it, that might be like a second wave ban. But considering that you can't pick into a map, let's teams get 2 permabans in, right? Because it's not like the traditional ban and pick process. It's like you keep banning until there's 2 maps left.
Yeah.
So that's why you see nobody like picking into Mirage or anything.
Yeah, it is a bit of a weird one. We don't just have ban and pick and that's how we run it. But
that happens because we only play 2 maps, right? Like it wouldn't make like logistical sense to go for like a ban pick ban.
Yeah, I guess so. But it does mean that you're just likely not playing your strongest maps. It has given us a little bit of variety, though, I guess. We've seen sort of different teams on different maps. It's not like...
Double bans do like let you stay away from weaknesses, though, which should, in theory, avoid like super one-sided games where you accidentally get punished picked against. So that's cool. And I think for the specific setup of... like having a mix of like local talent, maybe you have like some tier 2 players, you have like people who are like down in the trenches in tier 4, it ends up producing better CS, because obviously people who are in the upper echelons of CS specifically, and not just like the Phygital space, they end up only playing against those weaker opponents on the weaker opponents' best map, so you don't end up with like too many 13-0s. Although like they did try their best. We ended up seeing like 1 13-0, I think.
Right, yeah. I mean, the thing is it's sort of, as you say, having these mixed teams and very unknown teams and players and whatnot, it kind of throws the vetoes out of the window a little bit anyway. Once you get the maps that you don't like playing out of the way, it's not like you're going to have maps that you've been like cracking and scrimming and have loads of drilled strats on, and it's not like as an opposition you can necessarily pick and ban into your opponent's strengths and weaknesses either, because there's just no data on a lot of these teams, and especially as a collective, it's not like you can dive back on HLTV and look at the stats and whatnot. As we get into like the later stages of the tournament today, obviously for the finals day, you can maybe look back at what maps teams have played in the current competition. But again, the opposition just there's nothing to say just because they beat one of the weaker teams that you'd have any kind of struggles against them necessarily. Consume down in pit, wiped out by MDS, but Doshka at least is able to take one back, keeps these numbers plausible as they stay relevant in the round. Bomb's going to go down. And they're just going to grab the AWP and run away from this. Yeah, this is kind of in fun in a nutshell. Save Central. Retake not viable. Let them have it. 4 rounds early, though, for Minskaus. And honestly, not really what I was expecting.
Yeah, you're right to point it out. Minskaus. We're doing our little yardstick, apples to oranges comparison to the best of our ability. It was kind of difficult to expect Minskaus to come out of the gate swinging like that, but then again, you've got to remember that EFP were also working on raw Dark Horse energy that let them get that far against Donstu. I think they've kind of run out of it though. For a team that was relying so much on their vibes and so much on the excitement of the competition, some of it does dry up when you're no longer competing for first place, but a third place decider. The last spot on the podium. I generally think of this as a bit of a show match, right? Obviously, I'm sure a lot of the crowd is here for the final. You got to consider that this sort of matchup just gives you an opportunity to answer some of the what ifs. Like, what if Minskows and EFP went up against each other in the finals, right? You get to see it. You end up seeing the underdog versus underdog matchup.
I think this answers quite an important question as well here. If EFP, and obviously there's something to be said for the fact that they're maybe not at their 100% anymore after the loss this morning. They're probably a little bit deflated. But I think it answers the important question of, earlier on, it felt like they deserved to make it to the final. It felt like with the dominant performances they had against Donstu, you know, and then the chokes and the inability to close it, we'll be feeling like, yeah, it probably should have been them in the grand finals. They'll be feeling like, yeah, it probably should have been them in the grand finals. But if they're not able to beat Minskows here in the third place decider, then that kind of puts that to bed, doesn't it? Because then it's like, well, you know, they wouldn't be worthy of it, you know? If it was Minskows that they played in the other semi-final, then it would have been the same outcome, things like that. So, yeah, I know that it's kind of just who arrives on the server on the day and in the moment and things, and it's not always the better team that wins. But I think it would sort of put some of those what-ifs to bed. If to get this one done. Right now, Minskows are looking really dominant. It's 5-0. 4 rifles out. They've got more than enough money for an AWP. If they want one, they're just opting against it. The pace and the setting that they seem to have laid down right now is working well, so there's no need to change it. Comfortably taking the banana control round after round. EFP don't want to contest it.
Playing a pretty passive game here. Haven't seen too much aggression, too much exploration from EFP. Only 2 players away. If you throw out a B push right now, then have to topple a whole lot of players. Here comes the CT smoke. Flash decline. Slow them down if they're coming. Molotov is going to buy the MP9 some space. Also lets CT player wrap around. Kimar, that's a good kill. Sphinx down. Bring about the rotations. Can't believe he ends up pulling on someone's ankle on the way to the grave. That's 2. Could be the one round that Minskows actually start to struggle a bit in.
Either way, this plant is not going to be interrupted, and the damage through the spams actually comes from Minskows instead of the other way around. Off the blood supply, which is that wraparound from the banana flank, puts us back into a 3-on-3. Dojka's got the wrong weapon for this retake. The AWP can be really difficult to maneuver into this B site. They've got a bit of util, 2 flashbangs yet to be deployed, and they're actually going to make the contact without them. MDS lines them both up, and Scorpion, with no chance, backs on out. I have no idea, with 2 flashbangs and a smoke in his hand, why he's not popped them over before they take the contact from the coffins. I think they wanted to go in silent, and it just didn't work at all. They went straight into a crossfire. And Minskows recover, even with the disadvantage, to keep this clean sheet and make it 6.
Yeah, and this is where the conversation just goes back to what you pointed out, that it's less about answering the question of who out of the underdogs would have won, but rather, hey, if EFP had even made it to finals, could they have had a good game twice in a row? And yes, you also pointed out that energy is a lot more different when you're playing for first place versus when you're scraping by to not finish last in the playoffs. But still, and Minskows They get an attempt to show us that, hey, maybe they're not that far from Donstu. Maybe they can go toe-in-toe against a team that almost beat Donstu 2-0. This really muddies up the power rankings, doesn't it?
It does a little bit. It does a little bit, but that's sort of the raw element of the competition. It's there's no clear favourites, right? Especially here in the elimination day, maybe in the group stages, there was a couple of teams that definitely looked like they were behind in the skill department. But here, honestly, with how the games have gone so far, this could have been anybody's grand finals. It could have been anybody's trophy to take. Now we know it's going to be either the X-Goats or Donstu now, but from what we've seen, I mean, Minsk House have been fantastic against EFP. EFP very nearly beat Donstu and had the bracket of sort of reshuffled a little bit, and we saw different matchups at different times. It could have been a very, very different grand finals environment. Only time will tell who actually pulls ahead and dominates or wins in the grand final later, as to sort of deepen that question even further. You know, if Donstu were able to comfortably beat the X-Goats, for example, then you beg the question of would either one of these teams, or maybe not either one of these teams, Minsk House lost earlier, but would EFP have been able to beat the X-Goats and whatnot? So, yeah, it definitely sort of gets deeper the more you think about it. Right now, dominance out of Minsk House. Them at Vic, they're 7-0 up. And EFP aren't really used to playing on the back foot. In their match earlier on, they were very, very dominant at the start. They were taking the lion's share of the early rounds, and then things started to go sour. I'm not sure what happens if you reverse that, flip it on its head.
In any significant capacity. There's a pretty recurring theme that when EFP are screaming, shouting, getting up, smiling, passing each other fist bumps, that's fist bumps. That scoreline on their side of the scoreboard just keeps ticking up. But as soon as that stops, you know they're dead in the water. I've never seen a team be that influenced by emotion.
Yeah, I'm actually there with you, and I was thinking this a moment ago as well. It's kind of crazy to think about, isn't it? That, yeah, these guys, oh, wow, a couple of really nice shots that maybe puts that point to bed. But yeah, when these guys were playing for the grand finals, they were fired up. They just got into this flow state where they were unstoppable. And as soon as they lost it, frustration set in. They were losing rounds massively. Now we're seeing them really struggle here in the third place decider. Amiibo, good for the one. Insta-traded, Kimmer. An important spam through the smoke to still give them the advantage. MDS, 1v2 clutch, feels very winnable. Got to be aware there's one coming up from his side. Contact made in the CT spawn, and yeah, a messy spray. That'll be the first on the board for EFP.
And you're seeing quite a bit of the crowd line up now as well, because they know finals is up next. Got a little pre-gaming going on. I'm going to point out that as much as we've been talking about using this game as a yardstick, you do have to consider that EFP playing back-to-back games on the stage while they're probably quite tired from having a very extended affair on the first two maps and then having to go into laser tag and not having a crazy long break. Minsk House get a slight advantage in that front. But that's okay. That's one of the things that can happen in a third place decider, especially when these teams are no strangers to playing at least 2 BO3s when it's an online context. Stage is a little bit different, sure, but being limited to 2 maps certainly helps manage fatigue.
being on stage, playing for this long probably feels like playing a best of 5, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially when you've got these sort of breaks in between the maps and things like that, and then having to go back and forth between the physical arena or laser tag arena and whatnot. Or sorry, the digital arena and the like laser tag arena. There's definitely lots of sort of breaks in play, and you get back in the server and you've got to warm up and heat up again. Seems like EFP have gone cold after that single round win. Decent spam through the smoke from Consume. At least we'll give them a little bit of say back in this round. They've gone for the wrong call. They've rotated off. Timing. Good kill. 3v3. Oh no, this is all going wrong. Consume's just single-handedly done it all.
Yeah, genuinely just swings out, holds mouse 1, and has their number, and continues to put them in the graveyard. That certainly inspires a little bit of confidence back. Nice to see. EFP not totally out of it yet. Minskow's getting vocal, knowing that that could be a problem.
I was pretty confident after how that round started with a 2-man advantage that Minskows were just going to keep running away with this. And yeah, some mistakes being made. I mean, massive credit to Consume there for just holding down the fort on the B side. Everyone singing him some praises, but
yeah, but it's pretty crazy when it requires an ace to get something done, right?
Sure. And as I say, just some big mistakes being made there from Minskows. There is no excuse for why somebody hasn't been able to trade that. It wasn't crazy mechanics out of Consume or anything. It was just good timing, good positioning. Poor from the tees. They're back with another buy.
Lollipop and Sphinx. Opening kills found, and yeah, this is just back to the regularly scheduled show of EFB being punched out, at least as far as it has been on Inferno, right? Like, this is one of the weakest games we've seen from EFB throughout the entirety of the tournament. They've just been looking competitive straight out of the gates. Have they been beaten one-sidedly in any game yet?
Who, Minskows?
No, EFB.
Oh, sorry, EFP. No, I don't think so.
Now I'm checking back to score lines, and for the audience, bear with us. Sometimes it's easy to muddy the details when you're looking at 4 best of 3s a day. Across 4 days, that comes out to about 16 matches you've got to keep track of. Can't remember every single.
Pretty competitive throughout. I'm pretty sure even their game against the X-Goats in the day 1 when they got 2-0, it was still 13-10, 13-10. So yeah, they've not been stomped at any stage.
We've actually watched a crazy amount of CS, like, in the past couple of days, like, or just like games in general. Like, if we're throwing in the laser tag map as also just like, you know, part of the best of 3, which it is, then per day that's like 12 matches. You break it down to the maps, comes out to like 48 across the weekend.
No surprise, it becomes a little bit of a blur.
Yeah. Sometimes it gets a little hard to remember the specifics, but we know who's dominating. I'll tell you that much.
You should be able to catch an exit here. SMDS just drops down and back. It's like pretty crazy. Oh, it doesn't even need to. It's just ready for it. Another big round, 8 on the board now. Considering the really dominant start and 7-0 scoreline, this is that point that we were sort of talking about in map 2 of our second semi-finals of the day as well, where it's important to kind of see it through to a good half. It's so easy to go 7-0 up and then stumble a little bit, lose control of the economy, and it ends up being like an 8-4 or a 7-5, and all of a sudden the game becomes very competitive quite quickly. Oh, that is a nasty nade stack. But yeah, so for Minskows, the goal right now is keep this pressure applied, finish off this half as a 10-2 or a 9-3, and see it home. Kemar, massive triple spray down, but can't escape before succumbing to the burns. So a 2v1 still. Pushka's got a big clutch on his hands. He's missed the shot on the cross.
9-3 or 10-2 will be pretty difficult to recover from. For a moment in time, he had info on both, thought maybe he could do something, but before he even touches the ground, he will be found through the smoke. So 10 on the horizon. EFB, you can tell that the generators run out of petrol. Even with kills like that, even with multis, nothing seems like a guarantee. You can see them shaking their heads. Not sure what the holdup is. Not sure what the timeout's for, but adjusting the headphones and getting back into it. Minskows were pretty decent at laser tag, so
Yeah, they were.
2-0 required, so
couple of good pieces. But with how this is looking so far, I'm not sure we're even going to see the laser tag arena. This is incredibly one-sided and unexpectedly. Said at the bottom there, technical pause, but it was wrapped up in 30 seconds or so, and we did see Lollipop being quite vocal, calling the strats for the final round. Banana is actually on the menu for EFP. Often they're happy to give it up and sort of play deeper from the sights. NDS, a filthy shot onto Scorpion, who thought he could take advantage of MDS spamming the right-hand side. Two-man advantage quickly here in the round. It's surely going to be 10.
triple. But call me
Keep letting them
crazy.
do this.
Yeah, I still don't feel convinced that this round ends up going to EFP. We'll wait, we'll bite our tongues, but watch out. Minskow still 2 healthy players, full HP, AK-47s. And the problem is, the lowest HP piece is on B. They had actually gone for it. Oh, never mind. Doika catches Mendel. MDS does have a 1v3 on his hands. 30 seconds to go as well. That's the info on the AWP player. No reason to contest it. Angle being held. 9-3. Pretty much guaranteed. Doika does manage to give some cushion for them to fall on, but frankly, 9 rounds, getting to play the CT side. Don't cross your fingers, folks.
Yeah, I just can't believe that Kemar is allowed to get away with these multis over and over. We saw him line up these triple spray downs on Banana, just really bizarre. Probably should have been 10-2. 9-3 is not all too different, to be honest. So I don't think Mincehouse are going to have any issues, but CT side now, if they can win the pistol, then they're well and truly on their way. If they don't, then maybe there's a chance for EFP. We'll see. ZNX jump spot into the bedroom. Season coming up second mid. Pull a rotation because they've already got 4 stacked up on the side.
Yeah, walking into A is a bloodbath that awaits you. EFP.